Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the all-day live coverage of the Colombian elections that we will be doing from now until 6 p.m. Eastern time, and then a wrap-up at the end of the election day from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. This is Alliance for Global Justice, along with Anti-Conquista, Orinoco Tribune, the People's Human Rights Observatory, the Centro Pacífico, the Foundation Lazos de Dignidad, and the Convo Couch. And we have people who are a part of a delegation in Colombia right now who will be joining us, and we'll be covering this historic election. Today, the people in Colombia are going to vote in an election that has very high stakes. At stake is the survival of the peace agreement, the ability of the people's movements to meet the demands that they have put out there in the national strikes in the last 2 years, and a real change in both the region and the country. People are watching this election all over the world and recognize that in Colombia, the stakes are very high, but also the stakes are very high for all of Latin America and the whole balance of people's movements in the world. I'm glad to say that we have ready folks who are in Colombia now who will be observing the elections and who have been there for several days, interviewing people, talking to the folks on the street to see how people feel about this election and what is going on. We're also going to be looking at what is the role of the United States government in these elections and in Colombia, because that role, as we know, does not end no matter who wins the election. There's a very good possibility, according to the polls, that the center-left candidates, Gustavo Petro and Francia Marquez, will win the elections, but of course nothing is settled until it happens. There's already been accusations of corruption in the primary elections and fears of a setup of more corruption, and there has already been violence and threats of violence against the candidates. We're going to get started this morning with direct from Colombia, James Jordan of the Alliance for Global Justice. He's been there for a number of days, and he will be telling us, giving us the latest update in what's happening in Colombia this morning. James?
Hey there, Vicky. Great to be here. Yeah, calling live from Colombia at our base at the home of Darnay Rodriguez, who is the coordinator for the Centro Pacifico. You might hear some street noise out there. This is not from any kind of fancy studio. We're grassroots, and we're based with the grassroots. So here we are, ready to roll. And yeah, it's the whole country is buzzing right now. It's just incredible, and you know, the right wing is doing everything it can to impede the flow of the elections. I mean, the extreme right. There have been, especially the unofficial kind of paramilitary aligned right wing, but there have been a number of irregularities and problems in the process, including in the March elections for Congress, that there was just massive fraud occurred, and it was the intervention of international and national election observers and the court system that was able to reverse that fraud. But that's why we have observers here, and other places have observers here, because it takes transparency and openness to have an election that has integrity and honest results. And that's what we're hoping for. Now, I've talked to a lot of people on the streets, and definitely we last night were at the Loma de la Cruz Park here in Cali, where there are a lot of activity going on. We saw people not campaigning. The campaigning season, or the campaigns officially stopped a few days ago. But you know, people wearing their T-shirts. You see the posters up, And it was just, everybody's talking. We were doing some live interviews, but we're going to play an interview later with Hector Caravali, who's part of the Central Pacifico and a leader of CONAFRO. But we were doing that at the Loma de Cruz and got a little crowd gathering around. Everybody's excited to hear about things. But right now, entering into this season, what's been difficult for us, here in Cali, Alliance for Global Justice does a lot of work in Valle de Cauca and nearby Cauca, where political violence has been very high. And we have heard numerous reports of violence and threats, including with Hector, who received a threat just 4 days ago now, right before the elections, that was saying that the Black Eagles or Aguilas Negras was making any human rights defenders um, and the environmentalists and leaders of Black organizations, that they were being made special targets for violence during this time for their attempts to change the government. And they, specifically targeted voters for Gustavo Petro and Francia Marquez, the center left candidates. It was chilling to read this. It quoted part of it in the alert that we sent out yesterday. Yesterday with the scheduled events. But it was chilling too because it's mentioned by name Hector Caravali, our friend and colleague, and several members of his family. And apparently, what we're hearing is that threats and electoral violence are at their highest level since 2010, which means they're higher than 2018. And we were here with an election observation in 2018, and everywhere we went, uh, leading up to and following the election, there had been people recently killed in paramilitary violence. So that's what we were experiencing in that observation team. So if the violence is higher now, it's problematic, and that's why you know we're here wearing our special T-shirts for our delegation. But there's hundreds of observers here, just trying to keep watch on everything and help make sure that the process flows smoothly and with integrity. You know, pardon me. While we're getting started here, I actually want to take a little time to reflect on the trajectory that we witnessed at the Alliance for Global Justice since we started our own work in Colombia Solidarity. And we started that in August of 2008, when we started our Colombia Solidarity project. And we started working with a Fundación Lazos de Dignidad, or the Links of Dignity Foundation, who are helping us very much today, and also with the FENSUAGRO, Confederation of Farmers and Farm Workers Unions. So in 2008, there were several political prisoners from FENSUAGRO and from other movements. And the thing that we were calling for, and that our partners were calling for, of course, our desire is to reflect the demands and support the demands of our partners. That's what the solidarity is. But they were asking us to support something called the humanitarian exchange of prisoners, which was meant to be a first step towards a peace process. And the idea was that the government and the FARC, the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia People's Army, would exchange captives in good faith to get things started towards dialogue, towards peace process. And when we were calling for that, joining in that call, there were not many other people joining in with us. In fact, I remember some solidarity activists saying that that was just a pipe dream, that you couldn't, expect a peace process to occur in this context, especially when the numbers of political prisoners were actually going up and not down. But the FARC-EP began to unilaterally release prisoners to really show the good faith that they were serious about a peace process. And I would say through a growing drumbeat of of demands for peace from the Colombian people, so much that at one point there was like more than 70% of the Colombian population that was calling for peace. It finally led to 2012. And in 2012 was when the founding of the Marcha Patriótica, which was a movement for just peace, and we were there for that. And after that was founded, it's just everything was on a roll. There had been there was an indigenous Minga, and a Minga is kind of a get together to talk and process things together among indigenous communities. But they were taking this big Minga to the capital city. Then I believe 2012, it might have been a year earlier, I'm not sure. But then again, a famous one, 23. But all of this just made it impossible for the government to not respond. And in 2012, a peace process actually began. That's when the negotiations began for the peace. And I want to say for us, having been traveling in Colombia since 2008, actually 2007, we were traveling there before we started the program just to learn and meet people. But traveling around 2007 up to 2012, you had to pass through so many checkpoints, and we got searched so many times, and sometimes we were detained and questioned illegally, and we were held up for hours because we refused to cooperate and had to get interventions from Colombian Congress people and from lawyers to be released. But it was a very tense situation. I mean, we have been in situations during that period before 2012 where we were present when the military came looking without papers to detain, and who knows what else, to a couple of indigenous activists, because this was not an official raid going on, and we were able to, because we were there, stop that from happening. But I'm just saying that up until 2012, things were really tense. But then when that peace process started in 2012, there was a big relaxation. The retention that stopped on the streets, the military retention points either disappeared or they're very laid back and they weren't pulling everybody off. The threats were going down. There was an atmosphere of joy throughout the country. But in 2016, when the peace accords were actually signed, the paramilitaries and the forces that backed them, the big transnational corporations, the big landowners, the extreme right wing in this country, they started a campaign of violence against the peace process and supporters of the peace process. And that campaign, the killing started going up after that. They're literally, I mean, they're trying every trick in the book, legislatively and however else to stop the peace process. But the killing started going up. And I believe between 2016 and 2018, political activists, human rights defenders, between human rights defenders, social movement activists, and labor leaders and signers of the peace accord were being killed at a rate of 3 persons a day. Then 2018, during the campaign season in which Duque was arrested, that rate started going up to 2 a day. And by the middle of the term and up to now, it's been more like 1 a day. So I just want to emphasize that it's a very difficult thing right now. And this election today, there's many issues at stake, but in so many ways it could be considered a referendum on the peace process itself. And what happens today could decide whether the peace process is saved and we start reversing these killings, or whether the peace process is put in the grave. Okay, we're going to have a live report now from Convo Couch in Bogota, who are there witnessing elections with observers. So I will go ahead and turn camera over.
Cool. You can take.
Wow, are we live? Can you guys hear me there? All right, let me try to plug in my microphone, guys. Everybody, thank you so much for joining in. Me and Fee here with our crew and our delegation. We got Seamus, we got Christine. We're going to put the microphone in real quick and go from there. All right, so you can see we're here at a polling station. All right, we're going to show you where everything comes in. We're going to walk you through the whole. We're going to walk you through the whole process over here. That's the entry right over there behind us. You can see them all coming in. And that from that point, they're going to tell them what mesa they can go to. These are all the mesas over here. They got all the tables, a little booth. Let's go into one area real quick and we'll show you what's going on. So over here is Mesa 10. You got all your different tables. You can see she's going right there. She just finished voting. And what's going to happen is they're going to go over to this Mesa table real quick. First, they're going to try to verify them with this biometric system. You can see that biometric system right there. Right there. Then they're going to go over to the table. Hi, guys. These are the jurors. You guys know each other or no? First time meeting. You're not good friends. You've been hanging out for a while. Ah, there's the conspirators and stuff. So anyways, that's what they're going to do. They're going to go get their biometrics. Then they're going to come over to this table and they're going to give them a ballot. Can you show a ballot? Ah, right there's the ballot. They're going to hold up that ballot. They're going to take that ballot where? Right over here? Right over here to this little kind of makeshift little voting booth center. They got a pen in there, a mask in case you want to get masked up. And when they're done, they're going to come and they're going to drop it right in that box over there. Now, the sheet they have over here, you can see is called an E11. Can I show them that sheet? Perfect right there. Very, very simple sheet. You know, trying to get a good angle. But that's the sheet right there. That's the biometrics, and it's an easy 1, 2, 3 to vote. How long does it normally take to vote here? 5 minutes. Can somebody hold up the number 5 in their hand so we can see? How many minutes? 5. There you go. And that's the whole system. And they're out. So, yeah, you guys can go back to you guys right now, but we wanted to show you the station. We came in the morning. We looked at all these boxes to make sure everything was cool. Nothing was in the boxes. So that's a polling station right here. There's plenty of mesas. You can see it going on. It looks expedient as can be. So that's it for us, guys. Take it away and go back to wherever you're doing. All right.
Oh, hey, I'm back. Okay, I guess right now we're planning on going live to the group that is in La Guajira. Right now we have Raquel Mogollon with the Camino Común, and with Earl Kemick, a close friend and democracy activist from New York City. And they are there with Jason Romero and Gustavo Gallardo, who are both. Gustavo is the president of Fundación Lazos de Dignidad, and they are in La Guajira, which is just a little background. It's home to the largest indigenous nation in Colombia, the Wayu people, large Afro-Colombian population. And because of transnational mining activities and different policies in this country, very depressed, where every year indigenous women or children are dying of hunger and thirst because of the lack of water available, and because the water that is available is being poisoned by mining companies. So a little context about La Guajira. Let's hear from the team, from Raquel Mogollon there in La Guajira. Thank you.
Hola, hola. Hi. We're here.
Hey.
Oh, it's great to see everyone. It's a very exciting day. We're here in Riohacha on the coast. We're not in this place we can show you the beautiful ocean outside of here, but we're in a school here where we arrived just before the polls opened, and there was quite a line. Families coming in. You can see them coming in over here with the men have to be patted down, most of them, the young men, I guess, only. And we're at the table where they're starting with their biometric authentication. So we've just gotten in. Everything's looking good right now, and people are, looking very enthused and excited. But yes, as James was talking about, this is an area that's had so many problems related to extraction in the water. There's drought and hunger in this state. It's one of the most extreme situations of hunger with the Wayuu indigenous people. We're hoping to talk to some people a little bit more later. But as Craig and our other teams out there have been showing you already, this initial part of the process, we're starting here. So we're going to be following through. You can see there's a lot of folks here. All here. And we're very very excited to see what happens today, but to see that the democratic process is ensured and people get to have their vote is going to be counted. So this is Jason from Lazos de Dignidad, Links of Dignity Foundation, who we worked with closely, and Earl Kimmick, and working on doing some interviews earlier that hopefully you'll see some of those as the stream goes forward. Any questions? I don't know, but we're excited to keep moving on to see how the process is working. Hello?
Oh,
All right.
oh, okay. Well, I mean, I've got a lot of questions. First of all, you've been there already for a day, a little bit more than a day, and I was wondering if you could tell us some about the testimonies you've heard and some of the interviews you might have. Give us a little context of what it's been like just in the days right before the election. Have you heard of irregularities, threats? What's the atmosphere in the streets? And also, I know you were in a Cesar in Valledupar and visiting with the camps of the reincorporated people. Of the ex-guerrillas and process of being reintegrated into civil society. But I would wonder just generally, what's the atmosphere, what you've experienced and what you've heard, and also specifically what this means for people from the reincorporated camps, for signers of the peace accords, what they're saying.
Absolutely. Yes, we were in Valledupar yesterday, in the state next to Guajira, and met with did some interviews with the Senator-elect Imelda Daza, which there's an uploaded interview for that. We may see some of that later. She was talking to us about some of the popular ways of vote buying. One of them is that she said these days now they're starting to see parties that will have organize big parties, big fiestas, and invite a lot of people, but everything to come in is free, good food, music, and also raffle prizes. And she says this can be TVs, computers, electronic appliances, and that almost everybody goes home with the prize, and that this is sort of almost like a moral commitment that the people make by just receiving these benefits. They don't necessarily directly say they're selling their votes, but then they feel obligated. So this is a newer tactic that she's seeing happening across the country in some places. And excuse me, and we did spend a little bit of time on the way to Riohacha here with some ex-combatants, some reincorporated citizens in Pondores. That is the zone of reincorporation. And we were able to witness some very disturbing things, especially the fact that people there are living under conditions that are very pretty atrocious. They are living in camps that were built to last, to be temporary places to live for 6 months to a year at the most. And they've been there now 5.5 going on 6 years. Our construction engineer, our specialist here was looking at these, these buildings, and they're just falling apart. Water is coming in, they get flooded when it rains. They're made with these 1/4-inch board that is also has asbestos in it. It's something that's commonly used in the trades, but because they were cut open and they're falling apart, there's contamination there. We understand from this particular zone of reincorporateds that they have lost 3 reincorporated comrades to cancer since they've been in these places. So when we asked them about the elections, they expressed great hope that they will be voting. They're going to have to be moving to taking a car to another nearby town to vote, and they have that arrangement made. But they are in great hope that they have a chance to have their voice heard and maybe have some changes, particularly focused, of course, on the implementation of the peace accords, is one of their greatest hopes for this election.
Now, I know what you're talking about, the raffles and everything. We heard from our friend Mercedes Lemos from the Elvira Collective Farm in Miranda, Alco, where paramilitary violence has been very high. Also, battles between armed groups and massacres by ESMAD and the Colombian military and police. It's been very high there. But she said that people in the area were getting these messages and these phone calls yesterday, the day before the election, from the different organizations associated with the ruling political party and some other political interests that were off telling everybody that they were going to give them something like 2 million pesos, just that all they had to do was come down, collect it, and that they would deposit it. They didn't actually tell them how to vote, but the timing was very interesting. And she said that all during the pandemic, there was nothing. And the day before the elections, they're getting these offers for 2 million pesos per person.
The senator-elect Imelda Daza was telling us that they even know the price, that is the going price, for the votes. They hear from people, and that one of the things she talked about was that in Valledupar, in Riohacha, and Guajira, there's a much higher price to sell your vote because they're trying to maneuver with FICO to take a certain position, and it's something like, I think she said 150 to 200,000 pesos here, which is somewhere in the area of what, maybe $50 or something like that. And in Valledupar, where she is, it's much less, like 50,000. There's literally markets for this vote buying. Yeah. Demand.
I wonder if Jason has anything that he might want to say to us, and if he might be able to.
Yeah, I can translate. So ¿Quieres saber si tiene comentario, Jason, algo de estar aquí? Hemos hablado con la gente aquí.
Pues nada, digamos que ahorita, hace un momento cuando llegamos, mencionar que nos abordó un policía.
So as soon as we got here, he just wanted to mention that we were approached by the police here outside the polling station.
Porque él estaba tomando fotos como de la jornada, observando como el proceso.
So Earl was snapping some photos outside, which we were told at the last minute, of course, that they had given back that right to us to have phones and take pictures. So the police approached when he was taking pictures outside.
Y pues digamos que la excusa que nos dieron era por el tema de seguridad, de que no se podían tomar fotos y esto.
And then he pulled out the usual, which is that for the issues of security, he really shouldn't be taking pictures.
Y bueno, les explicamos quiénes éramos, que estábamos acreditados y que estábamos haciendo una misión de observación electoral. Sin embargo, otra vez aquí adentro nos piden como las credenciales, nuestros nombres y demás.
And then so Jason explained, no, we're with the accredited observation teams here in Colombia, international. And we explained we do have the right to take photographs, and they let us, we came inside. But once we were inside up here, watching people at the biometrics authentication table, they approached us again, asked to take our carnets and check them out again, even though they had already checked us at the door. So
como más para tomar nuestros nombres y esto como un poco se llama intimidación.
So it's a kind of intimidation to actually register your names, to put it down. If you imagine Colombian citizens in this regard as witnesses, it's very intimidating that they will actually, I don't think that there's a question whether that's even legal for them to register your names on a paper. They can look at your credentials, but they're not really supposed to be writing down things about you.
Y eso es algo que ocurre no solo, digamos, en escenarios electorales, sino también en escenarios de defensa de derechos humanos, en movilizaciones y demás. Los y las defensoras de derechos humanos estamos como constantemente intimidados por la policía, con este tipo de acciones.
Yeah, he's saying this is actually a common thing that happens even outside of the elections with defenders of human rights here, that as they're going about, their business in different towns or speaking to people to tell them about their rights or how to document abuses, that they run into this intimidation, whether it's stopping at, roadblocks or checkpoints and having to show their identification over and over, but then also having their names registered. And this is, very dangerous because in the history of this country, those names that are that's a way to, what they say, mark you. If someone sees your name and then there's a person who could be a threat that goes and sees, well, who's coming through here? Who are the human rights defenders here? So this is a process of intimidation for the Colombian citizens that they're unfortunately quite familiar with.
Y no, pues eso, esperemos que la jornada se siga transcurriendo con tranquilidad. Vamos a ver si, digamos, alrededor que podemos observar si hay alguna irregularidad y pues estaremos cerca.
Okay, so he's hoping just basically that the day and the process goes as it's supposed to, that people are able to go through here and mark their votes, and that as we move on, we're going to move around through the inside here of the polling station and also outside, and just have our eyes open for any irregularities, and we'll be quite happy if we don't see them, though that's probably not likely. Bueno.
Well, thank you very much, Raquel and Jason and Earl. We didn't hear from Earl, but they're in a very special place that we've visited many times. It's great to be hearing from these teams. So now we're going to go live to Aminta Thea in Bogota. Aminta is working with our broadcast and with our delegation out here. She's an independent journalist from Nicaragua and living in the United States now. So Aminta, we're waiting to hear from you.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. I'm here in Plaza Bolivar, where this morning I was basically in a sea of international election observers, folks from the CNE, and also really getting to hear words from those that have been able to manage and organize this entire international observation process. Obviously, we understand that there is a mirage of contradictions as we know that Colombia historically for decades has really struggled and experienced a wide array of strife and violence, considering its positionality as a neo-colony, considering the challenges that are embarked on the country due to U.S. imperialism. And we use that structural framework to really understand and contextualize this presidential election today. I will say that upon conducting a series of interviews with other international election observers today, including folks from Honduras, Mexico, Bolivia, and also Peru, we understand that this election for Colombia is incredibly significant for the entire Latin American hemisphere. We know that Colombia has a wide array of contradictions, as I stated before. For example, even understanding that it is a NATO country, even though it is by no means near the North Atlantic. And even further, alongside the sea of observers, I also pointed out that the Organization of American States is present here. Obviously, no surprise knowing that the U.S. government also tried to send the FBI here to be able to validate the election. However, it does speak volumes too that the OAS is here. Meanwhile, in neighboring Venezuela, whose election processes have been much more transparent, and I can speak that also on personal experience, having been there for the mega elections in November of last year and really seeing the process be carried out in the polls. We know that the OAS's representation here is not one that is truly concerned with the advent of protecting democracy, with the protection and importance that is necessary to ensure that civilians have their human rights and needs, something that we obviously know is a significant challenge considering the wide array of genocide and also threats, violence, intimidation that we've seen this election season and also even previously throughout the Colombian political context. So with that being said, I think that it's certainly been an interesting morning to start off. I think it was incredibly profound just coming to Plaza Bolivar, seeing a lot of the graffiti from youth, obviously a more militant revolutionary youth, a youth that is interested in the construction of refortifying the left in Colombia amidst so much of the violence and repression that is experienced in this country, especially that being said too from paramilitaries. And so with all of this contextualized, we'll see what the polls look like as this further develops today, what the results are going to look like after 4 p.m., and what this means moving forward for Colombia, because really, truly, what will occur in Colombia is also so significant for so much of the Latin American hemisphere. It means so much in terms of, if Petro is to win, right, how will that in some ways facilitate social movements, the masses here in terms of fighting U.S. imperialism? How will that impact also relations with countries that, as we all know, John Bolton once famously said, they're considered the troika of tyranny, right? Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, countries that have been on the front line, countries that have faced so much repercussion that is unwarranted because their people have chosen to stand up, and they were able to successfully have revolutions and really also transform their economic structure in a way that also positions itself to combat the interests of finance capital, to combat the interests of the U.S. elite, the foreign elite that continuously wants to subjugate Latin America. And we know too, these things they stem from colonialism. These are things that are structural. We know that this election, things might not change overnight, but the results are going to be incredibly significant moving forward. And I really hope that the left is able to pull strong and that, we'll be able to also point out the repression and the violence, too, from so much of the police, right? So much of the right wing, the state that obviously is by no means really concerned with protecting democracy and its people.
Perspective, I really want to check in with you more throughout the day about that. I guess I think we're going to probably need to cut away from now, but so I'll save my questions for later. I'm very interested in hearing more about people are thinking about these issues internationally and the issues of like the struggle for the second independence. Okay, so did you have something to say, Amita, before we head off to someone else?
Sorry, I lost you there, and I had no audio coming in, so I'm so sorry I didn't actually get to hear what you said. But that was all I had to share. If you can, feel free to chat with someone else.
Well, actually, they're saying, just briefly, in Colombia, there has been this struggle. The Marcha Patriotica had this motto that they're struggling for the second independence, meaning that Colombia not only it had its independence from Spain, but that there's still basically a colonial in a colonial status with neoliberal corporations, transnational corporations, and the U.S. empire, and that they still have to achieve that second independence. And I'm just wondering if you've been talking to people on the streets, if they talk about that or mention those struggles and talk about, where they go forward from this election, no matter.
Certainly, yeah. I think the most contextual example I can give was just speaking to students that have been marching and protesting, especially this past Monday, knowing that, so much of the challenges that they're facing, and this is very particular to their experiences in the education sector. This too, many students link this to imperialism, and they had an understanding how these things are also linked to colonialism. I think the question that you posed is incredibly important, and one that I'll definitely be exploring with folks. As soon as we leave the plaza and talk to folks on the street more. So talk to folks that did vote today, that are going to vote today, because I think it's incredibly important to have those historical connections to understand that what is our primary contradiction here. So much of that is those interests of international, those that are involved in international finance capital, the transnationals, right? Those that are essentially trying to continue the legacy of the expropriation of land and labor, particularly here in Colombia.
Okay, thank you very much, Amita. We'll be talking through to you and to everybody we've been hearing from today. We are going to pass the microphone over now, or the camera over now, to back to Convo Couch, who are ready to go live with Seamus Cook, who is part of the team that is going to be monitoring elections with the Comité Permanente de Derechos Humanos, the Permanent Committee for Human Rights, who are sponsors for this delegation, this mission, co-sponsors. They're going to be in Ciudad Bolivar, which is a very poor and undeveloped section of Colombia, so or of Bogota. So we're going to go ahead and pass over to Congo Couch. Thank you. Oh, you're still downtown in Plaza Bolivar, right? Or no, where are you? Costa and Seamus. We can't hear. Excuse me. I'm not hearing. Okay, it seems like we're having trouble with the audio feed from Seamus and Convo Couch, so we will try to get back to them later. How are we doing? Are we ready to go to David at this point? Okay, I think what we're going to do, we're still trying to get through to some live guests and spots, and we'll be checking in later. But we have a couple of special features today. So today, what we're going to do now, we interviewed Hector Moreno last night at the Loma de Cruz. I mentioned this earlier, and we're going to watch that video now. And Hector is an important leader of Afro-descendant and campesino communities, and he has toured in the U.S., and several of us know who he is. So we will go ahead and watch that video now. Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. We're going back to Convo Couch. Okay, we have audio. Good. We'll wait on the heck.
James Patrick Jordan. Can you hear us now? I hope you guys can. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
We can hear you now.
22 Colombian elections right here in Bogota in the square, the Plaza Square. I'm here with a great man, my man Seamus, who's going to be going to the southern part, I believe, of Bogota in a little bit. So we want to get a little interview with him. He wrote this amazing article. What's the name of the article, and tell us about it?
It's called "Will Biden Accept a Leftist President of Colombia?"
Will Biden accept a leftist? I believe it will be the first leftist president, wouldn't it?
Yes, in Colombia's history, it's very first left president.
Well, from what I hear, he's not like super left, but he's definitely the next choice. What kind of like inspired you to write this article, and what was the message you were trying to get out there? A lot of people know that this is a NATO country here, Colombia.
Well, really, I'm concerned about U.S. foreign policy in Colombia. Many Americans don't know that Colombia is basically the U.S. base for South America. Many people compared Colombia to Israel's role in the Middle East. So the U.S. military has a big footprint here, and the government of the U.S. relies on Colombia for a lot of things. And Biden recently said regional security is a big issue that the U.S. has for Colombia. So Biden and the U.S. government looks at Colombia as part of their own national interests. And a lot of people here don't know what's going to happen with the U.S. government. They've mentioned on the streets here, like they're concerned about it. So if Petro wins today, perhaps, how might Biden react? I think it's pretty obvious. There's going to be some undermining, and in some ways, if not, some have speculated there could be a full-out U.S.-backed coup. Well, we hope not. We hope there's a peaceful transition. But there's a lot riding here that most Americans don't realize the very high stakes for their own country.
That's amazing. Now, we're process geeks. We've been going through the whole process, how to vote, what's the whole procedures, where do you go, which table, where do you sign and whatnot. But you know a lot about the history. You know about like the intimidation and the death squads. Can you give us a little insight to what you've heard about how the people are treated, especially when it comes to the intimidation for voting?
Well, I guess most importantly, 2016 was the peace accords in Colombia, and that was a very major step for Colombians to get out of decades of civil war. That was a U.S.-backed civil war, by the way. So in 2016, the peace accords happened, but then Ivan Duque was elected in 2018, and he was anti-peace accords. He's from the far right. And the U.S. government never supported the peace accords. They never promoted peace. They were for the war that happened for decades, which is why Colombians had to go to Cuba to get a peace accord done. the U.S. wouldn't do it. So the U.S. has supported Ivan Duque more or less during his repression since 2018. And so this really is a historic vote today, because if this vote goes to the right wing, or if there's a coup, the peace accords are done forever. People agree with that completely, and there's no step forward. So if Petro wins and has a mass mobilization behind him, a lot could change very fast. No one knows exactly, but that's kind of the spirit of the Petro backers here.
Thanks for all that inside information. It was kind of crazy when we heard that the mandatory audit they wanted to get, they couldn't get because the Biden administration urged them not to do it because of Russian interference. Instead, they sent the FBI here. Seamus, tell us where we can find us, where we can find you, where we can see your article, and where we can look at more of your work.
Well, there's not much work, but I'm on Twitter. On Counterpunch is my most recent article. And
what's your Twitter address?
It's my name, I believe. Seamus Cook, ShamusCooke.
Thanks so much, brother. You have a great day. That's it for the Convo Couch. Going back to you, James. Thank you so much for holding it down. We'll see you at the next polling station.
Great to hear from you. And yeah, that was very interesting. We are now going to go ahead and go to the video I mentioned earlier with Hector Moreno, spokesperson for CONAFRO and also a member of the Central. Are we ready to roll? Okay, let's see. We are having a little problem with the screen sharing, so I'll go ahead. Let's just check in real quickly, like what some of the latest news is in the votes from so far. What I'm hearing is that everything is going smoothly. I've not yet heard any reports of threats or violence. That doesn't mean they're not happening. That just means I haven't heard the reports. Okay, we are ready to go with the video. Thank you. Seem to be having some trouble with the sound. Hi again. Okay, we're having some technical problems with that video. I'm wondering to the backstage crew, is Dan Kovalik perhaps ready to go? Okay, we're going to check in. We have a couple of featured speakers for this section. One is well, the interview that we did last night with Hector Moreno, and we are also going to be interviewing Dan Kovalik. And Dan Kovalik, for many years, was a lawyer for the United Steelworkers. He's written several books on Venezuela and on Russia and on policies, U.S. policies and transnational corporations activities in Colombia. But you know, one thing about Dan that I probably won't talk to him too much about is that, because you know we'll get to more substantial issues, but he and I had the experience of observing elections together, just the two of us in a village outside of the town of Corinto in Cauca. And we were there for the 2016 plebiscite on the on the peace process. Okay, I believe it may be ready to go forward or not. Okay, here we go. Let's try it again.
Y darse cuenta del paso a paso en este evento tan importante para nosotros como colombianas y colombianas. El día de mañana se van a llevar a cabo elecciones de presidente y vicepresidenta de la República. Yo soy Hector Moreno Carabaliche Rupí, del municipio de Buenos Aires, vocero nacional de CONAFRO.
This is he's welcoming us for being here, and every step of the way. Tomorrow there will be elections for presidency and vice presidency. He's also spokesperson of the
CONAFRO.
CONAFRO, and pues sí.
Sí, muchas gracias por unirse con nosotros esta noche, aunque vamos a mostrar esta mañana en la mañana.
Thank you for being here with us tonight, even though we will be streaming this tomorrow in the morning.
Pero yo creo que es muy importante que vamos a empezar contigo, Hector.
But I think it's very important that we will be starting with you, Hector.
Porque tú puedes darnos un poquito del contexto y ambiente en que van a abrir mañana estas elecciones y qué está pasando para la gente cuando empiecen a ir a las mesas de votación.
Because you could give us some context and show us a little bit about the environment when people will be going into voting during the elections.
Primero, yo quiero saber un poquito de dónde viene en Buenos Aires su historia de activismo allá y cómo es la situación allá en las montañas y en los campos del norte de Cauca.
First, we want to ask where you're from Buenos Aires, and what is the situation over there in the Valle de Cauca, in the mountains.
Bueno, gracias nuevamente, compañeros James y Tania, en nombre de la Alianza por la Justicia Global, por permitirme a través de este medio expresar y dar a conocer un poco ese caminar.
Thank you again, James and Tanya, for letting me express what the situation is like.
Esa lucha a través del tiempo, guiado por nuestros mayores y mayoras.
This is a struggle that's been guided for a while through our elders.
Decir que desde muy pequeño, quizá niño, me involucré en este trabajo tan importante como es la defensa de la vida, la defensa del territorio en nuestras comunidades.
Since I was very small, I've joined this struggle to defend our territories, to defend our communities.
Y sencillamente decir que soy un renaciente, alguien que asumió esta tarea o este compromiso delegado por nuestros mayores y mayoras.
And to say that I'm a descendant of this struggle, of this role that was passed on by my elders, our elders.
Buenos Aires está ubicado al noroccidente del departamento del Cauca.
Buenos Aires is located in the west of Cauca.
Piedemonte de la cordillera occidental.
In the mountain of the west.
The western chain of the
western
Andes
chain
Mountains.
Of the Andes Mountains.
Habitado mayoritariamente por población negra.
Populated mostly by a Afro population.
Descendiente de nuestros ancestros que fueron esclavizados.
Descendants of our ancestors who were slaves.
También ahí hemos compartido territorio con población indígena.
There we've also shared territory with indigenous communities.
Con la cual conjuntamente hemos defendido el territorio.
With who we have together defended the territory.
Hemos tenido históricamente amenazas por parte de agentes, digamos, foráneos, por así decirlos, como presencia de transnacionales para explotar nuestros recursos naturales renovables y no renovables en el territorio.
We've been threatened with foreigners, as they say, transnational foreigners who have been after our resources, both renewable and unrenewable.
Afectados por la explotación minera a gran escala.
Exploited by the grand scale mining industry.
Afectados por la construcción de represas, como lo fue la construcción de la Salvajina desde el año 83 hasta el año 89 en el municipio de Suárez. Hablo del Buenos Aires Grandes.
¿Me puede repetir? ¿Represas, dams?
Sí, ¿cómo?
Dams. Que me lo repite los años.
Afectados por la construcción de la represa Salvajina, cuya construcción empezó más o menos en los años 83 y se culminó esa obra en el año 89.
Oppressed by the construction of the dam Salvajina, which was started in 83 and ended in 89.
La cual generó un impacto desproporcionado a nuestras comunidades que habitaban dicho territorio.
Which created a great disproportion of our communities who made up that.
Con la construcción de esta represa perdimos, hubo un rompimiento del tejido social, hubo por así decirlo, un desplazamiento o desarraigo masivo de nuestros pueblos originarios en esas comunidades.
There was a destruction of the social fabric there, exploitation of the communities that had been existing there, a displacement.
Y aún estamos pagando los impactos negativos que la construcción de esta represa generó en dichas comunidades.
And we're still paying the effects of what this dam has caused to our communities.
Otro de los megaproyectos que han generado desarraigo, afectación de la identidad, pérdida de la tierra y la cultura en nuestras comunidades, tiene que ver con la expansión de los cultivos de caña de azúcar en el norte del Cauca.
Me lo repite otra vez.
Otra de las actividades o monocultivos que han generado desarraigo y pérdida de la tierra y identidad en el norte del Cauca es el cultivo o expansión de la caña de azúcar.
Another form of that's caused destruction is the monoculture of sugarcane, which has also displaced our communities and affected our communities.
Otra situación en los últimos años que se ha generado pues ha sido la confrontación armada por parte de actores legales e ilegales al interior del territorio, lo que pues ha generado múltiples hechos de victimización al interior de las comunidades.
Another struggle that's happened is the armed confrontation between people from inside and outside the communities that have also threatened the communities.
Situaciones de violación de derechos humanos por parte de la fuerza pública a nivel territorial.
The violence of human rights by the public force in the territory.
La presencia paramilitar en el año 2000, precisamente en el mes de junio, se cumplen 22 años de la incursión paramilitar en el municipio de Buenos Aires.
22 años.
22 años.
So the presence of the paramilitaries since 2000 concludes 22 years of this paramilitary presence there.
Esta presencia paramilitar fue en complicidad por parte del gobierno en cabeza de la fuerza pública al interior del municipio.
This was the government was complicit in this and with the paramilitary through this time.
Dejaron estelas de asesinados, compañeros asesinados, masacres, desplazamientos forzados de forma masiva al interior de nuestras comunidades.
There was numerous assassinations, massacres, and mass displacement through this.
Mencionar que con todos estos elementos y situaciones de victimización que alteran la desarmonía, alteran la armonía y el buen vivir en el territorio, nos ha tocado que luchar.
Needing to confront, these threats, these imitations.
O sea, estaba diciendo que con todas estas situaciones que se han presentado de desarmonía a nivel territorial, nos ha tocado que organizarnos para luchar.
Okay. So this imitation, this threat has caused this harmony, which has forced us to join this struggle.
O sea, a mayor represión, mayor organización para poder hacer resistencia a toda esta situación que se ha presentado.
So major oppression has led to major organization to defend our lands.
Héctor, ¿se puede hablar de todo esto un poquito en el contexto de las elecciones? Yo tengo dos preguntas con respecto a esto.
Could you talk about this with more context in regards to elections?
Primero, usted fue candidato para representativo de las víctimas de su región, ¿sí?
Sí.
Firstly, you were representative of the victims. A candidate
For House of Representatives.
for House of Representatives of the victims in your community.
Y yo sé que, por ejemplo, en las elecciones para el Congreso oímos reportes de mucho fraude que únicamente por la intervención de observantes y aspectos del sistema legal previnieron este fraude masivo, ¿correcto?
So, and we've been hearing a lot about the elections and the irregularities, the election fraud, observers not being allowed into the country.
And in March, in the congressional election.
In March, in the congressional elections in March.
Sí, y quiero, si puede hablar un poquito a nosotros sobre su candidatura.
And if you could talk a little bit about your candidacy.
Si estaba en peligro en cualquier momento.
If you were in danger at any time.
Si fue una campaña que pasó sin irregularidades.
If it was a campaign that was without irregularities.
Y finalmente, 3 días antes de la elección, usted recibió una amenaza que listó varios activistas de su región, incluyendo usted y su familia. Y esta amenaza por parte de las Águilas Negras fue especialmente declaró objetos de la guerra, blancos, ambientalistas, defensores de derechos humanos y líderes negros. Hay un aspecto racista.
And so in the last 3 days before election, you've been part of
He was threatened.
He was threatened. He was part of a group of activists who were threatened by the Black Eagles, las Águilas Negras, and which included.
They threatened environmentalists, human rights defenders, and Black leaders, specifically Black leaders. And I would like to hear about this and something about the racist aspects of this threat, you know.
Bien, bueno, antes de dar una respuesta concreta a mi candidatura en especial, tengo que hablar un poco más o menos de dónde surgen las candidaturas especiales para la paz.
Before talking specifically about my candidacy, I have to talk about how these candidacies happen.
Bueno, ese espacio de participación de las candidaturas o curules especiales para la paz son producto del acuerdo de paz.
So these candidacies for peace are again a result of the peace accord.
Donde en el marco de una forma de reparar integralmente a las víctimas y a sus regiones, se definen 16 regiones que según el diagnóstico que se ha hecho históricamente en el marco del conflicto armado, pues estas fueron las más afectadas por el mismo.
And to put into the frame of the victims, which the communities of the victims, which is 16 regions, these regions are one of the most affected, which I'm part of.
Hace 4 años se aplazó esta gran posibilidad a través o por medio del Congreso de la República, donde negó esa posibilidad de participación.
4 years ago, this kind of participation was denied. Right?
Y efectivamente lo hicieron sistemáticamente porque sabían que si en su momento daban el visto bueno, aprobaban las curules especiales para la paz, daban la posibilidad de participar del debate electoral, había llegado la mayoría de la gente que representa los intereses realmente del pueblo como tal.
Que dijo que me lo puede repetir otra vez.
O sea, este espacio de participación fue negado en el Congreso de la República. ¿Y por qué lo hicieron? Porque sabían, o sea, este sistema, este gobierno sabía que si aprobaba en ese momento la participación de las víctimas en el debate electoral, no tenían gente, digamos, de sus entrañas para representarlos en el Congreso.
Okay. So this was denied because they knew that that people, the popular movements would rise up, and so that's why the government denied them, because they didn't want these people who truly represent the victims to be part of it.
We will be showing the rest of that video later. We have just connected with David Escobar and Tanya Nunez, who are part of our live video stream, going to be reporting throughout the day from the streets of Cali. So Tanya and David, are you there? Are you ready to roll? Well, while we're getting ready, I think we're still gonna, oh, here we are.
Enseñan me. Hi.
Hi.
Yeah,
Hi.
we're here at, I'm Tanya Nunez and I'm with David, and we're at the Coliseo del Pueblo, which is in the south of Cali. And as you could see, there's a lot of people here ready to participate. It's about 9:07 here, and there's a big amount of people ready to vote, ready to participate.
I was wondering if David is might be available or could say a few words about Cali, or maybe, you know, Tanya, you could, if someone could talk a little bit about the significance of Cali in terms of the national strike and give us a little context of what was going on here in 2021 and what kind of impact that might have had on the elections.
Sorry, you're breaking. What was the question again?
I was just wondering, just very briefly, if it maybe talk a little bit about Cali and the national strike, and just let people a brief review of what was going on here in 2021, the repression, the people in the streets, and whether or not that had anything to do with the atmosphere regarding the elections today.
Yeah. So I actually have David here, who is from Cali, and he could maybe give a better explanation, analysis on the protests that happened last year, which, you know, to this day you see the effects in the city, and how it kind of shook the city in a way. And so I'm gonna pass you to David, and maybe he could talk a little bit of the situation. See, yeah, hold on.
Are you there, David? Oh, they need a moment to just switch. Oh, as you'll know, as many of you will know, in 20. Okay, here we have.
Hi.
Hi. Let's. You know what?
So I have David here, and we could barely hear you, but.
Hello. James?
Yeah.
Hello, James.
Because you did a lot of reporting from the streets during the national strike, I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit.
Cannot hear you.
Cannot hear me. Okay. Hello? Can the people on tech hear me? Well, while can you hear me now?
James, we don't have audio. We are not listening to you.
Can you hear me? You still cannot hear me. Yeah, let's go ahead and cut to Dan. But hey, Dan, how are you doing?
James, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Getting this thing off the road and off the ground. Very excited. About the elections going on. The whole country seems to be buzzing, with a lot of different things, buzzing with tension, buzzing with excitement, buzzing with preoccupation. I guess it kind of depends on what the latest news is and what people are hearing. But Dan, before we get started, as we get started, I want to talk not just to you as a person who knows a lot about Colombia, but as a person that we have had some shared experiences here. And Dan, of course, you were a lawyer with the United Steelworkers. You are a human rights lawyer, and you are a prolific author about U.S. imperialism and U.S. activities around the world, especially written books about Venezuela, Colombia, Russia, just prolific. But you and me personally, we went in 2016 to a little village outside the municipality of Colombia, and we were observing that plebiscite.
Yes.
The plebiscite, right, about the peace process. And first of all, just the experiences we had. There's so many, but I remember when you brought that peace flag to the polling booth.
Yes.
And we had all these military people that came down there right as we were getting there to, like, there's a whole little troop of military people. What happened when you unveiled that peace flag?
Well, the people were very excited, and I recall they even hung it over the polling area because, of course, the plebiscite was about whether to support the peace process. And people were very excited that we were there and, again, had this peace flag. And it was an amazing day. It was mostly, very poor people, peasants and whatnot. It was a very strong leftist area. And, it was a very celebratory day. People were very excited. As you mentioned, as people now are. Sadly, that day did not turn out great. Very early in the evening, we found out that the plebiscite had gone down. And remember, we took a bus down into the town and all the lights went out. And we were like, wow, what's going to happen here, And of course, in a way, that was symbolic of what did happen with the peace process because, the government really never honored it. And they've killed, well over 1,000 social leaders since that time, killed ex-FARC combatants in a very one-sided war. And that's kind of, brings us to this point where we now have a candidate in Gustavo Petro who wants to honor the peace, who wants to, he was one of the, as senators, one of the first people to reveal the para-political scandal, right? Showing that many in government and the military were embedded with the paramilitaries, and he wants to, delink those ties between the government and paramilitaries and ultimately get rid of the paramilitaries, which makes him a threat, of course, to many in Colombia because the elites back the paramilitaries to defend their interests, their profits. But yeah, the experience you and I had where it was incredible, and people opened their doors to us and fed us. And it was a beautiful time. Of course, we also went to that house where a social leader had been murdered very shortly before we got there. Remember that? And there were still chickens running around, the guy's chickens, right? And geese, and the house, the
There was still
remaining
food
people who
set on
lived
the
there just
table.
fled.
Yeah, there's still food set on the table.
Yeah. And that again is Colombia. It's a country that's lived through this violence, for many years. I mean, again, Petro, who I know well, Gustavo Petro, once said he actually traces the violence, the political violence, all the way back to 1903, when the U.S. supported political violence to take Panama and cut it off from Colombia so that they could have the canal, and that since that time, it's been a very violent country politically. And of course, then you had the violencia, which followed the murder of Jorge Gaitan in 1948, who was running for president. And some people have, seen Jorge Gaitan as a cautionary tale when they talk about Petro, because he is under threat. And his vice presidential candidate, Francia Marquez, is under threat. And they've been, campaigning with riot shields in front of them to protect them from possible assassins and whatnot. So it's an incredible time for Colombia, but also a time of great hope. I think Petro and Francia represent that hope. I recently did a little video vlog where I said this was one of the most important elections in the hemisphere in many years, because if Colombia could go a progressive path and demilitarize Colombia, right? And that also means breaking it off from U.S. domination, military domination. It would be huge. And so we have to really accompany them through this process and then, for a long time after, because this is not going to be an easy road for the people there.
Dan, I wanted to just, we got some breaking news here that I wanted to interrupt and to mention, and we're trying to get more information on it. And as soon as we have it, we're going to let people know. But our host, we have a team. We have an observation team here that is like the Alliance for Global Justice, National Lawyers Guild, Red Green Alliance of Denmark, and the People's Human Rights Observatory, an international coalition based in Mexico, or in Oaxaca. And anyway, I'm just hold up just a minute. I'm reading and talking at the same time.
Sure.
But Daniela Gonzalez is from the People's Human Rights Observatory, but they are being hosted in Cucuta, a very difficult area on the border where they are observing, and their host from the Permanent Committee for Human Rights, CPDH, has been detained. Their host, Eliana Safra, has been detained by the police there, and she is a known human rights defender. And as soon as we have more details, we're going to talk more about that. But I will say that this sort of thing has been happening throughout Colombia. Several international observers were denied entry to the country. There have been a lot of unusual things going on, to say the least. Not only the fraud that happened in 2013, but, like, for instance, firing the mayor of Medellin for allegedly saying things that could be interpreted as expressing opinion or interfering with the elections, just statements. And I forget the statements, but they were very not problematic. Yet no action was taken against the head of the military who spoke out explicitly against Petro, which is a violation of law. So we're seeing all kinds of irregularities. And just, you have observed many elections, and you are a lawyer with that very familiar with international law and human rights law. Do you have a response to what we're seeing happening in this way in these elections?
Well, it's very disturbing. I mean, and as you say, you and I have observed elections in Colombia. Honestly, the system even that they have, I don't find to be very reliable. You know, if you compare it to Venezuela's, for example, which has this very elaborate system that has a electronic voting system that's backed by a paper ballot. In Colombia, you merely have these paper ballots that people vote on behind a cardboard box that sometimes the wind blows over. And then, you know, what we witnessed is, you know, ballots being taken away in like black trash bags to be counted, hopefully to be counted. But there's a feeling that, you know, they may not be counted. They may end up in a ravine somewhere.
Dan,
And of course, Colombia.
Dan,
Yeah.
Please go on, but I just wanted to interrupt right now to say that Eliana Zafra has been released. She was detained for about 20 minutes. I don't have any more details than that, but she has been released. So go ahead.
But the bigger issue, of course, again, is political violence. I mean, you have, and it's incredible because you don't hear about this in the mainstream press in the U.S. I mean, that, you know, you have people, social leaders, human rights leaders, union leaders, Afro-Colombian leaders, indigenous leaders regularly killed in Colombia. This is a almost daily occurrence there. And, you know, that's the bigger issue that impacts elections. Again, you now have the major candidate, you know, the favored candidate for president, Gustavo Petro, and Francia Marquez, his vice presidential candidate, under grave threat. Even some of the American papers that have been, you know, reporting on this, to the extent they report on it at all, have talked about that. There's a good article actually in the Wall Street Journal recently about them being under threat, you know, and you don't see that in Venezuela. You know, you don't see that in Nicaragua, which are countries that the U.S. criticizes as being undemocratic or whatever. But in Colombia, to be a social leader, to be an opposition leader, is to put your life in your hands, is to risk your life, you know. And so, you know, they need as much accompaniment and support as possible. And for people like you, what you're doing, which is great, to shed a light on what's happening. I mentioned that Cucuta, by the way, was where Isidro Hill was killed, the union leader, inside a Coca-Cola plant in 1986, I think. It's a long while ago. Maybe it was 96. Sorry, 96. And that was the big basis of our lawsuit against Coca-Cola. So I'm very familiar with Cucuta, which has been a city very much overrun by paramilitaries over the years. So it's very dangerous. As you say, it's a border city with Venezuela. You know, and there's, again, people there suffer a lot of political violence. And that's the biggest issue that impacts the elections. But there is also known fraud, you know, in these elections. That always make it hard to determine the true outcome. And I'm sure that people there are concerned about that now.
I have a question, going back to that peace flag. One thing I remember, again, it was very unusual to see all the battalion of soldiers marching up there. But the soldiers were there the whole day, as we were, and we talked to some of them. Some of them talked to us. You know, some of them were just very neutral. Some of them obviously didn't like us being there. But there were some who actually seemed to really be glad to see us there. And I remember a couple of Afro-Colombian people that helped you put up that flag.
Right.
And wanted to have their pictures taken with us. And they were all smiles. And I want to just follow up. There was the case, I forget the man's name, but there was a man who took a campaign to the people of Colombia about the issue of the false positives, because his son had been a soldier who refused to kill false positives. That is, kill civilians and dress them up and claim them as enemy FARC combatants, which happened to thousands and thousands of Colombians, but this one soldier refused to do that, and he himself was killed. And on the closing day of Petro's campaign rally in the Plaza Bolivar, I went there and I took a photo. I wish I had it available now, of a man with a big sign, and he was saying that his son was a soldier who was killed by the M19. And Petro, of course, in his youth had been a part of the M19, but he said he was supporting Petro because Petro was opening a road to peace, and he wanted this violence to end.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, and I know we hear so much about the horrors that the Colombian military commits, but so many of those soldiers are poor people who have no choice. They're drafted and it's compulsory service. And I'm wondering, this Petro coalition seems to be so broad that it even includes like the father of someone who was killed in a clash with the M19. And what does that tell you about how pervasive the desire for peace is, and how much this desire cuts across lines that it has not cut across before? Do you think that's going on?
Yeah, well, I mean, Colombia is a country that I think violence has been the main, political violence has been the main barrier to Colombia's development, and its ability to move forward as a country, as a modern state, which it should be able to. It has incredible resources, right? I mean, some of the greatest deposits of gold and emeralds and other minerals and even oil and fresh water in the world. It's very biodiverse. It's very diverse ethnically. It's a country that should be prospering. Instead, it's one of the most unequal societies on earth. There's places that you go that have poverty that is incredible, right? When you go to some of these indigenous areas, like in La Guajira, which I visited, where the Wayu people live, where their water's been cut off by a mining company that dammed their river, and you have thousands of kids who died of starvation there. And Quibdó, where I visited, where they don't, at least when I was there a few years ago, didn't even have sewage or running water, a huge Afro-Colombian city. I mean, this is a country that is not what it could be.
Hey, Dan, we go ahead and wrap up. We're going to cut away one soon.
That's fine.
But I have one more question I want to ask you quickly. Petro, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. We've got Eliana on the phone.
That's okay. That's okay,
right,
brother.
And then a couple of other people coming in.
Right.
But I did want to ask you, because this is an area of such expertise for you, and you talked about I mean, there's the issue of Colombia's role in the world as a partner in imperialism. Of course, Petro has said some problematic things about Venezuela, and including about Russia and relations that way, support of U.S. positions. And so is this a revolution in Colombia? Is it a partial revolution should Petro win? And what will be the future of the struggle against empire and our attitude towards Colombia? I know that's a big question, but kind of briefly, can you comment on this, what you see for the future and how we take this struggle forward?
I think it is revolutionary from the standpoint that he wants to truly democratize a country that is not democratic. He wants to bring peace to a country that has not known peace in decades. That's revolutionary. I think it's not a socialist revolution at this point. I don't think probably that's even possible at this point, but it's a nationalist struggle. It's a struggle for national independence as well, especially from the United States. So I think, it's a progressive movement. It maybe doesn't represent everything that we would want as leftists, but I just think it's a realistic movement for where Colombia is now. And if he could accomplish some of those things we've talked about, if he could bring peace to the country, if he could bring a truly democratic system to the country, if he could break the hold that the elites have over the military and political process, that would be revolutionary change. And that would be a change that all of Latin America would welcome, because Colombia is a launching pad for U.S. empire. It is a partner of NATO, the only one in Latin America. So again, what he represents is something revolutionary, but I think not necessarily the whole enchilada, but I think, I think it's the necessary step that needs to happen right now.
Okay, thanks a lot, Dan. It looks like we have a couple of live updates come. Oh, okay. It's okay. We have a little time to kill, but yeah, you know how it is. When you're doing a live broadcast and it from the all over Colombia with the grassroots in a situation like this, things can be quite chaotic.
No,
Okay.
of course, you have a lot of issues there, I'm sure, with internet, different things. So, that you're doing this at all is great. This is a great service to people. Colombia is a country that does not get coverage in the U.S. the way it should, given its importance in the world and given how close it is to the United States, as an ally and whatnot. So this is very important. And I support what you're doing. I wish I were there with you, for sure. This is, again, a historic moment for Colombia. Many of us have followed Petro's career from being in the M19 to being a senator to being the mayor of Bogota. This guy has had more political lives than a cat. Really. So it's an amazing struggle. And he's a colorful figure, and it's very exciting. And I hope people, if they're not interested in Colombia now, they get interested in Colombia, and get interested in Petro. And I think if it's a free and fair election, he'll win, but he'll need even more support then, because the heat will be turned up for sure on him. So, and actually my time has drawn nigh. I need to run at this point, James, but I appreciate you having me on, and I hope I can come on again. And I value what you're doing, your friendship, comradeship, and this is great.
Well, we very much value you, Dan. Very much. You've been such a help to our organization and to me personally in my work. And I really appreciate you being here as our first featured interview of the day. And we will stay in touch. Thanks for everything.
Thank you, James. Be well, my friend.
Be well.
Okay.
Okay. Ahorita vamos a tener estamos listos para actualizaciones en español. Este es el parte de la agenda que tenemos para transmisiones en español. Sin embargo, no tenemos listo los reporteros para hacer las actualizaciones. Así, por ahora, vamos a continuar con el documental, la entrevista con Hector Moreno Caraballi, un vocero para CONAFRO y también integrante del Centro Pacífico. Y este video is bilingüe in English y español. So we're going to cut back to the video with Hector. This would normally be our Spanish-speaking part of the broadcast with updates. This is a bilingual video, so enjoy whatever language you speak, just as long as it's Spanish or English. Okay, thank you.
Jurídica, y ya en el año, a finales de, digamos, en agosto, septiembre del 2021, a través de sentencias y definiciones de la Corte Constitucional y el Consejo de Estado, entonces se aprueban o se reglamentan estas curules especiales para la paz.
Okay, so after a few court hearings, debates, it was finally approved después de 4 años. Oh.
Después de 4 años, y ahora solamente en agosto, septiembre del 2021, es que la Corte Constitucional, digamos, le da vida y el Consejo de Estado a las curules especiales para la paz.
Okay, and so yeah, through court hearings and it was finally approved 4 years this August 2021 for candidacies for peace to be able to participate.
En ese orden de ideas, quien les habla pone a consideración su nombre para participar de este espacio tan importante para nosotros como pueblos oprimidos, como pueblos olvidados.
Usted puso su nombre.
Pongo a consideración mi nombre al pueblo colombiano, a las víctimas que somos parte del PD, que es la región de PD, Norte del Cauca y Alto Patín.
So I put my name into consideration to represent, my people who are the victims of this oppression.
Teniendo en cuenta que para poder participar de este escenario, el gobierno puso una cantidad de trabas. Trabas, digamos, burocracia, requisitos para poder cumplir esos requisitos y poder aspirar.
Knowing that the government would be put obstacles in place.
¿Por qué el gobierno pone esta cantidad de requisitos o traba o obstáculos? Pues efectivamente es para negarnos la participación como tal.
And why does the government put these requirements, these obstacles, this bureaucracy? Because in order for us to fail, to not be able to join.
En resumidas cuentas, me inscribí ante la registraduría, empecé a hacer mi trabajo, mi recorrido, donde se pudo en las comunidades, porque quiero decir que este proceso electoral se desarrolló o se ha desarrollado en un contexto de violencia al interior de la región.
Despite all this, I registered. What was the last part? Lo que se registró por.
O sea, quiero decir que este debate electoral, esta campaña electoral al Congreso de la República anterior y como candidatos y candidatas por las curules especiales de paz, se desarrolló en un contexto complejo.
That this developed in a very complex context, in a violent context.
Al punto de que el gobierno se comprometió a apoyar logísticamente a los candidatos y candidatas por las curules especiales de paz y desafortunadamente no cumplió con ese apoyo logístico.
Que no cumplió, que se...
O sea, logísticamente el gobierno se comprometió a apoyar a los candidatos y candidatas por las curules especiales de paz.
So logistically, the government
Committed.
Like supported.
Was committed but didn't accomplish. Government was committed to.
Oh yeah, the government was committing to supporting these candidates for peace, but ultimately they didn't.
Con toda esta situación tan compleja de orden público, de no tener la posibilidad de recursos logísticos para poder llegarle a las comunidades, se nos presentaron varias situaciones.
And with this situation, not having the resources, the support, we were faced with, a lot of problems.
Uno, no poder hacer la pedagogía.
First is not being able to do the pedagogy.
Al interior de las comunidades.
In the communities, within the communities.
Segundo, el tema de orden público fue lo peor que nos pudo ocurrir.
The theme of public order.
Fue lo peor que nos pudo
ocurrir. What was the worst that could happen to us? The security.
Personalmente recibí amenazas.
Personally, I received threats.
Hi, estamos en español o inglés, estoy un poquito confundido. Estamos acá con Daniela y Lina. Bienvenidos, Daniela. Ya oímos que han tenido unos problemas. Quiero que esta es una transmisión muy importante y quiero saber si Nina tal vez podría darnos interpretación. ¿Es posible? ¿A inglés o difícil? O Jeff, si Jeff está. No oímos a ustedes. No, no podemos oírse. Ok. ¿Aló? Okay, tal vez I'm wondering if we should no hay nada, no hay nada. Ok, yo creo que hasta que podemos resolver este problema que vamos a necesitar tener un descanso por un rato de las transmisiones en vivo. We're going to take a break from the live missions. We are going to have some recorded material to run. Así sí, vamos a tener una descanso. We're going to take a break. I'm wondering, we have videos lined up. Can we run the Hector video and perhaps Camilo Pozos? Okay. Más alto en el país.
I want to interrupt and say that this region has the highest number of threats in the country.
Y dentro de este contexto,
And within this context,
hay no protección para la gente o para candidatos como Hector.
There's no protection for the candidates like Hector
Or
activists.
Sí, o sea, ahí James tiene toda la razón. Yo hablaba precisamente de ese contexto difícil de orden público, hablando de la violencia que digamos, se recrudeció en el territorio por la falta del cumplimiento en la implementación del acuerdo de paz por parte de este gobierno.
Yeah, I agree with James. This is what I have been trying to express, that the lack of security and the lack of commitment from the government to implement the peace accord has led to all these struggles.
Claro, ese es el pago que hoy estamos pagando las comunidades por falta de compromiso de este gobierno en el marco de la implementación del acuerdo de paz.
This is the price communities are paying now because of the government's failure to implement the peace accord.
Y eso es lo que ha generado, digamos, el levantamiento de muchos grupos que hoy se autodenominan de diferentes maneras en la región, y lo que con ello ha generado es, digamos, a la cohección de los procesos, a los asesinatos de líderes sociales, a la represión del movimiento social y popular.
And because of this, there's been an uprising of the people in these regions. But it's led, it's been followed up with bureaucracy, violence and oppression.
O sea, no nos explicamos cómo una de las regiones más militarizadas del país, donde hay ejército, policía, por todo lado, se dan estos niveles de violencia como los que se han presentado y se presentan a diario en Buenos Aires. No hay quien responda, no hay pronunciamientos.
There's no answers for, you know, why this region is like the most heavily militarized and why this violence continues. There's no answers for us.
No logramos, Jane y Tania, el objetivo que nos fijamos con mi candidatura, pero considero que fue una experiencia muy hermosa. No tuvimos un peso para ofrecerle a nadie, pero hicimos un trabajo muy importante y nos quedó una gran experiencia.
We didn't reach our goal of winning, but we thought it was very powerful and we were able to connect with a lot of people. And yeah, it was a powerful thing to do.
Tengo una pregunta más y tal vez no sé si pero tengo una pregunta más y quiero saber como vocero para afrocolombianos, como vocero, portavoz para campesinos, para vocero de tu comunidad, como defensor de derechos humanos y como hombre muchas veces amenazado, incluso en los 3 días pasados. En este contexto, ¿qué busca en estas elecciones? ¿Qué es su esperanza?
As a representative of Afro-Colombians, of farmers, of your community, and with all the threats you've been getting, including the last 3 days, what do you see about these elections?
¿Qué es su esperanza?
What's your hope?
Bueno, pues yo tengo que mencionar que esto es un momento histórico, digamos, en el contexto colombiano. Hoy más que nunca estamos cercanos al poder.
This is a historical moment in the context of Colombia, and we are very close to power.
Donde aspiramos que el pueblo sea gobierno.
Where we aspire that the people be the government. People rule.
Históricamente hemos estado gobernados por los mismos.
Historically, we've been governed by the same people.
Y mañana 29 de mayo eso va a cambiar.
And tomorrow, the May 29th, that will change.
Eso va a suceder.
That is going to happen.
Hay una gran expectativa.
There's a big expectation.
Máxime hoy que tenemos a una compañera, además de ser negra, de ser mujer, parida en este suroccidente colombiano, que va a ser vicepresidenta.
Even as we have a vice president, despite as well as being black and gay and a woman, she's also part of our region. Is also part of our region.
Y el sistema hoy ve que va a perder el poder.
And the system sees that it's going to lose power.
Y por eso ha diseñado estrategias para callarnos.
And that's why it's imposed strategies to try to silence us.
Siguen asesinando.
They keep killing.
Siguen desarraigando.
They keep displacing.
Y siguen desplazando.
Displacing.
Exacto.
Yeah.
A líderes y dirigentes sociales.
And leaders and social activists.
Nos quieren callar.
They want to silence them.
Pero no lo van a lograr.
But they will not be able to.
Porque estamos convencidos.
Because we're convinced
que el pueblo colombiano,
that the people of Colombia,
que el movimiento social y popular,
that the social and popular movement
va a ser coherente con lo que dice y hace en las calles.
Will be reflective in the streets and what happens in the streets.
No hay que temer.
There's no fear.
Hay que seguir, hay que continuar.
We must continue.
En la búsqueda.
In the finding.
Por esa anhelada libertad.
For that liberation.
Y ese grito de libertad lo vamos a dar mañana a las 4 de la tarde.
And that yell of that yell for liberation, we're gonna have it tomorrow at 4.
Personalmente, ya como que me he acostumbrado a las amenazas.
Personally, I've gotten used to the threat.
Ya como que estamos acostumbrados. Ya me he acostumbrado a panfletos, a llamadas, a mensajes de texto y demás.
That, you know, with the threats that the government does to intimidate us, to disillusion us, I've gotten used to it. The pamphlets, the calls.
Y pues decía también, o digo, lo que vimos es que la familia no lo toma de la misma manera que lo tomo yo a nivel personal.
And on a personal level, like I said, my family doesn't see it the same way I do.
Hay que entrar a explicar, inclusive hasta maquillar.
You have to explain in a way, you know, kind of cover it.
Para que puedan asumirlo o tomarlo de una manera sin que eso genere, digamos, alguna situación más compleja desde el punto de vista anímico.
So they could take it in a way that's less complicated, less disillusioning.
Pero también les he dicho que a este mundo venimos a hacer algo.
But I've also told them that in this world we've come with a purpose.
Yo nací para servir.
I was born to serve.
Vivo sirviendo.
I continue serving.
Y me iré de este mundo físicamente sirviendo.
And I will leave this world physically serving.
Porque no podemos ser inferiores al compromiso que nos delegaron nuestros mayores y mayoras.
Because we cannot undermine the role that our elders have passed down to us.
Porque siempre ellos desearon buscar caminos de vida digna, caminos de libertad a través de la lucha de los pueblos.
Because they've always tried to find paths for liberation, paths for a life of dignity in the struggles of the people.
Así que ni un paso atrás.
Therefore, no steps back.
Unidad, lucha y organización.
Unity, struggle, and organization.
Pues muchas gracias, Hector. Y para toda transferencia, yo quiero decir que Hector y yo somos parte de colectivo del Centro Pacífico y también la Alianza por la Justicia Global y con Afro servimos juntos en este colectivo con sede en Cali. Muchas gracias.
Ok, no, a ti.
Do you want us to say
I just want to say for full disclosure that Hector and I and his organization CONAFRO and the Alliance for Global Justice are both part of the Centro Pacifico, which I should mention is a community center that provides meeting space for popular movements and lodging, temporary lodging for human rights accompaniers and people fleeing political violence.
Ok, Jay, no, muchas gracias por ese trabajo tan importante de incidencia a nivel internacional. Esa hermandad y esa fraternidad es lo que nos une como pueblos hermanos. La verdad que mil gracias por esta acogida, por llevar nuestra voz a los Estados Unidos.
No, thank you, James, for creating this solidarity, which is so important. This international solidarity, which is so important, and raising our voice and for the United States to hear.
Thanks.
Gracias.
Okay, thank you and welcome back. Gracias, bienvenidos. Vamos a... Este es nuestra parte de español, pero no estaba planeando estar moderando pero aquí estoy. Pero tenemos una transmisión, entrevista muy importante ahorita que viene de Daniela González del Observatorio por los Derechos Humanos de los Pueblos. Ella es la líder de delegación ahorita a Cúcuta por la frontera con Venezuela y esta mañana fue detenido brevemente nuestros huéspedes ya del Comité Permanente de Derechos Humanos. Eliana, ¿cómo es? Pues Daniel puede contarnos lo que ha pasado y el apellido de Eliana, que es CPDH y qué está pasando ahorita.
Hola James, ¿sí me escuchas?
Sí, sí, bien.
Ah,
Y
bueno,
muy bueno verte.
igualmente, pues aquí fíjate que estamos arrancando este 29 de mayo, pues con esta jornada electoral aquí en Cúcuta, en el norte de Santander, pues iniciamos con graves violaciones a los derechos humanos, a los derechos políticos. En este caso específico, como ya bien lo dijiste, pues aquí nos encontramos un equipo de compañeras y compañeros observadores internacionales. Nos encontramos un equipo de 4 personas de diversas organizaciones, como ya lo decías, el Observatorio de Derechos Humanos de los Pueblos, la Alianza por la Justicia Global, el Partido el Partido Rojiverde de Dinamarca, personas de Estados Unidos, de Alemania, de México, y en coordinación con nuestras compañeras y compañeros del Comité Permanente de Derechos Humanos y también la Fundación Lazos de Dignidad, pues estamos aquí haciendo observancia y pues justamente nos encontramos con que por la mañana, ya tiene como media hora, alrededor de media hora, a nuestra compañera Eliana Zafra. Ella es la presidenta del CPDH aquí en el norte de Santander, pues de manera ilegal y también amedrentando, la Policía Nacional ilegalmente la detienen por más de 25 minutos. Ella misma aquí va a dar todo su testimonio, pero bueno, esto evidentemente pues es ya una evidencia más de cómo es que aquí las autoridades están pues teniendo una respuesta muy negativa ante la presencia nuestra acá, porque directamente también a ellas se lo dijeron, y esto es una clara muestra pues de todas las inconsistencias que están haciendo ya desde este momento en la mañana, por la mañana, de todo este proceso electoral. Entonces, pues aquí estamos todas estas diversas organizaciones respaldando la defensa de los derechos humanos y también todo el trabajo que hacen nuestras compañeras y compañeros del CPDH en Colombia y en concreto aquí en el norte de Santander. Entonces, le vamos a dar la palabra primero al compañero Jeff, que va a hacernos la interpretación, y posteriormente le vamos a dar la palabra a la compañera Eliana Zafra.
Good morning, everyone. We're here in Cúcuta, which is in the northeast part of the country on the Venezuelan border, with a team of international observers from Denmark, Germany, the U.S., and Mexico, as Daniela said. And we're working with the group, the Permanent Committee for the Defense of Human Rights. And one of the observers, Eliana, who's going to speak about her testimony right now, was detained for 35 minutes. By the National Police, just going about her business. And this is just, as Daniela was saying, one of the many inconsistencies and sort of contradictions of the process here, that it's, that they can just hold people, demand documents, and it's showing really the way in which they're running the elections in a super problematic way. And so fortunately, Eliana is out, but she's going to talk about her experience right now. And so we're grateful to everyone, all the different groups internationally who are supporting free and fair elections today.
Hola, muy buenos días. Bueno, pues la situación ocurrió hace más o menos unos 30 minutos. Yo creo que es importante resaltar unas cosas, y es que esta situación ocurre más o menos a cuadra y media de las oficinas del Comité Permanente por la Defensa de los Derechos Humanos, que las instituciones del departamento tienen conocimiento que el comité recibió y está acompañando a la misión de observación internacional en una ciudad fronteriza donde se presentan fuertes situaciones de violaciones de derechos humanos y de corrupción y de trabajo inclusive mancomunado, que no lo dice la Eliana Zafra, defensora de derechos humanos, sino también lo dicen sentencias judiciales de las autoridades, tanto nacionales como internacionales, de cómo muchas veces miembros de la Policía Nacional han trabajado de manera mancomunada con organizaciones al margen de la ley y que evidentemente influyen en el escenario y en el accionar electoral. Cuando me dirigía a encontrarme con la misión de observación electoral junto con mi compañero Cristian Peña, se encontraban dos policías de la Policía Nacional en una moto haciendo un retén de motorizados. Cuando nos vieron pasar con el carnet puesto donde se identifica claramente el logo de la organización, nos decimos...
Un momentito para que interprete.
Ah, listo.
Para, sí. ¿Me pasas el...?
Vale, ya te lo paso.
Good morning, everyone. ¿Cómo es su apellido?
Zafra.
Zafra. Sí, I'm Eliana Zafra, and I'm the president of the the Permanent Committee for Human Rights here in Cúcuta. And just so you have some background on Cúcuta, it's a border city. There have been many with Venezuela, on the Venezuelan border, there have been many cases of violence and human rights violations over the last number of years. And so I was detained only a block and a half from our office. So the police knew exactly where our office was. And while we were going to meet this international delegation of observers, and I had all of my credentials on me, I was with Cristian Peña, who is a co-worker of mine. And so we were very clearly had our credentials in full view, and two police on a motorcycle passed us and detained us. And this is just another example of the evidence that the police have been really collaborating with many groups that are on, let's say, the margins of the law, but really operating in an extra legal capacity.
Bueno, dos miembros de la Policía Nacional que se encontraban haciendo un ejercicio de retén claramente ilegal, porque la norma de tránsito inclusive exige en este país de que deben ser funcionarios adscritos a esta oficina los que deben hacer este escenario, digamos, de verificación tanto de documentos de quien conduce como del automotor. Nos ven, nos identifican por el carnet, el logo. Fuimos las únicas dos personas que íbamos caminando que nos piden automáticamente el documento de identidad. Claramente nosotros entregamos el documento de identidad y yo hago la pregunta de que por qué no está la debida señalización al retén. Ellos se amparan en que están haciendo todo un proceso de seguridad en el marco de la misión electoral, pero claramente eso era un retén. Esto es un ejercicio inclusive corrupto que hace la Policía Nacional histórico en esta ciudad. Y pues claramente yo procedo a hacer la pregunta normal que hace cualquier ciudadano de por qué no estaba debidamente organizado este retén. Al hacer la pregunta, los dos miembros de la policía se molestan y comienzan a hacer todo el escenario de radiar mi documento de identidad y es de mi compañero Cristian Peña.
So, yeah, when they pulled us over, we had, of course, all of our documents in order, driver's license and everything we needed. And then obviously we had our national IDs, which is what we're supposed to show. And I asked why we were being detained. And they said, well, it's, part of the security process. But this is, in fact, the way that the national police and the army, which are sort of intertwined, have always operated is in that way. And so we've asked them, and they continue to hold our IDs and hold our papers and not let us go, claiming that it was around the issues of security. But we had all of our documents in order. And again, as we said, we had all of our credentials for Election Day to observe and support the electoral process.
Posterior a eso me preguntan que si soy funcionaria pública. Yo le digo que no soy funcionaria, que soy defensora de derechos humanos, que pertenezco a la fundación. Uno de los policías inclusive reconoce el logo y me dice que nosotros estamos haciendo una convocatoria. Efectivamente, nosotros en este momento nos encontramos haciendo una convocatoria de ingresos a voluntarios que hagan parte, que quieran hacer parte de nuestra organización. Posterior le digo que él lo reporta y nos chantajean, porque esa es la palabra clave, de que me entregan a mí, a mi compañero Cristian Peña, el documento de identidad a cambio de que yo tenga que entregarle los documentos de la organización a la que represento, sabiendo que no son la autoridad competente ni es el mecanismo pertinente para solicitar este tipo de documentación. Ahí claramente se configura la retención ilegal, el abuso de autoridad por parte de 2 miembros de la Policía Nacional. Y después de que les manifiesto, tomo videos, tomo fotos, junto con mi compañero Cristian Peña, nosotros manifestamos el abuso de autoridad que hay por parte de miembros de la Policía Nacional, que me encuentro retenida en contra de mi voluntad y que no voy a hacer entrega de ningún documento de mi organización, que es una organización debidamente constituida y que se encuentra instaurada en este país hace muchísimos años. Chantaje.
¿Qué es eso?
El chantaje es que me entregaron la cédula a cambio de que yo le entregara los documentos de la organización. Y ellos no son autoridad competente para hacerlo.
¿Pero es extorsión también, no?
Sí, puede ser como una extorsión. Sí, querían el punto.
Okay, so what happened, and it was me and Christian, is they were sort of not just demanded my documents, but also all the documents of our organization, and they have known, the police know that we've had different meetings. We're very, the Committee in Defense of Human Rights, it's been very clear, and so and they were taking videos and pictures of us, and I was very clear in those pictures, and we were very clear that we were being held against our will, that this was not part of the normal process of what should happen. And so we continued to repeat that and continued to demand that we should be, that we shouldn't be that. And so they did a process where they both, it wasn't just about our personal documents. It wasn't a normal traffic stop. They were demanding the organizational documents and really trying to push on like whether our organization, it was a very clear violation of our organization, which has been a community organization, a human rights organization that's existed for many, many years, that has denounced many of the human rights violations in the region. So that's what was happening, is they were holding all of our documents, both our IDs and the documentation from our organization during that time.
Maybe you should stay if there are questions.
Perdón. Hi. Okay. So we've broken away from them, right? Okay. Okay, are we going to cut to Pasta now to Convo Couch? Not clear.
All right, you're there.
Okay, here we are.
Can you hear me, James?
Yes, I can. How is that going there?
It's going good. You can see I got the whole.
Whoops. The video's frozen. We haven't heard them. I wonder if their batteries just, maybe we do. Well, just to recap, until we have them back on there, we were hearing.
You want to connect to my hotspot?
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, you sound a little bit like a robot, but you're coming through better now. Okay.
Is that better? I just went to, I took off the Wi-Fi and went. This is the biggest spot in Bogota right now. We want to do a quick walkthrough, and
we can't see.
I can't see you, James, but
okay. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay. Is it any better right now?
No, it's
all right. Hold on.
We're connecting to hotspot.
We're gonna connect to the hotspot, guys. Give us 2 seconds.
Okay, good. We'll be anxious
2
here.
seconds.
The Convo Couch is always very animated so far for us. It helps us, keeps our energy up. So things are happening all over. We just heard from the group in Cucuta, where our host, Eliana Safra, was actually detained and questioned regarding her papers, which of course were all in order. She comes from a well-respected human rights organization. And so she was telling us that she felt this to be an irregularity that was typical of the irregularities that we might be seeing through the process. and we'll be checking in through the
There we
with
are.
them throughout the day. Okay, we're back to
Okay, so now we got perfect.
Wow, a lot of people.
Yeah, this is the biggest location. You can see it was like a good like eighth of a mile to walk from the entrance all the way to get to here, where you can see so many people coming through, and there is a ton of mesas in here. And it looks like the same process which we saw before. You know, you have all your tables over here. We clocked somebody, James. It took about 5 minutes and 25 seconds to vote. And that is great compared to the United States, where it could take you 3, 4, 5 hours. We found people sitting for 6, 7 hours in UCLA and California and whatnot. But you can see the process is pretty expedient. There's a gentleman who just walked up. Now he's going and checking in. I don't see the biometrics here. It looks like you're not going with the biometrics, but it's very, very big. There's a lot of areas in which people can go and vote. And yeah, I mean, it goes back far. A ton of tables, a ton of people, and this is the way to do it. I mean, I think that so far, judging from all the elections I've been witnessing, this is one of the fastest, the most expedient, the easy one. It's very simple to get in, very simple to get out. I think all the areas which will be of concern for the Colombian people will come later on when the scrutiny process takes place. And that is to happen over here. So I think we will swing back over here later. We're going to go to the places where they have a lot of cameras and whatnot. But you can see it's as expedient as can be. Mesa 262. So let's figure out how many tables they have here and stuff like that. Hola, guys. How you doing? And there we are. There's another one, Mesa 267. So, ¿cuántos jurors at this table here? 1, 2, 3. And none of you guys know each other, huh? Okay. And all the same systems here. You can see the E11 right there, which they'll sign down. He has his ID. He'll be marked off on that board right over there. And there's the ballots. We were told they were only supposed to have 400 ballots. They have a lot of ballots. ¿Cuántos ballots aquí?
¿Cuántos tarjetones tienen aquí? Y los tarjetones que no utilizan, que no marcan, es al final. Los descartan. Y tienen que tener un conteo también de las tarjetones que no utilizan. So they also have to have a count of all of the ballots that they don't use, and they break them up.
Yes.
So they have just extras in case there are mistakes and when people are filling them out.
Okay. See, that's the process. That's a little bit janky. I think they should have a set amount each table. They told us it was going to be 400, but it looks good.
There's also 282. There are 282 tables, voting tables, in this entire location, and 50 in this space that we're in right now physically.
Ah. This is the biggest, ladies and gentlemen. That was Natalie, not to be confused with Natalia. Our guy taking us all through. This is live from Bogota, in the largest, not only in Bogota, the voting facility, but the largest in the whole country. There he is, my man. Congratulations. So there we are. People are happy. We heard from the magistrate yesterday that this is going to be one of the most transparent elections of our time. So, yeah.
About 600 tables.
Hold on.
Speaking to that. Okay, 600 mesas here.
Now you can do it.
I'm just saying there's about 600 total because there's like 80 here and there's like hundreds more in each pabellon or each like area. So, yeah.
This is a big one, as you can see. Taking off the microphone, seeing how it sounds. Biggest one in Bogota. Did you get to vote today? Did you get to?
Yeah.
See. Anyways.
She voted. The street.
Can you all hear me?
We're going to show it.
No. There it is. Hey. We got some. Did you vote, Isabel? Isabel got to vote too as well today.
Hey,
we get to show it to you.
Pasta, can you hear me okay? Okay,
Yes,
we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and take a break now and be back in 45 minutes at 11 a.m. And it'd be great if we could be ready to. It'd be great if we could have another report from y'all at that time.
Cool. We're going to go to the CMI, James.
So it's a center, the central command where all of the cameras are within the city of Bogota and access to all of the voting places around.
Not hearing well.
Let me plug in. Hold on.
Well, we're
2 seconds.
ready to take a break at this point.
Cool.
Right.
All right, James. We're good on that break, but we're going to go to that. Here, say it again now. We just want to tell you where we're going.
Okay.
PMU. So we're going to the PMU, Puesto de Mando Unificado, which is the central command center, where they have all of the cameras that are distributed around the city of Bogota.
Okay.
Perfect, James.
Thank
We'll see
you
you
very
later.
much. And we'll be in touch throughout the day. Very much appreciate it. Okay, we are we ready for the break, or shall I? Yes, we are ready for the break. We are going to go on break now, and we will see you back live at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Colombia time. That's noon Eastern time, 9 a.m. Pacific time. Okay, in 45 minutes is another way of putting it. Okay, see you later. Hi, we are here. Hi, everybody can hear me, right? I'm not talking to myself. Good. Really glad to have you all back together for this historic election that has so many repercussions for the people of Colombia and for the world. Of course, Colombia is a major partner. It's the top ally of the United States in Latin America. And as such, it has been a conduit for not only military engagement around the world and a base for the US military, but Colombia has been used to export and train people throughout Latin America and around the world in the style of mass incarceration, the US style of mass incarceration, in various aspects of policing. We could see a lot of similarities between the policing that was clamping down on the uprising in 2020 in the United States and the clampdown we saw in Cali and throughout Colombia in the national strike of 2021. So this election has a lot of relevance, not only to this country, but it has relevance to the world, the changes that could come to Colombia and what this future will bring. And in every way, no matter who wins, this is a truly historic election that we're witnessing here. That's why we of the Alliance for Global Justice and the Centro Pacifico and other partners are hosting and bringing to you this day, all day transmission of live reports and recorded interviews, because this is an election that means something for the world. It means something for you and me. So if you would like to know more about the Alliance for Global Justice, by the way, I encourage you to go to afgj.org. And we are in a special fundraising campaign for the Centro Pacifico, which is located right here in Cali. It is a center that provides meeting space and training space and organizing space for popular movements here and in the region. And it provides short-term and medium-term lodging for human rights accompaniers and for people who are in transition fleeing threats. So it's an important place. If you'd like to make a contribution, you can go to afgj.org and learn about it there and learn about us there. So we are going to start this segment with an interview with Lorena Ochoa, who is a human rights lawyer for the Fundación Lazos de Dignidad, or Links of Dignity. And Lazos de Dignidad are our oldest friends and partners in Colombia. We have a very close relationship with them. So I'm going to, are we ready to roll with the video? Lorena Ochoa. Lorena works with Fundación Lazos de Dignidad, or Links of Dignity, and we in the Alliance for Global Justice have worked with Lazos de Dignidad for years now. I think about 14 or 15 years we've had a relationship with Lazos, so very close friends, and just think the world of Lazos. Maybe you could tell us just a little bit about who Lazos is and what they do, or what you do.
Well, hello.
Hi, we're having some videos loading sideways. Not, they're trying to fix it now. I am going to, just bear with us now. Hi, we are here with Lorena Ochoa. Lorena works with a Fundación Lazos de Dignidad, or Links of Dignity, and we in the Alliance for Global Justice have worked with Lazos de Dignidad for years now. I think about 14 or 15 years we've had a relationship with Lazos, so very close friends, and just think the world of Lazos. Maybe you could tell us just a little bit about who Lazos is and what they do, or what you do. And
well, hello everyone. As James already said, my name is Lorena. Well, I'm a lawyer at Lazos de Dignidad, and we are an NGO organization. We work as human rights defenders, and well, that's just like the big resume of what we do.
I know we got started with our relationship with you all began because we were doing solidarity of political prisoners, and it was with Lazos de Dignidad that we started to develop this program about what we call prison imperialism, about how the U.S. is spreading the model of mass incarceration around the world, which really began in Colombia. They went to Colombia first.
Yeah, we have worked with like you said, with political prisoners, and right now we are working also with the people in the process of reincorporation, former FARC members, and in the Caribbean zone, and well, yeah.
Well, and we're here right now in Colombia because we're bringing a delegation of accompaniment and observation for the elections on the 29th of May. There were congressional elections in March, and then this is the first round of the presidential elections. And one of the teams that we're taking are going to go to the Department of Cesar and La Guajira with Lazos de Dignidad. But everybody's saying that these are really, that this is a particularly historic election. Why?
Yeah, well, this election has comes from a period of time of a really hard time we have been living in Colombia. There has been evident violations of human rights, and well, we come from a riot and El Paro Nacional, which has come since 2019. It started that day, and well, then the pandemic came, and even though there was the pandemic, people couldn't stay at their homes. They had to go out to the streets and claim for their rights, because well, the pandemic caused hunger, caused even more violations of human rights, and well, we've been as Lazos, we've been accompanying these riot and people on the streets to raise their voice, and well, so all this movement has been how to say it has been, yeah, well, there are a lot of violations, and people that is not the opposition, which is in the head of Gustavo Petro right now, they have helped people to raise their votes even more. So he, as a candidate right now, is like the light of hope, maybe, that people see, and well, he's representing the change. Yeah, the change of this government that comes killing, that arranges hunger, that it's increasing the inequalities. So yeah, well, he's representing the change for people now, and well, I think he has really good expectations, and people, well, has hope in him and in this whole movement, that he's like the face of it, but people behind it is who really encourages him and supports this change, you know.
I know I've been following this. I mean, this is the first center-left candidate who's come anywhere close to winning the presidency since Jorge Eliezer Gaitan in 1948, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We have, I think that since Jorge Eliezer Gaitan, since that time, that's the only, because all the, how to call them, like alternatives candidates, they have been murdered.
Right.
We have Bernardo Ramillosa, we have Carlos Pizarro. They all have been murdered, even when they were slightly close to be presidents. So yeah, Gustavo Petro is now like the option, and he is, well, it's just the people has becoming more aware of what is really happening in Colombia. Yeah, they all know corruption that comes with these right governments, we can say, since Álvaro Uribe, of course. People want the peace agreement to be accomplished. You know, they want that the people in who is in the process of reincorporation to have their rights, because they haven't accomplished anything from the peace agreement. So that's also one of the points that makes the difference with the other candidates who just want to break it and come back to work.
And he has already been several times threatened.
Yeah,
right?
Well, actually, the last week, I think it was, Francia Marquez, the vice presidential formula for Gustavo, was threatened in Plaza Bolivar. She was giving a speech, and there was some light or some laser hitting to her. And, well, they have protection now more than any other candidates, because they represent risk to the right, to the establishment, and yeah, well, to the people who wants to keep the power of the country.
I would like to know something about, well, first of all, let's talk a little bit more about the violence. I've heard that this has had the highest levels of violence, threats, and threats and actual violence in an electoral campaign since 2010. And also, to put it into context, I'll just say, because, you know, I was been following this for years, but I know that after Ivan Duque was elected in 2018, the state was already not fulfilling its commitments to the peace process, but at least there was some attempt to fulfill some part of it, to make it work. But under Duque, the right wing has been trying to undermine the peace process at every turn, and including the extreme right, paramilitaries and organizations like that. I know that after Duque got arrested, that the rates of political killings of social movement leaders, human rights defenders, former insurgents, rose to about one person killed every 2 days. And now it had actually gotten to about, and is now around, the rate of one person every day. If you count the assassinations, the people killed in massacres, people killed in protests. So it's really gone up. And a lot of people in the United States that I know believe that the peace process is dead, that it's over, that it didn't work. And I want to know, do you think the peace process is dead? And what does this election signify for the peace process? Would an election of Gustavo Petro and Francia Marquez help get the country back on track and bring back the peace process, the peace accord?
Yes, of course. Well, I don't believe it is that, because, well, the peace agreement is there. even though if it's in paper, the people in process of reincorporation and well, former, how do you say it? Former
Combatants?
Yeah.
Ex-combatants, right.
They are well, they are trying to make their lives back in civil life, you know. So they are working, they are building houses, they are trying to get some businesses, and yeah, they are trying to make their life, even though they have infinite difficulties because, well, government isn't supporting these activities, you know. But and like you said, we have as Lazos, we have been making a record on the people who has been murdered since the peace agreement was signed, and we already have a number over 302, I think.
Wow.
It goes. So, well, it certainly has been hard, has been difficult, has been a lot of effort from the former guerrilleros, and well, we are trying to make it work, you know, but it's hard, and clearly under the Ivan Duque regime was hard, but we have, as I said, the hope in Gustavo Petro, because he has agreed always with the peace. He has always been like this side of the way, if you understand me. And well, yeah, I think it comes a change in that way, and maybe we'll see it soon.
Was the demand were the demands for peace and an end to violence significant motivating factors for the huge national strikes in 2019 and 2021?
Yeah, of course. It was one of the many reasons why people went to the streets. And yeah, there was a lot of people, even though in this voting of the el plebiscito, even though the no won, there's a lot of people that wants the peace agreement to be accomplished, to be successful. They want peace. We all want peace, and the only ones who don't want it are, well, the ones in power right now, and the ones that gets benefits from it. It gives them power, it gives them money, it gives them everything. So they want to keep power for it, but we are fighting, and we are trying to make it work.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the popular movements and the idea that that this election, the candidacy of Petro, is a result of the activities of the popular movements. But it seems like even under a right-wing government in Colombia, that these popular movements were able to take to the streets and stop a lot of the worst initiatives that were coming from the right wing. So it looks to me like the biggest source of political power in Colombia today is the popular movements in the streets. And would you say that's true? Would you say this candidacy is a result of that power?
Yeah, I think it's part of it, you know. Well, Petro has built his career and his career as a politician since, well, I don't remember, it's a long time ago. But certainly the political movements and the public movements on the streets and the social movements have given him more strength, you know, more power to encourage him to go to the power, to be our president, you know. It's like the only figure we see as that can change this, because we have seen that we have witnessed people getting their eyes injured. It's been horrible, you know. Even if we as Lazos have seen it here in the streets of Bogota, how do you think it's going to be in the other areas of Colombia where there is no protection for people, you know? So yeah, even though as much as social movement has grown, that same amount has the power increased, like the strength and how do you say, yeah, like the violence against people, because, well, we have a big amount of people injured in protest, and we are taking cases of people who have built these lies, and they have started these processes like in the justice against people which are based on lies, you know. So they tell they are with ELN, they tell that they belong to, I don't know, any kind of armed group that they call, but it's not true. And well, it happens. People are in, I don't know how to say it, unfairly in jail, and well, it's just been horrible. This government of Iván Duque has been, I think, one of the most how would you say, repressivo? Repressivo.
Yeah, repressive.
Yeah, repressive with people. Yeah, so that's the word.
Right. What does the United States have to do with this? Does the United States help the peace process, or has it done more to support the repression?
Well, I think a little bit of both.
You can be honest.
You know? I think a little bit of both. Even though, like, Biden is supposedly to be, like, yeah, like he wants to help the peace process, you know, and that's what he says, and that's what people like thinks. But well, he certainly can do more, you know.
Well, I know that something that was shocking to a lot of us is that following the instances of repression in 2019, that under Trump, the military and aid for police went up. But then following the repression of the national strike in 2021 under Biden, they raised military and police aid even more.
Yeah. So that's why I said like a little bit of both. Yeah, you know, that's one thing what they say publicly, and one thing is what they actually do. You know, and well, that's I go back to one of the proposals of Petro, which is to eliminate SMAT. And this is this force police that has represent death. That's all they represent. Death and people injured. We in Lazos have cases of people that have lost their eyes for protesting. So yeah, and it comes like from this internal enemy thinking. Yeah. So
do you think the popular movements in Colombia, we had our own big mass movement in 2020, the Black Lives Matter movements and everything, and of course when I looked at the repression going on in the United States, they're wearing the same kind of like riot gear that they wear an ESMA, and I assume ESMA got that gear from the United States.
Yeah, that's right. It's like I don't know how to say, like a patron in all over Latin America, because if you see in Chile happened exactly the same thing. There were young people with their eyes, like, I don't know, ripped off, and
Terrible.
it has been horrible, and we have to eliminate these kind of acts. It's just.
Is this an international struggle against this kind of brutality? Because, you know, we saw people rising up against this in Colombia, in the US, in Bolivia. And is it an international struggle? And the other thing is, what role does international solidarity play for the Colombian people?
Well, it is actually very important, you know, because people in Colombia trust the international, that they come here and they verify, and they, so yeah, it's very important for people who has been historically, you know, like diminished, like, so yeah, they trust that the international people come here.
Well, maybe that's all the questions, almost. Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and finish up. I really appreciated you doing this, and I'd just like to say we're recording you in English. Yeah. Because we want this to go out to an English-speaking audience. We're a U.S.-based audience. You know, we're anti-imperialist, pro-peace, pro-justice. And I would like to say, or like to know, if you, in closing, have any kind of message you'd like to make to the people of the United States and people around the world, particularly English speakers. If you have a message to us about what we can do to support Colombia and peace in Colombia and in the world.
Well, first of all, sorry for my English. As I say, James, sometimes I think in Spanish, but well, I do my best. And well, to all of you, to visualize and to show the world how it really is the situation in Colombia. Like, it's not what they show on the news, and it's not like what people like what the government shows. It's really different, and even though we are in a government that has been a lot of repressive and well, it's been like the worst government we've had. We have hope, and now we have like this light of change. So to support, to show the world how is the situation, and well, yeah, just support.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate this. And yeah, here's to peace.
Yeah, here's to peace.
Thank you.
Oh, almuerzo. Perdón. Y thank you for being here again for the continuation of this transmission. And that was a very good interview from Lorena that I would think really explored some of the context about the human rights. I want to say right now we are going to go in a minute to Cucuta. And I will say that most of the reports that we've been seeing and hearing have indicate that the voting is going fairly smoothly. Of course, we haven't heard everything yet, and definitely are not hearing what's going on much in the country where news travels a little farther or a little slower. but so far we do have several instances of things of concern, like we have heard about strange messages being sent around promising money to people in the areas of Corinto and Miranda the day before the elections. We talked with Hector Moreno, who was himself a candidate for office and is a leader of CONAFRO, and he was one of various people from his community that were listed in a death threat against supporters of the Petro Marquez ticket. And today we're about to hear from the team in Cucuta. And the team in Cucuta is being hosted by Ileana Safra of the Permanent Committee for Human Rights. And as they were starting their mission, she was actually detained for over 20 minutes by police, questioning her credentials, and although she had all her credentials in order. And so these are, on the one hand, from the mainstream news, we're not hearing about irregularities, but we are hearing about them from some of the different sources of people that we know on the ground and out in the grassroots. And that's a good reason to stay tuned to this broadcast. We have trust and confidence with some sources that maybe some of the big corporate news never have. And right now we're going to cut to Daniela Gonzalez who is going to be talking to us live from Cucuta about what they are experiencing now.
Hola,
Buenos
hola
días.
James, ¿sí me escuchas? Buenos días.
Buenos días, ¿cómo estás?
Buenos días. Bien, James, pues fíjate que acá estamos como ya lo dijiste, estamos en Cúcuta, aquí en la región del norte del Santander, y en este momento nos encontramos en el puesto de votación número 5, en el Instituto Técnico Hermógenes Maza. Y bueno, aquí pues hemos estado aquí, pues ya llevamos alrededor de un rato, puede ser como 30 minutos, y hemos visto que pues algunas personas que han ingresado de manera pues ilegal traen todavía pues digamos la playera de Federico Gutiérrez. Y pues también vemos, ajá, adelante.
Para la interpretación.
Adelante, James, adelante.
Creo que hemos pedido.
Sí, adelante, James.
Okay. I wasn't really prepared to do the translation. Maybe we could start. Tal vez podamos empezar de nuevo con segmentos más pequeños. Entonces, yo sé que están. Sí, de nuevo, entonces.
Vale, sí, no hay problema. Bueno, estamos aquí en Cúcuta, en el norte de Santander, Colombia, en el puesto de votación número 5, en el Instituto Técnico Hermógenes Maza. Adelante, James.
¿Instituto Técnico qué?
Hermógenes Maza.
Hermógenes Maza.
Maza.
Maza. Okay, we are here at Cúcuta in the norte de Santander, department there, at post number 5 at the Instituto Técnico de qué de nuevo?
Hermógenes Maza.
Okay, Hermógenes Maza. ¿Y cómo es el ambiente ya que están viendo, escuchando? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Dónde están? I want to know what is the general atmosphere, what she's hearing, what she's seeing.
Fíjate que, bueno, acá hay 33 mesas de escrutinio y, bueno, lo que hemos visto que es, digamos, como ya una primera irregularidad que notamos, es que hay personas, ciudadanos que todavía portan, digamos, camisetas de Federico Gutiérrez, que evidentemente la Policía Nacional no debería dejar ingresar o accesar a votar a personas que portaran este tipo todavía de playeras que están haciendo alusión a algún candidato. Sí, el candidato que sea esto ya es ilegal, sin embargo, pues la están dejando ingresar.
Pero permitieron eso, que ellos lleven las camisetas.
Pues la Policía Nacional es quien debería estar, digamos, poniéndole los límites a esas personas de decir, no, tú no puedes ingresar si no te vas y te cambias esa camiseta. Sin embargo, no lo están haciendo. Si quieres traducir, por favor, gracias.
Sí, y and Lalo or anybody, if I'm getting any of this wrong, just let me know in the chat there. But so she's saying that, first of all, that I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, that there are 30 tables booked, polling booths where she is, where they're witnessing. And the first irregularity they witnessed was that when they were at the voting booth, that there were people wearing T-shirts with the insignia of the center right, well, the right-wing candidate, Federico Gutierrez Orfico. But agents did intervene, I believe, to ask them to leave. Okay, gracias, Daniela. ¿Y cómo pasa con Eliana?
Eliana en este momento se fue, nos dividimos en dos equipos para la observancia. Eliana, junto con otros compañeros del CPDH, con Milan y con Jeff, se fueron directamente a los puntos fronterizos y están haciendo allá la observancia en el puente La Parada y en otros puentes. Ellos y ellas van a estar haciendo allá la observancia.
Oh, muy interesante. Okay. So she's saying that Eliana is the coordinating our host on the ground from the Permanent Committee for Human Rights. And they've divided the team into, there's a team there of 4 observers, and she has taken Milan and Jeff, see?
Sí.
She's taken them to the frontier area where they're observing the elections in the area. Una región, una parte del país muy tenso, ¿no?
Así es, y fíjate que lo que está sucediendo allá es que las autoridades colombianas no están dejando ingresar a través de los puentes fronterizos a las ciudadanas y ciudadanos colombianos para que puedan entrar a territorio colombiano a ejercer su voto. Esto ya es el...
Perdón,
sí,
perdón.
ok, para
no,
que traduzcas.
Well, sí, pero traduzca, pero esto es muy interesante. Y que quiero clarificar que ustedes están viendo que las Fuerzas Armadas de Colombia están previniendo colombianos viviendo.
Autoridades colombianas. O sea, son autoridades colombianas no están permitiendo el ingreso de ciudadanos y ciudadanos colombianos para votar en Colombia. Ajá, o sea, personas que viven en Venezuela. Así es. Entonces, este reporte nos los mandó la compañera Eiliana, porque como ya dije, ellos están allá, en esa parte.
So she is saying that one of the things that the team there is witnessing along the border, Eliana is reporting that they're seeing Colombian authorities that are preventing the entrance of Colombians living in Venezuela into the country to vote. I'm about to tell Daniela that this is interesting to me because right before I got on, what I saw in one of the major corporate news was that Venezuelan troops were preventing the entrance of Colombians into Colombia to vote. So what we're hearing in corporate news and what we're hearing from our people on the ground is not the same. So that's interesting.
Entonces,
what you will. Pero Daniela, yo quería contarte que quería explicar a la gente acá que es muy interesante porque nosotros mañana o antes de ingresar en esa transmisión de nuevo para esta parte, yo leí en una prensa muy corporativa que tropas venezolanos estaban obstaculizando la entrada de colombianos de Venezuela para votar en Colombia. Y lo que ellos reportan es muy diferente que lo que ustedes están viendo con sus propios ojos. Y estoy diciendo, la gente puede decidir, pero yo tengo fe en ustedes.
Así es. Evidentemente sabemos que muchos de los manejos en los medios masivos de difusión distorsionan la realidad que se vive en los territorios. Entonces, por eso es muy importante pues la observancia que estamos haciendo desde aquí, desde los territorios, pues es una información veraz, viva, y bueno, en ese sentido también decir que también aquí en la ciudad, en Cúcuta, que tiene que ver mucho también con la policía, se han establecido retenes policíacos que están jugando un papel, digamos, para estar amedrentando, es decir, inhibiendo el voto de la ciudadanía. Sí. Dime, James.
¿Cómo están funcionando?
Pues estos retenes están, se establecen, digamos, para generar un miedo en la población, o sea, un miedo en la ciudadanía, ¿sí? Para inhibir la participación electoral de las personas aquí en la ciudad de Cúcuta. Esto está pasando.
Okay, so what she's saying is that throughout Cúcuta, they've been putting up these police checkpoints, retenes, police checkpoints around the city, and that this is an unusual development that is functioning in a way to generate fear on the part of the people and to be an impediment, a discouragement to people who vote.
Y bueno, una clara muestra de ello fue lo que en la mañana le hicieron a nuestra compañera Ileana Zafra, que pues la estaban directamente amenazando. A ella la detuvieron de manera ilegal y arbitraria alrededor de 25 minutos la Policía Nacional, y lo que le estaban diciendo que no le iban a entregar su, ¿cómo le dicen acá? Su cédula, si no entregaba los documentos de su organización, o sea, un acto totalmente ilegal y arbitrario.
No entiendo. ¿Qué pasó con la cédula?
A ella los policías, acá hay una palabra en español que se dice la chantajearon, es decir, la amenazaron. Si ella no les entregaba los documentos de su organización, entonces no le entregaban su cédula a ella.
Okay, so what happened was she was stopped by the police and they were illegally demanding that she turn over identification papers and papers for the organization, for our host, the Permanent Human Rights Committee. And she was held for 25 minutes while they were making these illegal demands.
Porque, James, también hay algo que tenemos que decir, que la presencia nuestra aquí en esta región, en estos territorios como delegación internacional, ha sido muy importante y están muy enojadas las autoridades porque precisamente nunca en la historia de aquí de Cúcuta había habido una presencia internacional pues para sacar la información real de lo que acontece, de lo que sucede aquí. Entonces están muy molestos y por eso esa actitud de amenaza, esa actitud de violaciones a los derechos humanos de nuestras compañeras y compañeros del CPDH.
Pues como tú sabes, Daniela y somos amigos y camaradas de los años. El Observatorio por los Derechos Humanos y de los pueblos y la alianza por la justicia global. Nosotros tenemos un orgullo que vamos a los because what she's saying is, y nuestros huéspedes, CPDH, las personas muy so she's saying that their presence is very important in the area and that there's some anger directed at them, including their people they've run into because they haven't really seen observers like this, international observers in that area before. And so there's a lot of people bothered. And I was just saying, well, that's one of the things that we take pride in the Alliance for Global Justice and the People's Human Rights Observatory, and all the organizations, the National Lawyers Guild that is a part of this, Central Pacifico, the Red Green Alliance of Denmark, and our various hosts and others that are involved, Convo Couch, David Escobar. This is a delegation of people who go where many do not. It's something we take. You can always, if you'd like to learn more about our organization, go to afgj.org and definitely visit the sites of other organizations that are on the couch. Daniela, creo que, perdón, yo voy a pedir, ¿estamos listos para cambiar a otro reporte en vivo? Okay.
Estamos, aquí hay también la compañera Nina, no sé si tú quieras agregar algo, no, está bien, sí, James, pues está bien, pues vamos a seguir haciendo observancia y pues les agradecemos mucho que estén sacando en vivo estas denuncias, porque el mundo se tiene que enterar de lo que está sucediendo aquí, en este territorio. Entonces, seguimos informando cualquier situación, vamos a estar conectadas con ustedes para estarles informando, James. Muchísimas gracias y pues estamos aquí, vamos a seguir en otros sitios, en otros puestos de votación y vamos también a hacer algunas entrevistas a ciudadanas, ciudadanos en general de Colombia.
Muchas gracias, Daniela, y nos vemos pronto. Oh, yeah, okay, I won't translate. I'm not usually a translator, so I felt a little on the spot there. I hope I did okay. Now we are going to go to Aminta Zaya, who's going to be reporting to us from Bogota about developments there. Aminta is an independent journalist. Hi, Aminta. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Hanging in there. I see it's cleared up, the rain.
Yeah, it's a wonderful sunny day. Here we are in Ciudad Bolivar. I'm alongside with the international election observers and also dear compañera who has explained to me a little bit about some of the context in which we're in right now. I want to share for folks who don't know a little bit about the economic context of Ciudad Bolivar. This is a place where Petro has a huge base, the masses support him, and there's a lot of campaign flyers around town. You see that this is a historically working class neighborhood. It's a neighborhood, as you can see right behind me, you see that there's a plethora of industrial plants. This once was, where a lot of the folks, they would work in certain factories and whatnot. And so that kind of tells us a little bit about the class characteristic. Besides that, too, we see a wide array of voters. The lines are long. People are mobilized. I talked to some young folk earlier today, and really signifying the importance and the necessary need for change. The fact that Colombia currently is in a transitory period, but they're hoping that with today, the election turnout and also the results are significant enough in order to really end so much of the violence that is seen here. También voy a decir parte de esto en español para también introducir las compañeras. Como les estuve diciendo en inglés, un poco de Ciudad Bolívar, o sea que es un lugar industrial que tiene bases de la clase obrera. Igual yo quise que la compañera, si se puede introducir también, sí me puede explicar un poco sobre el contexto que se encontró recientemente en las citas de votación, particularmente con gente quienes estuvo armado, la derecha quienes estuvo armado y que no quisieron que gente tendría la oportunidad para votar.
Bueno, buenos días. Sí, gracias, ya casi para todos y todas. Bueno, nos encontramos en Ciudad Bolívar, Alejandra Rodríguez, está en la localidad. El día de hoy es para las elecciones para la República aquí en el país. Ha estado bastante movido los puestos de votación, bastante asistencia de las personas que han venido al puesto a ejercer su derecho al voto. Se han presentado algunas irregularidades en algunos puestos. Nos informan que en uno de los lugares ejerció pues hubo como un intento de no permitir que se armara el puesto de votación, incluso pues plantean que tal vez hubo uso de armas y demás. Afortunadamente pues la policía logró instalar el puesto y en ese momento con normalidad las elecciones. Como lo decía aquí la compañera, fue un histórico, un momento de posibilidad de cambio ante la supuesta democracia más estable del continente, que es una mentira, eso no existe. Aquí más bien se ha coaccionado a la gente a votar siempre por los mismos. Y hoy estamos aquí por un cambio en nuestro país y la gente tiene ese ambiente de venir a votar y venir a escoger un cambio para todos.
Muchísimas gracias.
A ti, muchas gracias a ustedes por hacer saber el día.
And I just wanted to also kind of give a quick English recap, a quick translation. Really, what she was explaining was that in the Ciudad de Bolivar, in a more elevated part of the city, particularly, you had right-wingers that were armed, and that they were there actually since 4 in the morning. Obviously, this is a huge demonstrator of the amount of repression that is found here in Colombia, the challenges that are already put in place, in terms of people, and their accessibility of getting their vote out. But as the compañera went ahead and shared a little bit with us, the police were able to ensure that the right-wingers, the armed right-wingers were removed. With that being said, though, that doesn't mean that there isn't any risk. And I'm sure that this is one out of many of the irregularities that we have been observing so far in today's election day.
Mi papá.
There's a lot of activity in the streets there. And I want to call attention, by the way, one of the videos we have on the YouTube channel under this playlist is about an 8-minute interview with a woman from Ciudad Bolivar. And maybe we can put that on the broadcast too later, but it's a good one for people to watch. So we are going to go ahead and say goodbye to you now, Amita, and hope to be checking in soon. And we are going to go to an interview with Ajamu Baraka, who is the coordinator of the Black Agenda for Peace and was a Green Party candidate for vice president. So very, very important person to us and to the movement, and very glad to have Ajamu here today. Hi, Ajamu. Thank you for calling.
My pleasure. Thank you for inviting me. But let me correct. You have the two elements together, but let me make sure that they're clear. I'm the coordinator of the Black Alliance for Peace, and on the editorial board of the Black Agenda Report. So you're close.
I'm sorry about that. And I know both organizations, but
exactly.
Right. One of those days. We've got a lot going on.
You're doing a lot. So you gotta pass on that one.
Thank you. Well, I really thank you for being here, Jamu. And we sometimes cross paths in the U.S. Peace Council. I've been able to make as many meetings lately as I'd like to, but I know that you have you are a person who gets the connection between imperialism and racism, and I would like to just start off by talking a little bit generally about that in Colombia, how the problems in Colombia affect Afro-Colombians, how the Colombians can be, or how problems here can be seen through a lens of racism, and how that connects to imperialism and U.S. policies. And finally, I'll just give you several questions at once. How this relates to the elections we're seeing and the emergence of Francia Marquez como as vice presidential candidate.
Well, we cut out a little bit, but I think I got the gist of your question.
Okay.
Yeah, this election is very important. It does touch on those issues that you referenced in terms of making those fundamental connections between the ongoing global imperialist system and the reality of racialized people, the reality of race. In Colombia, the way that is manifest is in the ongoing struggles of Black people in Colombia to secure the autonomy of their territories, to deal with the reality of the consequences of the armed conflict, the detrimental impact, devastating impact it had on themselves, the struggles here in Colombia by Afro-Colombians and the indigenous who are finding ways to have found ways to work together to address the issue of what needs to be done across the entire Colombian society in order to build a new kind of society in which everyone's fundamental human rights will be respected. So with the possibility of the first sort of left, if you will, and definitely progressive ticket to with the possibility of winning, we're looking at a sea change and the possibility that some of these aspirations can begin to be realized through progressive legislation. But I think James is going to provide some degree of expanded space for the real driving element for change in this country, which are the people, the organized peoples. We don't expect any fundamental change if they were to win. I mean, there will be some changes, but the process of trying to reverse decades of right-wing rule in this country is not going to occur overnight. So we have the realities in Colombia, but we also have the realities of what that possible win might mean for the entire region. And that's what makes this election so incredibly important, that it has an impact not only on the peoples of Colombia, but the peoples in this region, and indeed, I would argue, the international balance of forces.
Yeah, it's very important, and this whole year could be a seismic shift throughout the hemisphere and the world, depending on what we see today and what we see in Brazil in October. So I don't know. This turn to the left may not just be a Colombian thing or Venezuela. It might be something that's sweeping through a lot of places. I'm wondering, Colombia is often regarded as a kind of military colony of the Pentagon. And of course, Brazil, Colombia, Peru, all participated in this huge exercise a few years back called Amazon Log 17, which was in many ways, it was an exercise that was a military exercise along the border areas that many people saw as a kind of direct threat to Venezuela. But now we have possibilities of major change in Colombia and Brazil. We have Pedro Castillo in Peru, a turn to the left. Of course, he's fighting against every trick they throw at him, every obstacle they throw at him to get anything done. We don't know how things are going to go. But I wonder what these changes mean for U.S. hegemony in the region, for the empire. And as you say, everything by no means is going to change all the overnight. Petro, for instance, is necessarily going to break with that model right away. But what will be some of the advances and what is in store to us? What is necessary for us to do as the international movement against empire and for peace? What are the tactics for this new time?
Well, James, I'm gonna tell you, I think the responsibility of people in North America, in Europe, but primarily the people in North America, is to in fact be against empire, not provide empire ideological cover. re-embrace the traditional anti-imperialism that used to be part of the left in North America. Have enough humility to allow for these nations and peoples and movements to make their own mistakes, to pursue what they see as a move toward societal transformation, socialist construction, based on their own understanding of how they need to move. To me, it is incredibly arrogant on the part of so many activists in North America who have not made revolution anywhere to continue to pontificate on what is supposed to be the right and only path to socialism. And therefore, if any state, any nation, any movement does not correspond to what they imagine, the tasks are supposed to be, then they don't provide the kind of support that these movements, these nations need to have. And in fact, in their attempt to try to be sophisticated, to take both sides, to pretend that they could be critical while at the same time not providing ideological ammunition to imperialism, turns out to be fraudulent. That basically what they in fact do, they help to confuse and demobilize left forces in the U.S. But we have to stand shoulder to shoulder with these various nations who are attempting to try to transform themselves. When we have this kind of pseudo sophisticated analysis that undermines that solidarity, we're only playing into the hands of imperialism. And too often over the last couple of decades, that's happened. And people down here in the region, they see the contradiction, and they are making demands that we have to listen to. That basically, if you're not prepared to support struggles for authentic decolonization, national self-determination, if you're not prepared to, in fact, oppose empire, then basically you have embraced and are in alignment with empire. And that's a critique and a criticism that has to be, that people have to deal with. And again, to deal with that with humility and to recognize if there's been mistakes, you correct them. But this collaboration we see among the latte left in the U.S., it has to come to an end. Lastly, and I know I may be talking a little bit too long, the issue of militarization is one of the issues we have to really confront front and center. That basically we're not going to be able to provide the real support to peoples in our region as long as we have the U.S. Uncontested militarizing the region, the expansion of the Southern Command, the training of police and military forces. Here in Colombia, we know that the ASVAD special police were the cutting edge, the front line, if you will, in Colombia against the people's front line. Okay, this is a force that was just trained and equipped by the U.S. through Plan Colombia. So, we want to call for, and the Black Alliance of Peace, we have called for support for the 2014 declaration by CELAC to declare our region a zone of peace. So we have to declare it, and we have to struggle for that.
Thank you very much for all the work you do. I really, it's so important too. I want to say that coming here, and I know you spend a lot of time in Cali, but when we came here after the national strike of 2021, and there's so much repression in Cali by U.S.-made helicopters, U.S.-made tear gas canisters. You know how that is. But I was struck by how aware the movement here was of what had happened in 2020 in the U.S., the uprising, the Black Lives Matter uprising in 2020. And people here in Colombia in this strike really got that connection and really took a lot of inspiration from that movement. and saw the similarities. And I just thank you, because I think you are somebody who's on the front lines of helping, U.S. movements get that connection with Colombia and building that kind of international solidarity that's so important. So I just want to thank you for that. We have another interview queued up after you, and I'd just like to ask if you have any words you'd like to say, give us before you go.
Just to keep up the good work. This is a very important live stream that you all are providing today, and to thank all of the folks who are involved in this, and for people to remember that we are in fact the people that we've been waiting on, and that we can win. We have to stand in solidarity with the people here in Colombia, and as I said before, the so-called pink tide, when they made their comeback, I said that pink tide is going to be a little bit deeper this time in terms of its color. So I think that we are starting to see that.
Thank you very much, Jamu. We are the people we've been waiting for.
Yes, sir. Thank you, James.
Thank you, and we'll be talking to more people inspiring like a Jamu. That's a great talk. Right now, we have a very special interview queued up. This interview is with Darnay Rodriguez. I'm actually here with her live. Maybe we'll get her to say a quick hello to everybody later on. But we have an interview that was recorded earlier with David Escobar and Tanya Nunez. And people who follow the Alliance for Global Justice or our work in Colombia may well know those names, because Darnay is the chairperson or the coordinator for the Francisco Isaias Cifuentes Human Rights Network, or Red Feet, here in Valle de Cauca, and she is also the coordinator for the Centro Pacifico. And again, if people would like to make a donation to the Centro Pacifico, the Centro Pacifico is trying to move right now. You can find out about that.
Hola, soy Tania Núñez con la Alianza por la Justicia Global, y aquí estamos en Cali, estamos en el Coliseo del Pueblo, aquí en el sur de Cali. Estoy con Darnay Rodríguez, que es la directora del Centro Pacífico, y pues nomás queríamos saber un poco del contexto aquí con las elecciones y las manifestaciones de violencia que has visto y relacionado con las elecciones.
Y en inglés.
Oh, in English. Okay. So we're here at the what's called the Coliseum of the People here in Cali, in the south of Cali. We're with the director of the Centro Pacifico, Darnay Rodriguez. And the first question I'm asking her is, what has been the context in regards to the violence here, in regards to the elections?
Bueno, muy buenos días a todos y todas. Bueno, mi nombre es Darnay Rodríguez, soy la directora o la coordinadora del Centro de Derechos Humanos del Pacífico e integrante de la Red de Derechos Humanos Francisco Isaias Cifuentes. Bueno, primero mencionar que pues esta jornada electoral hasta el momento pues no nos han reportado una situación pues específica de vulneración de derechos en el marco pues de la jornada. Sin embargo, sí mencionar que el contexto en el que nos encontramos actualmente en Colombia es un contexto de demasiada zozobra, sobre todo para las comunidades rurales. Nosotros venimos de un paro armado decretado por dos grupos en Colombia. Uno es el Ejército de Liberación Nacional, el cual pues cesa sus actividades o expresa que va a cesar sus actividades en el marco de la contienda electoral. Sin embargo, hay una gran preocupación por el paro armado de las autodefensas gaitanistas de Colombia, que si bien empezó hace más de 20 días, pues estos no se han expresado y no han manifestado un cese a las hostilidades en el marco de la contienda electoral. Pues un paro armado que nos deja zozobra en muchos departamentos en Colombia.
Okay, so she's saying that there's been a lot of repression, specifically for rural communities here throughout the elections, and there's been protests, specifically protests started by the ELN, right?
And paramilitary groups.
And paramilitary groups. So there's a lot of tension, a lot of worry, because, like we said, it's a very violent atmosphere right now, and yes.
Sin embargo, pues actualmente en Colombia, a lo que va corrido del año, desafortunadamente tenemos que contar 72 líderes y lideresas asesinados, y sobre todo líderes y lideresas de esas zonas que han sufrido la violencia y que han sufrido pues las consecuencias de este paro armado que ha decretado este grupo paramilitar denominado las Autodefensas Gaitanistas de Colombia.
So unfortunately, through this time, we've seen the assassination of 72 social leaders, and it's our leaders that are from these oppressed communities where this armed struggle is taking place, and so we've seen a lot of that.
And it's a consequence of the violence of the paramilitary.
Oh yeah, it's a consequence of the violence of the paramilitary.
Pues también hay que mencionar que en el transcurso de esta semana se han presentado situaciones, sobre todo en el municipio de Tuluá, Valle del Cauca, donde hay alerta por una posible bomba a la Universidad del Valle, la universidad pública con sede en este municipio.
There's also been threats taking place, specifically a bomb threat on the University of Valle de Cauca, and so that's been in the last week.
También mencionar que en este mismo municipio pues se han tenido amenazas esta semana en contra de estudiantes de la misma universidad, pero también de activistas sociales. Y también se tuvo hace 2 días la captura de 3 personas en este municipio, personas que pertenecen a los procesos sociales, y adicionalmente allanamientos en municipios como Florida, sobre todo en su zona rural.
So in this municipality, we've also seen threats against students and social activists, people who are involved in the social movements here, and there's also been a kidnap of 3 people.
Detention.
A detention of 3 people here in this region, social leaders.
Hay demasiada preocupación, sobre todo en municipios como Sevilla, donde hay una reconfiguración de grupos paramilitares que el año pasado nos dejó un saldo de 27 familias desplazadas, y que en la actualidad se han tomado varios corregimientos en los que esperamos la contienda electoral se pueda llevar a cabo con toda normalidad y que los campesinos y campesinas que viven en esos territorios pues puedan salir a ejercer su derecho al voto.
There's also been tension in Sevilla. ¿Cuántas familias?
27.
27 families threatened, so there's also that situation right now.
Because of the reconfiguration of paramilitaries.
Yeah, because a configuration of paramilitaries which are present there.
Let's talk about the influence of the repression on the opinion weather.
Sí. ¿Qué es el clima político pues por la represión? ¿Cómo está?
Y la influencia del paro nacional en el clima de opinión.
So in English, so we're asking her how has the repression and the protests of last year, how that's influenced the political atmosphere today.
Bueno, el año pasado vivimos en Colombia lo que fue el paro nacional, un paro nacional que solamente en Cali dejó tuvimos aproximadamente 21 puntos de concentración, los que se denominaron puntos de resistencia, unas marchas multitudinarias, procesos sociales fortalecidos, nuevos liderazgos que salen del paro nacional, padres y madres de jóvenes asesinados, jóvenes lesionados por la fuerza pública, que conformaron movimientos sociales, movimientos de padres pidiendo justicia y pidiendo verdad. Y creemos que esto este paro nacional, que además inició en contra de una reforma tributaria del actual gobierno de Iván Duque, pues terminó generando otras exigencias y otras necesidades del pueblo colombiano y que se vivieron en las calles de todo Colombia.
So, as she says, there was what's called the Paro Nacional, the national protest of last year, which from that resulted new leaders being born from the movement. You know, students, parents whose children were killed during the protest. So all these different people and movements are joining the struggle and becoming, you know, and new leaders are being born.
Adicionalmente decir que pues todo lo que la gente del común, la gente que desde sus casas pero también desde la calle tuvo que vivir, que fue la represión más brutal de la fuerza pública a la protesta social, pues genera un rechazo de esta gente al actual gobierno, quien lo único que tuvo para los y las manifestantes desafortunadamente fue la fuerza policial, fue la fuerza militar en las calles y nunca tuvo la opción de diálogo con los jóvenes, con las mujeres, con los campesinos, con los indígenas que se estaban movilizando en ese momento.
And so the people have rejected the government that's, you know, failed to do any dialogue with the people. It only confronted the people with violence, with force. And so people are rejecting this government that, you know, has failed them and especially here where more people are starting to mobilize. There was a strong mobilization here against the government. She had mentioned there was 21 points of resistance here in the city during the national protests.
Y podríamos decir que el paro nacional generó en la gente, o digamos, lo podríamos decir, despertó en mucha comunidad de Colombia la necesidad de un cambio real de un gobierno que escucha a la gente, de un gobierno que haga cambios reales por la gente, para la gente, y es lo que no vemos en el actual gobierno, y es lo que seguramente pues la gente se cansó de lo mismo, y ahora vemos una aceptación gigantesca a lo que es una nueva propuesta de gobierno.
So through these protests, we could say that people basically woke up to the fact that, you know, the government does not listen to them, does not work for the people, and so people are really looking for some real change, a government that actually serves its people, because what we're seeing now hasn't been the case, and there's a real sense here of change, the possibility of change for a better government for the people.
Desde los procesos de derechos humanos, lo que hemos estado hablando durante todas estas semanas es que esperamos que el día de hoy pues permitan realizar la contienda electoral en calma, que la gente pueda salir a votar y pueda salir a expresar en las urnas el cambio que verdaderamente queremos, pero también que se respete la decisión que salga del día de hoy, porque hay un gran temor de las comunidades frente a lo que pueda pasar hoy, lo que pueda pasar mañana y lo que pueda pasar en el transcurso de esa semana, de esas 2 semanas, si llegásemos a ir a una segunda vuelta. Hay una preocupación de las comunidades, pero sobre todo hay una preocupación de las comunidades más olvidadas, que son las comunidades de las zonas rurales que tienen que vivir día a día el conflicto, y un conflicto que no se ha acabado, que por el contrario se ha agudizado con el auge de los grupos paramilitares en los territorios, y no solamente en esos territorios rurales, sino también se ha transmitido ese panorama del paramilitarismo y de ese auge a la zona urbana.
So, well, in the context of human rights, what, you know, the discussions have been in the last few days, that, of course, we hope, you know, today people are allowed to go participate, to go vote safely, but obviously there has been a lot of worry because the conflict has not ended, especially for the most oppressed communities in the rural areas where, you know, there's still military presence, and in fact, it keeps growing. And so there's a lot of worried about, you know, what can happen today and in the next few weeks if, you know, we go to the second round. So there's a lot of worry in regards to that. And And we're seeing again also the paramilitary not just spread out. It's not just in the rural areas. It's going into the urban areas as well.
And we hope, she says that they are hoping that the decision made in the polls is respected.
Yeah, we hope so. We hope that the decisions made in the polls are respected. That there's no election fraud. That everything goes smoothly, and whatever happens here, yes, people are allowed to do it democratically.
Bueno, Darnelli, una pregunta más específica con respecto a estas situaciones que vivieron las personas y que las viviste tú también en el año pasado. Hablas de un proyecto que recoge estas ideas de derechos humanos. ¿Qué es ese proyecto?
¿El Centro de Derechos Humanos?
No, el proyecto político. ¿Qué proyecto político recoge esas propuestas? O sea, ¿qué propuestas incluye esa propuesta política?
Okay, lo digo en inglés. What is like the platform, the political platform that you see that people have been asking for, that you've been developing in regards to everything that's happening?
Bueno, inicialmente creo que esperamos de ese proyecto político un total respeto por los derechos humanos y sobre todo en el marco pues de la protesta social y con una apuesta que tenemos los procesos de derechos humanos, y es apostarle a una reforma estructural de la fuerza pública, de las fuerzas policiales en Colombia.
So what we basically the project has to do with human rights, and especially in regards to protesting and democratic democracy and protesting, and in regards to the security forces here, the police, and what we need is structural reform of these institutions.
Creo que también esperamos que, digamos, que esa apuesta de proyecto pues tenga un respeto por la implementación del acuerdo de paz, y entendiendo el acuerdo de paz no solamente como un beneficio o como un cambio para la vida de personas en proceso de reincorporación, sino que el acuerdo de paz trae consigo unas necesidades que tenemos los procesos sociales, como por ejemplo desmantelar esos grupos criminales que afectan los liderazgos sociales, los liderazgos políticos, que afectan diariamente esos procesos que hacemos parte en el territorio, que estamos trabajando en el territorio, pero también esa búsqueda de la verdad y de la justicia de esos casos que desafortunadamente no solamente vivimos el año pasado, sino que hemos vivido hace más de 50 años en Colombia.
So another thing is obviously the respecting the implementation of the peace accord, not just to benefit the ex-combatants who are trying to reincorporate, but also bringing justice, especially to the corruption, the criminality that takes place in these social movements and these social processes, that there's justice and the truth is seeked out and people see justice.
Bueno, también hay algo importante a mencionar, es que todo eso ha generado una indignación contra el gobierno, que si bien en las zonas rurales pues puede estar más coartada la libertad de votación, aquí se ve una participación masiva. ¿Nos puedes hablar algo sobre eso?
So also what we could be seeing is kind of a repression in the rural areas in terms of election, people not being able to go vote. Obviously you don't really, it's not apparent here, but maybe you could talk to us a little bit about what's the situation in other areas.
Sí, digamos que como lo expresan, en zonas rurales es mucho más complejo ejercer el derecho al voto. Y en la ciudad, como lo mencionaba, sí hemos visto un cambio de la percepción de la gente frente al actual gobierno, ¿sí? Una aceptación que tuvo inicialmente, pues ganar en las elecciones, pero pues en el marco de lo que vivimos el año pasado, la comunidad caleña en general pues se cansó de las situaciones que tuvieron que vivir, sobre todo de la represión que vivieron los jóvenes, porque fueron aquí los jóvenes los que asesinaron, los jóvenes los que golpearon, los jóvenes los que detuvieron, los jóvenes que todavía permanecen en las cárceles. Y la aceptación de la gente en este panorama pues ha sido muy fructífero. Creo que una de las ganancias del paro nacional es que la gente abriera los ojos y entendiera pues que este es un gobierno antipopular y este es un gobierno que está en contra de las mayorías del pueblo colombiano, que somos la mayoría de comunidad, que somos, digamos, no tenemos acceso a la educación, que no tenemos acceso a la salud, y la gente entendió eso en las calles cuando los jóvenes y las jóvenes les mostraban esa realidad de país que los medios de comunicación no les enseñaron nunca.
So there's been a change of perception here again, after the national strike. So there's been a change of perception because especially it was the younger people who were affected. It was the young people who were assassinated. It was the young people who were detained. It was the young people who are still in jail. So there's a sense of people are fed up. People are tired of the government. They understand that it's it's not for the people, and so the people have woken up after the national strike and are resisting despite the repression.
Give me a second, I'm going to get in the interview.
¿Quieres que?
No, quiero que estés aquí también.
Okay.
Encuadrémonos un poquito por atrás. Bueno, Darnelli, córrete un poquito para atrás. Estamos a pocas cuadras de lo que ocurrió hace un año, de una masacre que se llevó a cabo, por la que se está juzgando a los comandantes de la policía de la ciudad de Cali, en un proceso que hasta la fecha ha llegado a la fase de imputación, mas no ha habido una condena, a pesar de la solicitud del Ministerio Público de la detención de estos comandantes. Esto no se ha llevado a cabo. Este proceso de violencia que se llevó a cabo aquí en esta ciudad, aquí en este lugar, hace más de un año, sigue impune. ¿Puedes hablarnos un poco sobre lo que ustedes como organización han visto, no solo desde lo que ocurrió, sino en torno a lo que ha sido el proceso legal y la impunidad en torno a ese proceso en lo que ha transcurrido de este año?
So, as we said, in the national strikes, there was a massacre that took place. And so what has your organization done, to help people, but also in regards to the legality of it all and impunity of what happened?
Bueno, sí, efectivamente estamos a pocas cuadras de la rotonda del barrio Siloé, el sector conocido como Siloé, en uno de los barrios o de los sectores de Cali, digamos, más vulnerables, no marginados, vulnerables, donde el 5 de mayo el 3 de mayo, del 2021, tuvimos la masacre de 3 jóvenes en ese sector, pero adicionalmente mencionar que ayer, 28 de mayo, hace un año, fue el día más sangriento de la ciudad de Santiago de Cali, porque tuvimos el asesinato de más de 6 personas en diferentes sectores, incluyendo esta rotonda de Siloé.
Okay, so Siloé is where we saw on May 3rd, Mayo 3 de Mayo, May 3rd of last year, we saw a massacre, and so this neighborhood is one of the most vulnerable neighborhoods in the city, and not just that. ¿Cuál era la otra fecha?
28 de mayo.
The May of 28, we also saw, one of the biggest
bloodbath. It was a bloodbath.
It was a bloodbath of the city where 6 people died. So,
para el caso del 3 de mayo están imputados 3 integrantes de la fuerza pública, Desafortunadamente, como lo mencionan, pues no ha habido una medida de aseguramiento de estas personas, que fue la solicitud que hizo el abogado de las víctimas y también el Ministerio Público en la última audiencia que hubo de imputación de cargos. Y digamos que eso es lo que nos vamos a encontrar con la mayoría de casos que dice la Fiscalía General de la Nación está investigando.
Entonces hay 3 casos, pero
3 policías imputados por...
So there's 3 police officers who have not been tried, or
the charges.
The charge.
That
The victims of the lawyer of the victims. Yeah,
the judge said that they were going to trial for this.
Oh, okay.
So even when the judge said that they were going to trial, they had not been detained.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's an open case, so there's no impunity. I mean, they're walking with impunity.
Bueno, entonces ese es el contexto. Te agradecemos mucho, Darnelli. Yo soy David Escobar y por ahora seguimos en el cubrimiento de esta jornada electoral.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Darnelli, for your talks. This was David, and I'm Tania, and we will continue on covering the elections today.
Hi. Was that are we ready to take a break, or exactly where are we at right now? Yeah, I believe that right now we're about to go into our next break, and so we will be back. Right now, I'm sorry, I'm confused. I'm not sure what we're doing right next. If I can communicate with the people on the, I didn't know if we're doing Convo Couch or if we're passing to Aminta. So Convo Couch, okay. So we're going to hear a short Convo Couch before we go on our break, and pass the mic to Aminta. Okay. Hey there, Pasta. How's it going, Craig? Convo Couch.
It's going good. We're at the CMU. They're about to do a report. I don't know. Let me try to go to a different, really quick. I'm going to go to the internet's not, once again, is kind of messing up. But I'm going to go really quick. This is the command center they were talking about the, says the Wi-Fi is working good, but can you guys see anything?
No, it's all black.
How about now?
Oh, now we can, yes.
So I'm going to put the microphone on, but this is the CMU where they have all the cameras and they report back to everything if there's any issues. I'm just going to be quiet and let you guys go.
Compañía en Corferias, ¿ya tienen equipo de gestores de diálogo en terreno?
Sí, señor, tenemos equipos de gestores de diálogos, está presente también los gestores de Secretaría de Seguridad y de Alcaldía Local. También está presente la personería.
¿Necesitas más apoyo del equipo de diálogo móvil para enviártelo?
De momento creeríamos que no, con lo que tenemos acá hay bastante, entonces creemos que es suficiente y estamos tratando de conversar la situación con ellos.
Secretaría de Seguridad. Listo, muchas gracias, compañero Wilson. Cualquier cosa, porfa, estamos pendientes.
Cuanto claro que sí, muchas gracias.
So I'm going to step back in the room in just 2 seconds, but just to give you guys some context of what's going on, because this is their command center over here in Bogota. There's about 35 people in the room here, and they have cameras everywhere shot around the world. You want to tell us what they're actually doing?
So they're actually, this is the center, command center, which is where everybody brings reports of irregularities that are happening on the ground within Bogota in the 21 different locations. So right now, I think Craig was able to actually capture reports live that were happening in at least 4 different centers in Bogota. They are talking about having too many people, not enough tables, essentially, and just an agglomeration of people. So generally, it seems like things have been flowing okay here in Bogota, which has been described to us by folks here as an island of democracy, and really have encouraged electoral observation in other parts of the country, particularly outer regions where there isn't so much presence of institutionality. They have been sharing with us, though, that there is additional guarantees in this particular space, given the irregularities that were present during the congressional elections in March. And now they were able to, due to those things, learn and have these contingency plans and have this, cooperation between institutions that are public institutions like the Registraduría, the public ministry, but also having citizens here and members of the political parties present.
We're going to go back on in and take a look. Gracias, compañero. Alcaldía local La Candelaria.
¿No aparecen en la misma votación y conferencia? ¿Cómo fue?
No aparecen.
No aparecen.
Alcaldía La Candelaria. Alcaldía Rafael Uribe.
Candelaria presente.
Buenas tardes.
Un momentico, alcalde de Rafael Uribe. Alcaldesa, le escuchamos.
Alcaldía de Candelaria sin novedad, se presentan en Plaza de Bolívar personas con camisetas de partidos de las personas que están candidatos a presidencia. ¿Me escuchan?
Ya, alcaldesa, esa no, nos dice de diálogo social que esa novedad ya fue resuelta.
Sí, así es, fue resuelta, sí, señor.
Gracias.
Pero sin novedad.
Gracias. Alcalde Rafael Uribe.
Rafael Uribe, normalidad en los puestos de votación, salvo en el colegio Marruecos y Molinos, donde se decomisó un arma de fogueo sin cartucho y se le puso comparendo por parte de la policía al votante.
Gracias, alcalde. Alcaldía Ciudad Bolívar. Alcaldía Ciudad Bolívar.
Ellos dijeron que iban a hacer.
Alcaldía Sumapaz. No, está David. Ciudad Bolívar.
Muy buena, ¿me escuchan?
Perfecto, perfecto. Ciudad Bolívar.
Bueno, Ciudad Bolívar, nosotros hemos hecho un continuo monitoreo del ejercicio electoral. El día de hoy tenemos los espacios que habíamos informado ya anterior. Y lo único que sería adicional informar es que tuvimos dos accidentes de tránsito, uno en la autopista a la altura de Madelena, donde un tractocamión tumbó un poste, todavía no se ha recuperado, y otro también en la autopista con carrera 60, sentido occidente-oriente, este último ya se recuperó. Entonces, en este orden de ideas, nosotros reportamos total normalidad. Yo ya hablé con el registrador, hemos hecho alrededor de 6 recorridos con diferentes grupos, articulando las diferentes alertas y atenciones, y por el momento la alcaldía da total reporte de tranquilidad aquí desde el PNU, donde se encuentran todas las instituciones. Lo bueno fue que dejó de llover. No tendríamos más que reportar.
Una pregunta, si verificaron el tema de perdón.
El caso del perdón.
Y el caso de Verbenal también.
¿Cuál fue el caso de Verbenal?
El de una compra de votos.
¿Y el de perdón me lo recuerda?
There was one case, she was saying there was one case of vote buying actually in Bogota, but just one. And the other case that she was mentioning was of an indigenous community that had been forcibly displaced from their region.
Start over to get a little bit louder.
Sure. So she was saying that there was one instance registered here in Bogota of buying votes, and so this is irregular in Bogota. The other thing, there was a community of indigenous, an indigenous community that had been forcibly displaced from their territory that usually votes in one of the localities here in Bogota. when they approached, these community members approached the voting place, they were told they actually had to vote in their community. So that's something that they're resolving now. Basically, when these irregularities are reported here, there is part of the government, the body of government that's here is able to send people out. So there's 3,500 people called gestores de comunidad, or that are the people that are mediators essentially, that go out into the communities and are mobilized into different places.
I thought this was something totally different than what it was. I thought it was more like we're going to be watching, but this is really like efficient as far as taking care of problems. So I'm interested once they're done with their meeting to ask how they snap to action to handle these situations. I believe one of the locations they said it's overloaded, right?
Right. So this is what I was asking one of the women here from Polo Democrático, and she was saying essentially with the 3,500 people that they have on staff, that they're able to mobilize to different places when they need support. So there have been at least 4 different locations that have reported that there's just too many people, they need support, and they need help with the logistics, so they send people out immediately for that.
Awesome.
Vamos a Usme, a verificar lo de Usme. Compañero de localidad de Usme, tiene la mano levantada. Usme. Listo. Usme. Usme.
Sí, señor, aquí estoy. Perdón.
Luis Eduardo.
¿Tiene paredes?
No, doctor, buenos días. Buenas tardes ya para todas y todos. Localidad de Chapinero. Eduardo Cruz, referente para la gestión de riesgo. Si novedades a la hora, reporta Cuerpo Oficial de Bomberos recorrido por todos los puntos de la localidad sin novedad. De igual manera, ya el mural que se encontraba en la calle 85 con 15 nuevamente fue pintado ya de color blanco. Es decir, que ya no usted no existe.
Listo, Luis, te agradecemos una foto. ¿Ya la tenemos? Listo. Gracias, ya tenemos la foto, muchas gracias. Compañeros de Usme, si no tienen información sobre la novedad de los indígenas, le agradecemos porfa indagar sobre ella, comunicarse con nosotros apenas tengan algún reporte. Compañeros de Usme, ¿nos escucharon?
Sí, señor, estamos ya en la pared, sí, señor, nuevamente.
Listo, entonces ahorita nos comunicamos con ustedes para que nos den información sobre la novedad que nos reportaron sobre los indígenas.
Bueno, estamos reportando, se hizo consulta con el señor registrador auxiliar local directamente, reporta a las 12:30 p.m. en la consulta que hace con el enlace puesto de la fiscala, que a la hora no se presentó ningún ciudadano con rasgos de características indígenas a ese puesto de votación. En el número de cédula que me envía enlace del PMU distrital, el señor registrador hace la consulta y ya ejerció su derecho al voto en ese puesto de votación. Por otra parte, al parecer, en el segundo caso de un video que se está rotando por diferentes grupos, también local, se entiende que es un tema de orden distrital en el puesto de votación del archivo. Informan que desde la localidad, están informando desde la localidad de Busco. Estamos pendientes y estamos solicitando. La comunidad indígena está pendiente por ejercer su derecho al voto aquí en la localidad de Busco. Si nos envían alguna información adicional, estaremos reportando al PMU. Pero en este momento no tenemos ninguna información que se nos haya reportado desde el puesto de la fiscal o diferentes puestos de la localidad.
Listo, muchas gracias, compañera. Vamos a pedir información del grupo indígenas y cualquier cosa se la estaremos remitiendo. Gracias, compañera.
A ustedes, gracias.
Dame la novedad de saqué.
Pero saqué de verificar en el puesto Santa María, mesa 32, la presa.
No existe la mesa.
Hay 20 mesas.
Hay 20 mesas en ese puesto. No existe la mesa.
Sin embargo, la policía pues ya hizo presencia ahí y que pues iban a un reporte final sobre eso.
Listo. Ministerio Público. Listo. Ok.
Fuimos con la oración.
Próximo reporte, 2:30.
Es un comunicado de la Mira.
Compañeros de alcaldías locales, enlaces, alcaldes y alcaldesas, el próximo reporte será a las 3:30 de la tarde.
Gracias.
Compañeros y compañeras de las diferentes alcaldías locales, alcaldes y alcaldesas, el próximo reporte será a las 3:30.
3:30 y hay otro reporte.
Ben, can you film real quick? Can you film real quick? Well, you got to translate. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Tengo una pregunta. Pregunta.
Okay, guys, I just want to say I'm very impressed. I'm glad I saw this report because when I came in here, I thought it would be, I thought it would be like that person's watching mesas, uno through dos, this one's watching this mesa. So when you told me the process, I was a little bit like confused.
Okay, so estaba diciendo que está muy impresionado con lo que ha visto porque pensaba que esto era totalmente diferente, que estaban viendo cada uno de las mesas, pero está muy impresionado con lo que ha visto y cómo se están comunicando. You're very impressed with this, right? Yeah.
When the problems happen, the way you guys just jump to the problems to solve them, it's very impressive. I would probably recommend this still happening back in the United States if we could do something like this. What did we do with the situation for the one vote center that was overloaded?
Okay, primero quiere decir que le gustaría tener esto en los Estados Unidos, que le gustó qué tan eficientemente resolvieron los problemas. Sería excelente tener esto en los Estados Unidos porque no tenemos esto para nada. Pero, okay, can you repeat the last part?
What did we do to solve the problem of the vote center that had way too many people and it was
¿Qué
overloaded?
hicieron para resolver el problema del centro donde tenían demasiadas personas?
Los varios puntos. There were several.
Lo que estamos haciendo es, tenemos unos gestores de diálogo que comienzan a colaborarnos, pues, para descongestionar un poco, pero la registraduría también comienza a colaborarnos con el tema de la biometría para que, pues, sea resuelto y la validación, la autenticación de la huella sea más rápido.
So, no mueven a la gente, simplemente lo hacen más eficiente.
Sí.
So they resolved it by going and helping out with the biometric systems to make the lines go faster, but they don't remove people or send them anywhere else.
Hay 3.500 gestores, ¿verdad? Que son desplazados, que se pueden movilizar.
No, tenemos 350.
Sí. Okay. So there are 350 gestores that are like mediators that can go out and that are mobilized and can actually go and help solve some of these situations.
Y adicionalmente tenemos 5 equipos móviles, o sea, gestores que andan en vehículo en todo el distrito monitoreando cualquier situación. Y lo que estamos haciendo ahora es direccionándolos para descongestionar esos puestos.
And there's also 5 different mobile teams that are going around the city and that move between different parts of the city whenever we receive reports.
Pero es bueno decir que, dijéramos, lo que se está evitando es que se genere una situación de orden público, ¿sí? Pero no está aún garantizado el derecho al voto allí de esos jóvenes. Entonces hay que mirar unas acciones, no sé si sea posible, nosotros también de los partidos políticos estamos orientando que busquen un canal que les permita a ellos ejercer el voto, porque por ahora lo que se está evitando es que eso se convierta en un tema de orden público, ¿sí?
So he just wants to clarify that there's 2 different things. There's the bigger goal of avoiding like a conglomeration, mass conglomeration and disruption in the street, and at the polling place. The other issue though is the actual vote, right, of the young people that haven't been able to access the polling place to be able to actually vote. So that's something that the political parties are also helping organize and try to find channels for that to be able to take place.
Pasta, hello. Right, yeah, we need to go ahead and move on to the next section now. Ahorita vamos a tener una reporta, una actualización por parte de Aminta Sea, quien está reportando por el día con nosotros. I want to say that we're about to have a Spanish update by Minta Sea, who's been reporting with us through the day. So I'm going to turn the mic over to you, Aminta.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Mira, ahorita estamos de Bolívar, perdón, donde se ve una gran cantidad de personas a quienes están listos para votar, claro, como han dicho muchos otros analistas y compañeros anteriormente. Ahorita la necesidad de que haya un cambio en Colombia es todos hemos notado eso con la involucración de la clase igual Ciudad Bolívar, es una ciudad cual tiene una cultura bastante de la obrera, es un lugar que igual ha sido impactado significativamente por la pandemia. Hay que considerar que, por ejemplo, acá en la ciudad, la mayoría de los trabajadores son del sector informal. Igual, nosotros reconocemos que cuando alguien es parte del sector informal, porque lo hace más vulnerable a los presos que se encuentran debajo de una condición económica, no capitalista, igual una economía y también un Estado que hemos visto que los ciudadanos necesaria para poder ¿no? Entonces acá sí vemos personas y hablando con varias personas en la calle he notado que obviamente la necesidad de que haya un cambio, más que todo igual sobre la necesidad que los jóvenes tengan más empleo, más oportunidades, porque o sea, ahorita es necesario finalmente las contradicciones tengan la oportunidad de salir. Igual acá estoy con el compañero Mil, que sabe un poco más sobre Ciudad Bolívar y
Solo quería, muy buenas tardes James, muy buenas tardes a todos aquellos y aquellas que están conectados. Nos encontramos acá en la localidad Ciudad de Bolívar, Ciudad Bolívar en Bogotá, que pues como acaba de mencionar Amita, que es una ciudad, que es una localidad muy pobre, que es muy golpeado por pues todas las dinámicas que está viviendo Colombia desde mucho tiempo, desde muchos siglos. Y entonces acá siempre se presentan diferentes irregularidades. También esa localidad está muy vinculado con el conflicto armado. Últimamente, antes de las elecciones al Congreso, por ejemplo, solo una semana antes explotó acá un carro bomba. El presidente Duque llegó al lugar pues, del acontecimiento solo 10 minutos después. Eso fue una cosa, pues, mucha gente pensó que pues lo describió como un montaje para pues crear tensión antes de las elecciones de Congreso. Y eso no para por acá. Hoy en la mañana nos reportaron desde acá que en un puesto de votación a las 4 de la mañana, cuando intentaron abrirlo, no lo pudieron porque pues hubo un grupo armado que se los prohibió y tuvo que llegar la policía para pues garantizar que se puede ejercer el derecho al voto en este puesto. Pero eso no es el único, también los y las observadores nos están reportando que en algunos puntos de votación acá hay como unas camionetas raras que están dando vueltas y también que faltan en diferentes puestos de votación las mesas de justicia pues para la veeduría y hay muchas cosas que podemos observar por acá porque pues Ciudad Bolívar siempre ha sido un lugar tenaz pues para la población que tanto se está deseando un cambio y por eso estamos acá para pues observar y mirar cómo va avanzando el proceso electoral. Entonces,
le he dicho aprobar.
Oh, hi. I guess I'm live. Welcome back. We're really glad to be here. Hold on. Hey, yeah. Welcome back. We're glad to be here, holding down the fort. Here also with David. Okay, lost the stream there, man. This with David Escobar. He's been helping us out with the live transmissions of some of the interviews today, and we'll be talking to him and Tanya, who's helping him too, Nunez, about some irregularities that she heard about in some context. But right now we're going to, in a minute, go to Shanti and the group that is in Ciudad Bolivar. Before we go to that, I just want to say that there have been several different reports of fraud or of irregularities that have been coming in, including that the electoral observation mission reported witnessing the buying of votes in Armenia, Colombia, by the FICO campaign. There have been people witness restraining voters, physically restraining people from going to the office or to the booth. And of course, this morning we heard about in Cúcuta about the detentions of one of the women from CPDH, the Permanent Committee for Human Rights. And we are, hello? And we are just hearing reports from one of our teams in Ciudad Bolivar right now about several irregularities that they have witnessed. So we're going to pass the camera to Shanti. Shanti, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting your last name. You're a member of our delegation, very welcome, but you'll have to fill us in on your name, your last name. But Shanti in Ciudad Bolivar.
Hi, hello, thank you for that. So yeah, hi, my name is Shanti. I'm here right now in Ciudad Bolivar, which is, it's in the south of Bogota, and the south of Bogota is kind of the area that has, more poverty, generally more crime, things like that. So we've been to two different voting centers here. Both of them are actually like two of the biggest voting centers in Ciudad Bolivar, with one had about 51 tables for voting, the other 54. And also due to the location and like how central they are like get like some of the most traffic. So one of the women was telling us even since 7 a.m. there's been like a line waiting there. And at both of these polling stations, the table of like the like Mesa de la Justicia, there's meant to be someone there, for like guarantees to report to thing. Both of them didn't have anybody show up for, this table and to have them there. Also in the first location we went to, there was a suspicious car, two different cars actually driving around the block. And these cars, you could tell, they're definitely not from the neighborhood. They definitely like don't fit in. They're registered cars. And, they have a suspicion that these are cars where they're like topping in the line, asking people, to get out of the line, buying votes, but generally like trying to get people to like not vote and to like stop voting there. There's also people in this first like station on the corners that were like waiting, and these were people that were also going to be like trying to like buy votes. So they've definitely noticed some suspicious activities around there. The second station we went to, this is the bigger one with 54 votes. 54 tables. This had three different like irregularities that were noticed besides like missing, the table of like justice where people should be able to go to report things. So one of the things is that they did find some votes that were thrown away. They found, votes that had been thrown away. They also did have someone who returned and tried to vote a second time. They'd already had their like ID registered, but they did try to return and do that. And you also had, like someone they actually had to like throw out a vote because like the paperwork and the thing that was associated was a bit suspicious. So those are all the official things that we've seen and seen reported. It's also something interesting that happened to me and like to like the other like members who were inside, doing observations. We were having a conversation with a woman who was just telling us a little bit about the neighborhood. It's a neighborhood where there's like actually a lot of poverty. People struggle a lot with like food insecurity. And so she was just talking to us about the situation, about, like the response of the people, how like people in the community feel like their situation. And we actually got reported for having this conversation, even though, We didn't talk about any candidates. We didn't talk about any parties. We were very clear to like not mention, in this casual conversation between just like the three of us, anything that would be illegal. But even still, we even got reported just for like having conversations about the situation that exists here in Bolivar, the Ciudad Bolivar. So we're actually about to go to a couple more stations there. So I'll keep you updated with things that we see from those places as well. But yeah, thank you so much.
Shanti, before you go, I know you. Oh, are we losing you? Are you there?
Hello, I'm here. Yes.
Okay. Well, I know you because you live in Bogota and you were present during the national strike, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I've lived in Bogota for over 3 years, Colombia for over 4, and I was here last year during the national strikes.
Well, I know that in Ciudad Bolivar, before you go, just to help people understand a little more, could you talk a little bit about like Ciudad Bolivar? I know it's a place that, for instance, doesn't have necessarily a steady supply of water. It's a very undeveloped and very poor area of the city, but it has also experienced a lot of repression on the part of like ESMAD during the national strike. I also know it has a very high population of displaced people. And at one point, we at AFTJ helped organize, emails and calls when there was an SMOD surrounding a homeless or, encampment of the displaced there and about to possibly fire on them. And it fortunately didn't happen. But if you could just tell us a little bit about Ciudad Bolivar and the militancy there. There's a lot of activists there, and about how it's been targeted, and why there would be intimidation, irregularities being concentrated there now.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, Ciudad Bolivar, like I was saying, it's in the south of the city, and in Bogota, the south of the city is generally where you see kind of like the poor like populations, the poorest neighborhood, but also like with that like the most repression. So yeah, the conditions here. This is one of the things we were talking about. Like Ciudad Bolivar has like 2 or kind of 3 kind of mountains that you go up, and these places, yeah, they don't have like access to a lot of the services. They don't have access to like food. Water, a lot of them. And yeah, these are definitely the places where you see some of the worst poverty and also some of the worst violence. So yeah, Ciudad Bolivar has a lot of that. It's also been like a strong point of resistance because of this. You have like the first line here, who like in like, the national strikes. In general, it's always like the poorer populations who tend to like, you see the most repression and also them fighting the most because they kind of have the most to lose and the most to gain from these situations. So yeah, Ciudad Bolivar has a lot of like violence. It has a lot of like poverty. And for like, this reason, it also has like a lot of like, yeah, like resistance and a lot of people like that. So these are also kind of the areas where you tend to see more intimidation from the police, from the paramilitaries, from different groups like that. Not far from Ciudad Bolivar, actually, there is like a section where like is known to just be full of like paramilitaries. So they have a lot to gain and a lot to lose from these elections. And I think, yeah, the intimidation that we see happening here, you always see ESMAD going like really hard and like really fighting the most in these kinds of cities like Ciudad Bolivar and also another place called Resumen. And these places, apart, as like James mentioned, apart from just having like the poorest population, there tend to also be a lot of like displacement and people who are like displaced. And a lot of these like people tend to like come together and create camps, where they have like a little bit of community where they're looking after each other. And ESMAD routinely will come to these camps and like gas people and like drive them out of there. So yeah, ESMAD is constantly being used here against the people, against like displaced and vulnerable populations, in repressing them. And you definitely like notice these things, especially the most during like national strikes, right? This is always where you see the most ESMAD being like deployed, where they're using like the most violence. So yeah, there's like definitely like a lot at stake here. And like they were like talking kind of about like in these elections, there's a lot of hope and a lot of time, for these elections and what they could bring. But, if there's not like a serious change from these elections, that people are like considering, going and like finding different routes to ask for, the justice that they deserve and that they aren't getting here, because there's no support for people in these times, especially during the pandemic. Like these places are they're just forgotten and just like left to fend for themselves.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll just say before we're going to invite Tanya Nunez and David, well, to talk a little bit about some, Tanya in particular, to talk about some news that she received, similar news, well, news of irregularities in the north of Cauca. But I want to say that we just received a notice from your co-delegate there with you in Ciudad Bolivar, Nils, that that a indigenous community in Usme, another rural area there, or you know, not rural, but rural and undeveloped, but that they always vote in the capital at the last hour, usually around the last hour, and that the voting place has the voting place has been changed at the last minute. Yeah, I'm going to pass this over to Tanya, who's going to talk about some irregularities briefly. And if you could just, I need to go find out what's going on. I don't know if you could just talk a little bit about what happened in Miranda and the other things. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Hi. So yeah, we're here in Cali, but we actually talked to a friend of ours who is in Miranda. Her name is Briseida, and she was just talking to us about some irregularities yesterday. Apparently, people in the community she's from received text messages yesterday about people getting essentially like a stimulus like check from the government on a source of income of like what's called like ingreso de solidaridad, income of solidarity, that they were receiving text messages that they could go pick up this money. So it's something very weird, she says, because all through the pandemic, you know, people were suffering a lot and they were receiving, you know, no resources from the government, even though people were in desperate need of you know, food and other resources. And but apparently yesterday was when we finally received this message telling people that they had this money they could go pick up, and several people actually were able to receive that money. So Briseida was just telling us how she believes this to be a, you know, a tactic from the government to make people kind of believe this government, you know, actually cares about them and is addressing their needs. And, you know, the reality too is that a lot of people do need these things. You know, they need money, they need resources. So, you know, they this sort of thing, you know, helps them out a lot. And so it's kind of a way to take advantage of people and take advantage of people's needs. Another irregularity we heard about from our comrade. She sent us an audio file of a woman who was at the polls in Popayan, and how over there the lines were extremely long and inaccessible. That they were located in an area where it's like a really rocky path, and you know, for people who are on wheelchairs or on walkers, it's practically inaccessible. And it's also, the lines are really long, and the process has just been completely slowed down. And also all the polling tables have been kind of pushed inside the building, and it's just really crowded in there and really chaotic is what she says. And so she was warning people that they probably should come early to vote, because otherwise they won't be able to later on, because it's just so slow, the lines, and it's taking hours to vote. So that's the irregularities we've heard about, and will keep following up, but that's what we've heard from our end. But I also, I guess I could show you guys the video I did with Briseida. She, you know, she also talked just about the lack of education in this country, the lack of consciousness, and and how they take advantage of this, the people not knowing, understanding things, and not understanding that a government should be there to serve its people, to address needs. And so I could probably try to find this audio and play it. About us. Okay, we're back. I believe they got the audio, so it's in Spanish, and as they play it, I'll try to translate.
Hey, hi, are we back? The audio is not happening now. And just let me check in. Do we have Jaime Caicedo and Alvaro Rodriguez ready to go now? Well, let's just, while we're waiting and finding out what is next. No, we don't really need a break. Just start chatting with the people and the note keepers here. We just need to know what's happening next. I know that Jaime Caicedo was just calling, looking for the link to get on, and Alvaro Rodriguez Lalo is talking to them. So as soon as they're ready, we are ready to go. One thing that might be good while we're waiting is there in the Dropbox, it's in Spanish, unfortunately, but there is a 8-minute video that I took from the Plaza Bolivar on the closing of the Petro campaign that has a woman talking about issues in Ciudad Bolivar. And I think it's a pretty good. Actually, I'm pretty sure that Vicky may have she wrote she put it on. But for those who speak Spanish, if we could cue that up, it's about 8 minutes while we're waiting for Alvaro and Jaime to come on. Jaime Caicedo is the General Secretary of the Colombian Communist Party. And for those of us in the United States, we may not really have an idea of just how strong the Communist Party is in Colombia and how influential it is. You can walk around the streets of Bogota and pick up their paper, their weekly paper, at like most of the kiosks. It's widely available. And we're going to be having a conversation between him and Alvaro Rodriguez, who is the International Department Director for the Communist Party, talking about internationalism and solidarity during this time of these historic elections. But so we still are not here. Well, I'd like to talk a little bit. I don't know, Tanya, maybe you have some ideas. We're kind of on the spot here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're looking for the audio, and
Right.
I think Lalo, I think that's a good idea. If you want to just share your screen and share the audio, that work. It's just audio, so it's not video.
I can say right now while we're seeing what's next, and is there news? Do we have news on Jaime and Alvaro? Are they going to be on here soon? I know. So while we're talking here, maybe it would be interesting to talk a little bit about what are the things what might be the outcomes of this election. I don't know, David might want to join us for this because he's an astute observer. I don't know if we can, we're all probably going to have to get comfortable here. Oh, okay, you're going to, we can all
Yeah, you could just switch.
Okay. We do have David Escobar here, who is a good friend and a very strong partner. But I think, there are different scenarios that could happen tomorrow or tonight. Gustavo Petro and Francia Marquez could win. They could win by enough to win the entire presidency in the first round. They could also win, but not by enough and have to go to a second round. And who knows, it could turn out differently. Who knows? Fico Gutierrez could win. That's why they have elections. And Sergio Fajardo. Upsets have happened, and there are other candidates, but there are some different outcomes, and all these outcomes, I think, in some way, really relate to the whole peace process. I mean, there are people who would say that this election is, in many ways, a referendum on the peace process, and that the peace process will either have new life or will completely fall apart possibly based on these elections. What is your opinion about that,
James? In the most probable scenario is that Gustavo Petro wins this first round, as many media have published statistics about the probability that Gustavo Petro wins this first round. So we have like some uncertainty, uncertain about if Gustavo Petro is going to win for a majority in this first round, or if he is going to the second round. Many people is probably going to gather.
Need to move closer.
Many people is going to gather tonight to celebrate the results, as Gustavo Petro is going to be the winner of this first round. So there are some probabilities that tonight might happen some disturbs here in the city. So if what you are asking me is that how much probable is that in the first round wins Fico, is very improbable. However, if Gustavo Petro doesn't win in this first round, the second round is going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult because all the right wing is going to join, and they are going to join just to beat Gustavo Petro.
I'm sorry, I'm typing and talking at the same time. Hi there, and we're back. I don't know, we're having a lot of trouble getting through our special guests. I know a lot of people are probably, I mean, Jaime Caicedo is, of course, a very important person in Colombian politics, and it would be great if we could hear from him. But I don't know. You can get in touch with me. People get in touch with me, but they can't get in touch with each other. So we're still working. We also are going to have coming up, there's a video recorded by Imelda Daza, who's a activist who has been an important part of this whole peace process, a personal friend of Simon Trinidad, who is jailed right now in the U.S. on trumped up charges. He's a political prisoner in the United States. And there's a video of an interview with her that we hope to be playing soon. I guess one thing, David, there's, I've talked a good bit about all these issues. We're trying to position the microphone that we're sharing so people can hear us soon. But I have several questions. And by the way, just David is an independent journalist here. We're hoping to premiere one of his videos later at the end of this broadcast, and before we do our evening wrap up and roundtable at 7 Central Time, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. But David was a big part during the strike, in the national strike. He got a lot of information to us and helped us get supplies that we raised money for to street medics during the strike. But David, should Petro win, what does this mean for the struggle for the second independence? How does that continue? We know that Petro, it's a great step forward in terms of democracy, staving off the right wing. But we also know that the U.S. government is going to be co-opting him every day, and are going to be trying to co-opt him. And he has not expressed, hasn't indicated that he would by any means completely break with the U.S. empire, that the Colombia would still be a host to a huge, to a regular military presence in Colombia, of the U.S. in Colombia. I mean, in so many ways, Colombia operates as an extension of the U.S. military, but that probably won't end with Petro, will it? But it will be a step away, somewhat away from U.S. hegemony. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that and what is the future for that ongoing struggle for true independence from empire domination.
Hey, James, it's a very good question. Gustavo Petro is not having a speak against the United States can't. Colombia right now is an ally of the NATO. It's very difficult that anyone that wants to get to be the president of Colombia has a speech against NATO and against the United States. Then, as a pragmatic question, anyone who wants to get there is going to be the president has to have a speech that is in a line of not uh, fighting against this country, against the empire right now in Colombia. There is a big probability that Gustavo Petro be the next president of Colombia. So his speech is getting close to the center, to the political center, and I see it as a pragmatic decision. So he's trying to get people that is undecided to join this project, so he can get enough strength to have governability. However, the Gustavo Petro's program is a program that has an environmental part and also a human rights respect component. And in the topic of the peace accord, he has said that he will impose or respect what is in the accord. So I know this is not like the independency of this colony of the United States, but it's a step forward in a way that is needed by society to keep on. It's like oxygen to social movements, is like a breath in between this war. And for what I see, is a program that gets the claims of all the social organizations in Colombia. That's what I think.
Gracias. We are going to now go ahead and go live with an interview with Alvaro Rodriguez. But before we, okay, hola, hi. Okay, we're going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and switch on these. But thanks.
Hola.
Hi, Alvaro. How are you doing? I have a. We are having some problems. I'm not sure what, I mean, we have people that are apparently not able to communicate to each other, but are ready to go. Mainly Jaime Caicedo, who's a very special guest for us today, but I guess we're going to just have to try to go on without him. I was very excited about being able to moderate a conversation between the two of you. But I want to introduce Alvaro Rodriguez. Oh, we have Jaime. Okay. Buenos días, buenas tardes, Jaime. Finalmente
Buenas
ya
tardes.
Estamos acá.
Buenas tardes.
Okay.
Porque esto no está funcionando.
Yeah.
No me funciona.
Okay.
Buenas tardes,
Okay,
compañero.
so buenas tardes. Now, sí, podemos oírles. Lo que va a pasar es que vamos a tener traducción consecutivo. No sé. Can you do this, or are you able to do this? Okay, yo voy a empezar. Yo no sé exactamente lo que va a pasar. Yo no soy un muy buen traductor y tal vez vamos a tener este traductor o no, no sé. Pero queremos empezar con esta conversa muy importante entre dos personas muy valientes en el internacionalismo. Y quiero presentar primero mi traductora. Yo voy a cambiar I'm going to pull out the microphone so that I don't know if you'll be able to hear me very well, but quiero presentar a Tania Núñez, que es parte de nuestro equipo de medios acá en Cali para esta transmisión. Y ella ha estado en las calles de Cali reportando de acá.
Sí, estábamos en Cali aquí, en la mañana estuvimos en el Coliseo del Pueblo y había bastante gente allá en línea lista para votar. Y no hemos visto tantas irregularidades, pero sí hemos escuchado las cosas de otros lugares. Pero aquí estamos ahora. Mucho gusto.
Igualmente.
Muchas gracias, compañera. Bueno, muy bien. Bueno, en primer lugar,
yeah, we're just going to again. I'm going to have to ask that everybody speak up so that we can hear well. And is it possible just to let me close that? No, muchos problemas técnicos y de traducción, pero vamos a empezar. Okay, quiero presentar a Jaime Caicedo, que es el secretario general del Partido Comunista de Colombia, y también a Álvaro Rodríguez, que es el director del Departamento Internacional del Partido Comunista de los Estados Unidos. Y si quieres.
So again, we're here with Jaime Caicedo, who's the executive secretary of the Colombian Communist Party, and Álvaro Rodríguez, who is the part of the U.S. Communist Party.
Dale.
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction. Gracias por la introducción. Y soy Álvaro Rodríguez, de la secretario internacional del Partido Comunista de Estados Unidos, y gusto estar con ustedes.
Muchas gracias, compañeros, compañeras. Bueno, como ya explicaron los compañeros, pues yo soy Jaime Caicedo, secretario del Partido Comunista Colombiano. Estamos hoy en día de elecciones, estamos haciendo distintas actividades relacionadas con esto. Y bueno, hemos tenido varios encuentros con los observadores internacionales que han sido muy provechosos en estas circunstancias, ¿no?
So we're here, it's election day. Everyone's, involved in very distinct activities during elections, and, having the international support here has also been very important, very crucial to this.
Pues, una cosa que podemos decir con respecto al marxismo es la fundación del marxismo es el internacionalismo. So one thing we can say about Marxism is that the foundation of Marxism is the sense of internationalism. Y ustedes son dos hombres con un punto de vista muy internacionalista. You're a couple of people with a very internationalist point of view. And Álvaro, usted como estadounidense y mexicano, el internacionalismo, Tania también, el internacionalismo está en sus venas. I'm just saying that Alvaro and Tanya both, who are both from the U.S. and who are Mexican as well, the internationalism runs in your blood. So yo quiero empezar una pregunta a Álvaro. Álvaro, quiero saber por qué importa a nosotros en los Estados Unidos democracia en Colombia y tiene algún efecto en las vidas de nosotros en los Estados Unidos. So I want to ask Álvaro, does democracy in Colombia matter to us in the United States? Does it affect us in any way?
Sí, gracias Jaime por la pregunta. Y sí, lo que pasa en Colombia obviamente nos interesa mucho a nosotros. We're very interested in what happens in Colombia, and it's very much of interest to the U.S. To our party in particular, we're an internationalist party, like you said. We express our anti-imperialist policy and our international solidarity. So estamos en solidaridad con todos los partidos comunistas y obreros del mundo. Y la solidaridad es muy importante para la clase obrera. Y nos impacta lo que pasa en Colombia, porque nuestro capitalista, nuestra clase gobernante gasta mucho dinero en apoyos a gobiernos de derecha y a fomentar la guerra, y eso no nos conviene a nosotros como ciudadanos americanos. Porque no nomás estamos haciendo algo mal, pero también nos perjudica los intereses monetarios y nuestra agenda fiscal de nuestro país. Es una contestación.
Gracias. Sí.
Would you like me to translate that as well, or you?
If you can.
Yes. So James was saying that I was born in Mexico, and that's true. I'm an immigrant, a first-generation immigrant to the United States, and I was an anti-imperialist long before I was a communist, because what was happening with imperialist actions in Latin America, in particular, which I was conscious of, hurt a lot. What happened to Che Guevara, what's happened to the overthrows of governments in Latin America, gumbo diplomacy, that we looked at that is very damaging to the image of this country and to the interest of the people of this country. So we are very internationalist, and that's so the party is internationalist, and it's in its blood, not just me as an originally Mexican citizen, but because we're internationalists and we're anti-imperialist. So that's very important to us.
Okay, quiero preguntar a Jaime Caicedo. En los Estados Unidos, en este siglo XXI, 2 veces hemos elegido, usamos esta palabra, 2 veces hemos elegido presidentes que no ganaron el voto popular, George W. Bush y Donald Trump. Y ahora tenemos un sistema que es muy asaltado en los Estados Unidos. Cada día hay asaltos contra los derechos de votar y vueltas a los días de la discriminación racista y clasista. So I'm just saying that in the United States, twice in the 21st century, we've elected presidents who did not win the popular vote. And we have a system that is under assault from many, many different directions. Así quiero saber si importa a los colombianos la democracia en los Estados Unidos y qué es la influencia, qué es el efecto de una falta de democracia en los Estados Unidos para los colombianos.
Yeah. Bueno, pues muy a propósito de la pregunta, porque voy a decir cosas que pueden ser un poco, digamos, de otro orden en el plano de la conversación que ha planteado James y el querido compañero Álvaro Rodríguez. La relación de Colombia con Estados Unidos es una relación muy orgánica. Colombia realmente está integrada al imperialismo de Estados Unidos. Mucho más que otros países de América Latina, quiero decir, por razones del orden histórico, por el tema de Panamá, de finales del siglo XIX y comienzos del siglo XX, la separación de Panamá de Colombia fue una obra de la política imperialista de ese momento, en función de los intereses internos de Estados Unidos. Y el vínculo geopolítico que desde entonces se estructuró ha sido perdurable y se ha ido modificando con los cambios, digamos, de las políticas imperialistas, podemos decirlo de esa manera.
Un momento,
Así que,
la traducción.
bueno,
Okay.
perdón.
Está bien. So as you were saying, the relationship of Colombia with the U.S. is very organic. Colombia is deeply integrated into U.S. imperialism, and more so than other Latin American countries because of historical reasons. One big reason is the separation of Panama and Colombia, which served U.S. interests. And throughout the decades, you've seen imperialism modify through the decades and change, but
Un segundo. Sí, cuéntame que estoy aquí en una...
Esperaremos un momento para él cumplir su contesta, pero mientras tanto, Álvaro, hay una población suficiente de colombianos allá en Houston, ¿no?
Sí, Houston es una ciudad cosmopolitana. Hay gente aquí de todo el mundo. La mayoría de la gente aquí son mexicoamericanos, pero hay un grande componente de otras naciones, de Vietnam, de China, y de otros países latinoamericanos. Ahora, hace más reciente, los emigrantes que han venido mucho aquí a Houston y otras partes de Estados Unidos vienen de Centroamérica.
Claro.
Jaime, interrumpí a su pregunta para preguntar a él sobre su ciudad donde viven muchos colombianos. I was just saying that I had interrupted while we were waiting for his question. I was to ask Alvaro about Houston because they have a fairly large, significant population of Colombians there. Pero para continuar con su contesta.
Sí.
Usted.
Hoy esos vínculos son muy, muy complejos. Es probable que las fuerzas de la izquierda logren una victoria hoy, y si no hoy, probablemente el 19 de junio, que es la segunda vuelta. Y el tema de las relaciones de Colombia y Estados Unidos va a ser un tema muy importante, de todas maneras, en la agenda de un futuro gobierno de coalición popular o relativamente democrático en Colombia. Eso lo tenemos claro, y creo que es muy importante que sobre eso hablemos de partido a partido en una perspectiva de mirada estratégica sobre el devenir de estas cosas.
Okay, so these instruments of imperialism are now very complicated. But even so, today, an election day, it's very probable that the force of the left will be able to advance. If not now, in the 19th of July, which is the second round. And, but the topic of US relations will continue despite these elections. And it will be important for the years to come through the social movements. And that's why it's so important for organizations to collaborate and express that internationalism and start strategizing around these issues.
Y para concluir esta idea, la perspectiva, por lo menos desde el punto de vista de las fuerzas de la izquierda más cercanas y las que miramos con un sentido latinoamericanista de solidaridad, etcétera, y antiimperialista de solidaridad, tenemos por delante de varios interrogantes que resolvernos, en el cual creo que deberíamos tener una conversación bilateral mucho más preparada, digamos, que son el tema del Plan Colombia, ¿no es cierto? Que son el tema de la inclusión de Colombia como socio global de la OTAN en la actual circunstancia internacional. Y desde luego sobre, bueno, hay otros aspectos que están en discusión sobre el Tratado de Libre Comercio, etcétera, y sobre todo algunos de los aspectos que se desprenden de los convenios en el plano judicial y las formas, digamos, es que en Colombia intervienen muchísimas agencias del Estado de Estados Unidos como si esto fuera Estados Unidos, y resulta que no somos Estados Unidos. Entonces, es complejo ese tema y creo que es un aspecto que hay que mirar. Un punto que me parece muy importante, porque es parte de las conversaciones que ya hemos tenido con el compañero Álvaro, que han sido fructíferas, pero no hemos logrado concretar, son temas sobre presos políticos colombianos en Estados Unidos, el caso de Simón Trinidad, por ejemplo, que se ha tratado, y la idea que también propuso Álvaro en el año anterior de trabajar algunas declaraciones conjuntas sobre estos aspectos. Así que mi propuesta es volver a la iniciativa que Álvaro ha propuesto desde el año anterior y que pudiéramos trabajarlo ya en una mirada como en otras condiciones de la situación política colombiana. Perdón que me haya extendido tanto, compañera traductora.
No se preocupe. Pues to conclude this idea, the perspective from the left, at least, and the organizations that we see with a sense of, Latin American, sense and solidarity and anti-imperialist movements. We have ahead of us many issues, and there is going to have to be a lot of confrontations to have. Which is why bilateral discussion is heavily needed. For example, in regards to the Plan Colombia, and also in regards to Colombia being an ally of NATO, and among other issues, human rights issues, economic issues. But a point is that Colombia, a lot of U.S. agencies are intervening in Colombia as if, Colombia was a colony of the U.S. And so it becomes very complicated. But at this point, there's been discussion with Álvaro, with the U.S. Communist Party, around these issues. Another theme is that of political prisoners exist in the U.S., such as Simón Trinidad. And so these are ideas that are being discussed, and one of the ideas is having a united declaration around these issues. And yes.
Okay, vamos a necesitar transicionar. Tenemos una entrevista cuadrado con alguien de la izquierda europeana en unos momentos, pero no quería acabar con la entrevista sin preguntar a los dos de ustedes una más pregunta antes de salir, pero we're getting ready. We're going to have a speaker, an interviewer here from the European left coming up soon. So, you know, we'll be transitioning from this interview to the next one, but I still have a couple of questions that I want to ask each of our guests. I think they're important and interrelated questions. Aquí en la Alianza por la Justicia Global tenemos una posición que creo que ustedes son completamente en acuerdo con nosotros, que no hay un partido o un movimiento que va a cambiar el mundo solo sin ayuda de un movimiento muy pluralista. So I'm just saying, I think they'll both agree with the perspective we have at AFGJ that no one party or one movement is going to bring about the change we need in the world. En la Alianza por la Justicia Global somos muy ecuménicos. Trabajamos con personas de partidos diferentes, del Partido Comunista, Partido de Socialismo y Liberación, Mundo Obrero, Freedom Road Socialist Organization, the Democrats, Socialists of America. Trabajamos con anarquistas, trabajamos con demócratas. Cualquier persona que están juntos con nosotros en confrontar el imperialismo y trabajar por la paz con justicia. Tenemos un gran mesa. I'm just saying at AFGJ, we work with people from a lot of different tendencies, a lot of different parties, a lot of different points of view, but we're all united in the anti-imperialism and struggle for peace with justice. Así yo tengo una pregunta para Jaime Caicedo y uno para Álvaro Rodríguez antes de ir. Durante el paro nacional vimos un movimiento masivo, popular, que surgió, que incluyó personas de cada parte de la sociedad de Colombia. Era increíble. Y unificaron para respaldar demandas básicas para una transformación de la sociedad. Yo estaba acá para el paro de 19 y fue increíble ver tantas personas en los calles. Y ahora con la candidatura de Petro y Márquez, vemos también que este incluye muchos segmentos de Colombia, que de verdad es una coalición centro-izquierdista. Y lo que quiero decir es cómo fue posible crear, establecer, construir un movimiento tan pluralista para llegar a este momento actual. So I'm just saying that, you know, what we saw in the national strikes in 2019 and 2021, and in this movement that has gathered behind Petro and Marquez, we see a pluralistic movement that cuts across many segments of society. And I just want to know, how did you do it?
Bueno, a ver cómo agarramos esto. A ver. A ver si entendí bien, James, la pregunta va por el lado del impacto de los movimientos sociales recientes, de las movilizaciones muy grandes que ha habido en el país y cómo ha sido posible todo esto. Hay tres cosas a tener en cuenta para examinar esta situación. Primera, el acuerdo de paz. El acuerdo de paz es una decisión de los revolucionarios de crear las condiciones de una solución política y por lo tanto aceptar esas condiciones planteando reformas, planteando cambios, planteando garantías, planteando la vigencia de derechos y planteando una intervención consentida desde el punto de vista del Estado y también de la fuerza insurgente, en el caso de las FARC, de la comunidad internacional, como garante, como primer elemento. Este acuerdo de paz es fundamental para entender la situación colombiana después de 2016. Dos, el desarrollo sucesivo, voy a decir, desde finales del siglo XX, digamos, de las movilizaciones sociales y populares. Ha sido intensificado. Voy a ponerlo en parangón para entenderlo ustedes más. Digamos, a partir de la entrada en vigencia del Plan Colombia y lo que significa y significó el Plan Colombia, ha habido un crecimiento de las movilizaciones populares en nuestro país. No por el Plan Colombia necesariamente, pero por el impacto del Plan Colombia en la intensificación de la guerra para una salida militar de la guerra, para una salida no pacífica en un primer momento. Fenómeno que se cambió justamente por la resistencia que hubo en Colombia desde lo popular a los dos gobiernos de Álvaro Uribe entre 2002 y 2010. ¿Ya? Por eso, digamos, la aceptación por la burguesía colombiana de entrar a dialogar en los diálogos de La Habana, etcétera, en el gobierno de Juan Manuel Santos, es el resultado de una resistencia muy fuerte desde el punto de vista de la lucha armada en su momento, pero también de la movilización social y popular. En 2010, Marcha Patriótica, en 2013, el paro nacional agrario en Colombia tan importante, nunca habíamos visto una cosa semejante. Las movilizaciones a favor del cese al fuego, los generales afganos que llamaban en Estados Unidos del Comando Sur, trabajaron una conceptualización de la negociación que era negociar en medio de la guerra. Nosotros movilizamos al pueblo para un cese al fuego bilateral como desarrollo más consecuente hacia la solución política. Esto tuvo algún efecto, sobre todo a mediados de la negociación de La Habana. Y hay un tercer aspecto, compañeros, que me parece importante tomar en cuenta después ya del acuerdo de paz. Es la persistencia de una política de convergencia y de unidad de las fuerzas democráticas alternativas alrededor de la solución política, pero también alrededor de la creación de condiciones para unificar a los sectores de la izquierda y a los sectores democráticos para una salida democrática. Nosotros consideramos que la solución política no es solamente terminar la guerra, que la otra parte de la solución política es la democratización del país, sin la cual no hay paz posible. Y esto es parte, digamos, de un desarrollo. Nosotros tenemos una concepción hacia el socialismo, desde luego, pero tenemos que desarrollarla en este contexto. Por eso, el resultado de que hace 4 años exactamente, este proceso sacó 8 millones de votos que nunca nos habíamos imaginado nosotros algo posible. Es un escalón más en dirección a este proceso que ahora ha logrado avanzar al punto en que está. Por eso creemos que el paso que se está dando es realmente histórico. Y en ese sentido tendríamos que analizarlo, que ustedes lo pudieran ver también desde esa mirada. Eso. Gracias.
So 3 things to keep in mind to examine, this phenomenon that we're seeing now is first a peace accord, which was a decision of the revolutionaries of Colombia, creating the conditions for a political situation that pushes, human rights, pushes guarantees for workers, for campesinos, and planting other things. The peace accord has been really fundamental to understanding the national strike. 2 is the development at the end of the 20th century of the development of social movements, the growth of social movements at the end of the 20th century, at the start of implementing Plan Colombia. There has been, an increase of social movements since then, not because of the effects of what Plan Colombia has caused. How it's intensified, the impact it's left to, and the way it's intensified the a phenomenon that has grown and has been created also by the government of Uribe. The decision of the left to, go into dialogue together has resulted in a very strong movement, both culturally and politically. The national strike is something we have never seen before in this country. The mobilizations of people, Black populations, Black Colombians, like from what is called Colombia Sur. They've had a big influence on this, and so there's been this unified force, and so the growth of the social movements, the unification of these different organizations has created, these conditions and people willing to come together and discuss these issues and push for a better Colombia. And it's not just ending the war, but it's also creating democracy for the country, which is, is necessary. So we're seeing things that we haven't seen before, the way, organizations are working together, the way more and more people are participating in these social movements.
Okay, muchas gracias. Y abro brevemente, no tenemos mucho tiempo, tenemos a Paula esperando para nosotros, pero quiero decir que acá en Colombia, yo he visto, por ejemplo, en el paro nacional de 21, eran muchas referencias a la sublevación en los Estados Unidos en 2020 y el movimiento Black Lives Matter. Y también el Riot Police, ESMAD, que han asaltado tanto los movimientos populares y los movimientos en el campo, no mucha gente, y por supuesto financiado y fundado en parte por los Estados Unidos, pero no mucha gente conoce que su primera víctima después de su creación fue un protestante, un manifestante en Colombia contra la guerra de los Estados Unidos en Afganistán. Y así, yo sé que el movimiento Colombia tiene una conciencia de nosotros en los Estados Unidos. En los Estados Unidos hemos tenido muchas sublevaciones recientes, sublevaciones contra las guerras de los inmigrantes, Occupy Wall Street y la sublevación de 2020. Pero hay algo que podemos aprender antes de salir. Hay algo que podemos aprender en los Estados Unidos de los movimientos de Colombia. I'm mentioning all the many mass movements we've had in the United States. And my experience is that I know that people in Colombia, the movements in Colombia, are aware of what we're doing. And I want to know, just briefly before we go, if Alvaro can say, is there something that we can learn that we need to bring home from Colombia to our people to share?
Yes, thank you, James. Yes, I appreciate what you're saying. I appreciate what the people of Colombia have been able to achieve under such dire circumstances. The violence in the right-wing dictatorships of the Álvaro Uribe and now Iván. This is terrible. And le quiero agradecerle mucho al pueblo y a los camaradas y compañeros de Colombia por el gran trabajo que han hecho y felicitaciones y ojalá que salgan los resultados buenos ahora en estas elecciones de hoy y si no del 19. Yes, we have learned a great deal from other struggles. So, hemos aprendido mucho de las otras luchas alrededor del mundo y hemos tomado lecciones de cada experiencia, de cada país y lo que podemos usar en este país lo vamos a usar. Antes había preguntado Jaime sobre James sobre la cuestión de organizaciones. Nosotros creemos en organizaciones de masa y un frente popular en contra de la extrema derecha. Nosotros también tenemos una extrema derecha aquí, no es tan violenta, pero al momento es algo violenta, pero tenemos una otra derecha muy extensiva. Y hace poco hubo la insurrección, que sabemos del 2020, y no se ha considerado las ramificaciones de esta insurrección. So, queremos tener mejores conversaciones con el partido de Colombia, intercambiar ideas, entender mejor el impacto del imperialismo estadounidense en Colombia y en Latinoamérica y qué podemos hacer aquí también. Nosotros que estamos en las entrañas de la bestia y entonces tenemos presiones de todo el mundo. Ahorita tenemos una propaganda horrible de guerra contra Rusia, contra China, contra todo el mundo. Y ahorita hay la Cumbre de las Américas en Los Ángeles, en que están excluyendo todavía el Biden, que es un demócrata, bueno, con D grande, pero es imperialista y es tan imperialista igual que Trump. Nomás que es diferentes palabras que usa. Pero entonces ahorita todavía sigue la exclusión de Cuba, de Venezuela, de Nicaragua y quieren seguir con la OES. Y entonces se necesita una nueva cumbre y nueva organización de Latinoamérica, integración de Latinoamérica, la CELAC posiblemente al principio, después otra. Pero sí, estamos de acuerdo con tener una conversación bilaterales con el partido de Colombia, comparar experiencias y aprender. Nosotros estamos listos para aprender de las experiencias reales que ustedes tienen. Y otra vez, felicitaciones en el trabajo que han hecho todos los compañeros, compañeras y camaradas de Colombia en esta lucha electoral, lucha por la democracia, lucha por la paz. Y gracias.
Sí, muchas gracias por unir con nosotros hoy. Y quiero finalmente, únicamente antes de salir, decir obreros del mundo unidos hasta la victoria siempre. Ok, gracias. Sí.
Muchas gracias, compañero. Quedamos atentos a la comunicación con Álvaro. Muchas gracias, James, y muchas gracias, compañera traductora. Muy amable.
Muy buena traducción.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Okay. Un momento. Okay. I wanted to switch back to my earphones so we can hear a little bit better. And reposition a moment. We're a very grassroots organization or operation here, Paul, so forgive the relative informality. So we have today, and forgive me if my pronunciation is wrong, but Paul Emile Dupre, correct? And you are with, you're an observer for Transform Europe. So you are here in Colombia then, correct?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, maybe we'll meet in person before this is all over then.
Look, yes, I am here in Colombia as international observer. So it will limit also a little bit my liberty of expression, etc., because obviously you will understand why. The fact is that, well, the organization I'm coming from is a network of research NGOs linked to the left in Europe. And entering in Colombia, I had problems. I observed in March, and I am observing now. So we are in the middle of the observation now. Well, I will tell you that afterward. But the first thing I want to tell that some observers had problem to enter in Colombia, and I am one of them. I was lucky because very quickly there was a strong. When I was stopped in the border and by migration in March, and also now I was stopped for 2 hours, and they said that they would expel me from the country, my suitcase, etc., collecting my suitcase, etc. But there was a fantastic movement of solidarity of the Colombian, so worried about the fact that they need desperately to protect the vote, this historical vote, that's very clear. So finally, they reversed the decision, and they let me in after 2 hours. And I think it was a victory of the solidarity and also institutional, because it came also from the national electoral body insisting that I was officially invited, etc. Against some forces. It seems that there were intelligence reports. Some had not this chance. There is an American lady, but also there are Argentinian who were expelled, even if they were, the Argentinian at least was officially invited as observer. So it shows also all the climate here with several behavior, some institution pushing for really open election and some other doing their own actions. That's the first things I wanted to tell you. It's probably also the reason why they tried to expel me is because as the Argentinian guys, I am a human rights defender, so I express myself. We have a committee in Belgium, human rights committee, and called Daniel Gillard, a Belgian that was killed in Cali in the 80s, and we continue to make solidarity with human rights, etc. actions in Brussels. That's a little bit the kitchen of the politics in Europe. And also, I am in the blacklist of the US for several things, probably because we had an action in the European Parliament against the politics of Uribe when he came to the Parliament, and so there was a big protest. From that time, I'm in the blacklist of the US, and it seems that now this government, UK, decided to not let enter foreigners who are in the blacklist of the US. Actually, I am in the no-fly list. Well, that's to introduce a little bit the thing. Of what I have seen here, obviously the more important, strange thing here in these days is that the destabilization has begun before the election. Strong attacks from former President Pastrana and Uribe against the electoral system. And that is obviously very worrying because it seems that they want not to recognize the results today or the next day. They stabilize some way. So despite that, and they tried also, and not only those two former presidents, but also the chairman of the Congress attacks very strongly the arbiter, the registrador, which is really a strange situation. So it seems that they are preparing the fact not to recognize the result. They are probably very much evaluating things because it would create a terrible destabilization of the country. And they probably are discussing all those consequences and the possibilities also with the US, who are probably not very interested to destabilize Colombia in that moment. So it's all a mystery. We don't know what are the discussion and etc. But what we have seen here, our delegation, is that the process of vote has begun from this morning. We were in very poor areas, Ciudad Bolivar, Tunjuelito, and Tunal and others, and the process of voting, contrary of what they wanted, the process is really taking place with good normality. Obviously, you have some small details, etc., that are normally in any election process. This is what I've seen in Bogota. We know also from before that there is a lot of money running, used to buy votes, probably. I personally could even take a picture of, in March, in the legislative election, a picture of the selling of the vote with a register of every voter getting 50,000 pesos for his vote. It was in the Atlantic coast, but it takes place also in other places of Colombia. We know that this enormous part of this enormous amount of money running in the election are coming from this derogation of the ley of garantía, which, because normally the ley for the guarantee to vote, there is no possibility to make direct contract with the state before election, and the government derogated these rule, but the National State Council decided a few days ago that it was not legal, but the money was already spent. So many contracts were done, many, and a lot of money really were done in the last month to allow politicians to spend money and buy votes. So probably in the coast, in other areas, probably we will have report of people, and it's beginning already, of people buying votes, etc. The other thing is there is a big pressure on the workers. The businessmen are saying to the workers that if they are not voting for other candidates that are not Gustavo Petro, then they will lose their job, and they are using the fact that they have to take a picture of their vote with their ID, and then to come Tuesday when they will go to work, and if they did not deliver the good vote, so they could lose their job. So there is a lot of action that like that before we began to observe the vote. That is a little bit the climate, quite difficult climate. I would say that the more critical thing really will be after the result will come, and to see what will be the reaction of the authority. But I don't know if you want to, if it was a little bit the kind of things you wanted to hear from me, if you can raise question, or if you want me to continue. Thank you.
Well, no, I'm very, very interested in exactly these sorts of things, and I hadn't realized that you were one of the people that they almost did not let in. Before the elections, we saw a number of machinations. Not only that, but we had mentioned earlier, for instance, the firing or suspension of the mayor of Medellin and other cities, while meanwhile the head of the military was able to, in contravention of the law, speak against the Petro candidacy. So this is very interesting, the general atmosphere leading up to this. And I'm curious about in your status as an observer as you've been going on, have you heard about many cases? I mean, there's what we observed going on in the polls, but what have you heard about other cases leading up to the voting day about intimidation, threats against people? Have you heard testimonies of that effect?
Well, we personally, we were in this area. I think our main message is that the election is taking place with normality, despite what you are mentioning. I think you are mentioning very important thing. The destitution of the mayor of Medellin was really credible. You have seen that the person here he has that the government has appointed to replace him was now expelled from this position by the justice, and they will have to decide to put someone of his party, at least, not from the contrary of the party. So the party who won the city of Medellin. This is in complete contrast with the expression of the president himself, attacking all the time Petro during the campaign, and all during 6 months, and normally he should be neutral in front of the election, but not only himself, but also other ministers, Minister of Interior Affairs, and also the chief of the army, General Zapatero, has really attacked Petro. Now, this is obviously completely a disbalance of the action of the Procuraduría, because they did not punish the chief of the army or say something on what happened with the president. A tribunal here in Bogota said, criticized the president, saying that he should have a moderate behavior, but the other bodies have not done anything. We see also that, for example, I was here in March, and I'm again here in March, several people have seen the selling of votes, and if we have reported to the authority, we don't know if the Fiscalia acted against this kind of action, but we haven't seen that, because we think that most of the body of control of this country, of all the body of control of the country, are not controlled by the current president. So this is really a difficult situation. The other things, the third difficulty, I would say that the left has also, beside the money that people are using in the vote, besides the constraining of workers to vote for their candidate, it's the climate of fear, And this climate of fear has been created also by the military strike in region organized by the Clan of Golfo, those mafia paramilitary groups. They blocked at least 1/3 of the country during more than 1 week, and the military did not move. So I think it's also a signal we can do that. So the third thing I think I mentioned is really the fear that they try to to enter into Colombia, and if there is a change of party, etc., there could be a lot of difficulties and violence, things like that. Now we will see. We will see the result. We cannot speak about result, etc. Even we will have information in few hours, and we have to analyze, etc. To be serious before. And but really, beside those critiques to the process, I think the important thing is to say that elections are going on. The people are expressing themselves. We have results from outside. We have also, you have probably seen some results of outside, but I will not comment that for obvious reason. And I think what was quite interesting in this morning is how young are the people. There was a very good climate in those very poor areas of Bogota. People were really civic, many young, as I told you, and I think that there is a good conscience of the people there today in a very historical moment to choose really the best president to solve all those problems of Colombia, the implementation of the peace process, the rebuilding of the health system, a more just fiscality, because really an autonomous external politics and the recovery of sovereignty also, but mainly also the very challenge of more just economic and job, etc. after the COVID period. So the new government, any of the government coming now, will not have it easy. That's very clear also in term of economy, because the economy of the country is quite destroyed. Beside the inequalities, that's very clear, but also the economy is very destroyed. Well, by by the COVID crisis, surely, but also the closing of the border with Venezuela and other things. So it will not be easy. Also, the damage done by badly negotiated FTAs with the US and with Europe, FTAs that have been negotiated against silence on human rights matters. That's also a true story. I can speak you about the FTA with Europe, for example, the way I follow that very closely. And it should not have been approved with Colombia, because Colombia was at that time the country where there were more trade unions killed in Colombia than in all the rest of the world. No, and it's mostly the same situation now with human rights defenders, etc. And this FTA has not been ratified, for example, by the parliament of the city I'm living here. It's a region, and it's blocking the ratification of this FTA, the free trade agreement, because the first article of the agreement is... Sorry?
I have a... Or go ahead. Yes, please.
Okay. No, I mean, the FTAs and these politics of neoliberalism and deregulation, etc., has damaged very much the economy of Colombia, I must say, and in particular the two FTAs, the FTA with the US and the one with the EU, that despite the fact that it's not ratified by the region of Brussels, in all Europe is the only parliament that is blocking the ratification of the FTA, the city of Brussels. But it's provisionally applied for years, and so my opinion is it's damaging very much the production here in Colombia, and the how do you say soberanía alimentaria, so the sovereignty, the food sovereignty of this country. That's also it's very much damaged also by those FTAs. I don't know if you have other question or if I answer. Sometimes the sound
We
is not
are,
very good for me.
no, we're going to be transitioning out here in a minute because we have a short video, a couple short videos we want to show before going live at the poll closings. But I was wanting to know where again were you observing for this? I believe you said that you're not in Bogota, right?
Well, yes, last time for the legislative, I was in the coast, and that's where we could observe the selling of votes, etc., and other irregularity. A region, an area near Santa Marta was blocked by paramilitary group, and the people could not vote. No, close to Santa Marta. Even if there is a left government, no, in Santa Marta, in Magdalena, but the paramilitary is very strong, and the people could not campaign in those area where there is special circumscriptions from the peace process. It was not possible to make a campaign for a candidate other than the son of a known paramilitary guy. Now this is demanded. This election of this guy is demanded in the state council. That was in February. And now I came back now, we are in May, and we stayed in Brussels, in Bogota this time, and we were directly this morning, very quickly to the farthest areas in the south of Bogota, so Ciudad Bolivar, and several voting centers there. It was beginning slowly also because it was rainy today, which always is a problem in Colombia. Remember, the participation in the vote for the referendum on the peace process was quite difficult because it was rainy, especially in the coast area. But it was taking place, and people were arriving when we left this area. Now we will go to another area where a big counting center, Corferia, here in Bogota, and then we will be aware about the results, etc., the reaction of the authorities, and probably the observer will have a joint statement. All those delegations, etc., will have a joint statement probably tomorrow morning. But many other organizations, independent, etc., who are not observer, probably will already express themselves when the result will come. The question is to see the reaction of those who are not winning the election. So the observer, I think, will give a joint statement tomorrow, probably. Or if it's not the case, several delegations will give their opinion one by one. We will see. But that's more or less was what we are doing and delivering. Also, despite the fact that we nearly could not enter in the country.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. I know we're going to be all anxiously awaiting the results tonight with great interest. We are now going to go for a short video and to start going live to some of the polling places. And again, I want to thank you very much for being with us, and thank you for being here observing. Seems like people are coming all over in the world. One of the organizations we are with has often makes the statement that the peace of Colombia is the peace of the world. And I think the interests of people around the world just show how important this election is, and Colombia is to all of us. It's an important and pivotal country in the region, and the repercussions of this election will be regional and they will be global.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being so active information. It's fantastic that so many alternative medias are today working in a so important election, a key election. And I will not say much more today, at least, etc. But we all are hoping the best for the Colombians, and I see really the message is that the violence must be avoided, and by all means. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay,
and good luck.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Okay, well, that was a very interesting bit of exchanges there, where we really talked about Colombia within the aspect of its importance to internationally around the world, around the Americas, and around the world. And I believe that we are now going to transition to a short video. This will be in Spanish, but it's a short video from a woman who's in the Plaza Bolivar for the last.
Petro, Francia Márquez vicepresidenta, por fin, después de tanta lucha, de tanta mentira, Colombia despertó.
Oh, am I no longer muted? Okay, you can hear me. I was muted there for a few minutes there. So the other day I was in the Plaza Bolivar. It was the last day of campaigning everywhere, and Petro and Marcus were campaigning there. And this was the event where somebody had pointed a laser on Francia Marcus, and she had to be rushed off stage. You know, the atmosphere of threats and violence has been serious. Again, these have been the highest levels of electoral threats and violence since 2010, so it's a very serious issue. But what I saw was a lot of people having a lot of hope, having a lot of joy, a lot of expectation. The following are two short videos. They're both in Spanish. One is just a man expressing how he feels about Petro, and then I interviewed a woman. Yes, a woman from
James Jordan de la Alianza por la Justicia.
No, here we are. That's the one. Show that one.
En la Plaza Bolivar para la última día de la campaña electoral en una manifestación festival de Gustavo Petro, y estoy acá con alguien de Ciudad Bolívar, un barrio muy importante y muy pobre, sí, de Bogotá, pero de mucho.
Let's do it. Oh, hello, we're back. Okay, we're going to give a live report from Raquel Mogollon, who's with our observation team in La Guajira. So,
hi everyone, how are you doing? Well, we're coming down.
Hello. How are things going there?
We're sweating, but contentos, happy. We're here at one of the polls in Fonseca. We left Rio Hacha a little while ago and came down, hitting some of the towns as we head back to Valledupar in Cesar. We came into a voting place here in one of the schools, very big school, Maria Inmaculada in Cesar. And, it's a small town. There's good turnout. They say they're having around 60% turnout so far. We have seen a few irregularities. Well, to start with, we couldn't find any. The Attorney General representative that's supposed to be at the tables here, so that if anyone has any questions about how their vote went or how their process went or any problems, there's supposed to be someone right there for them to go and talk to, discreetly or how and to report to. And there's no one at the table. There's a couple of young kids sitting there, kind of sleeping, waiting. I don't know. I think they were volunteers, and they said that this agent left a little while ago. So that's a problem because they need to really be accessible. Otherwise, there was a lot of people doing just what they needed to do, and then a few places that were a little strange. There was someone with a paper full of numbers near one of the tables, kind of looked like maybe counting votes somehow. And then when we came out, Jason, you want to dices lo que viste tú?
Sí, cuando salimos del puesto de votación, lo que pues alcancé a observar fue como una señora contando dinero.
Yeah, so there was a woman right as we came out, standing with a bunch of money in her hand, very kind of discreetly counting money with her bag right there.
Y cuando nos vio, pues escondió las cosas y como que se asustó un poco y como que así que hablar con alguien más y eso.
And just very abruptly and in a startled manner kind of put everything away in her bag and looked very uneasily at us and started to look around, went after someone to go talk to, so that was sort of some of the things that we're told to look for around here for buying of votes.
Curiosamente, cuando me acerqué como a ver si podía tomar una foto, había un carro como con un afiche de Federico Gutiérrez y me vio, el carro se fue y la señora también que se escondió un poco.
So Jason kind of went over to her and said, I'm an observer, can I take a photo here with you in it? And he noticed right then that there was a car right near her coming up that had one of the candidates' afiches on it, posters, Pico Gutierrez. And she kind of started walking away and the car drove away in the same direction. So that's unfortunate. Oh, and it was very strange here because everywhere else we've been, they check your ID when you go into the place, right? Even to some degree, depending on where you are, they'll pat you down and everything. But here, people are just kind of walking in and through. There's folks hanging out in there, and that's pretty irregular. It's not really clear, and it's certainly not the way the process is supposed to be going. So yeah, we're going to be heading. We're going to jump in right now. We can't talk long. We're going to rush down to Valledupar for the closing of the polls, and hopefully we can talk to you there as well. But it's been a good day of turnout at least, and on the streets there, people seem to be calm where we've been. Okay, James Jordan.
Thank you for being here very much. Right. Okay, and we're now going to cut to Bogota, where we have the Congo couch ready to give us or wait, are we doing Bogota now, or are we going to Daniela first in Cucuta? Okay, Bogota, we'll hear from Congo couch. Hey there.
Oh, sorry. Hey, can you hear me, James? Can you hear me? You can hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
All right, perfect. Well, we're here in Bogota. Where are we at, actually? A university or something?
La Universidad Tadeo.
You can hear what they said. And we're actually over here at a table at a mess. It's almost time for this to close, so we're going to have to back away. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my microphone, which means I won't be able to hear you. They're going to explain the closing process. Then we're going to move back away, take the microphone out so that we can have a conversation as they are doing the closing. We can witness this closing process. Sound good?
Creo que ya ahí.
Sí. All right. Let me get the microphone on. All right. Hopefully I can get it in now. This short distance. They're laughing at me, not with me. Aquí, you're the winner. No, you're the winner. Okay, right here. Okay, we'll do this. Let me move it this way. Compromiso. Okay. So, tell us about the closing process really quick, what we have to do.
Okay, cuéntenos del proceso de cierre, qué es lo que tienen que hacer aquí ustedes.
Bueno, el proceso de cierre es ya determinar al final cuántas votantes hubo y ver quién participó y quién no participó. Nos toca más adelantico, tipo 4:10, 4:15, determinar cuántos votos hubo para cada candidato y en un formulario E14 poner allí toda esa información.
Okay, so here we have to, at 4, 4:10, 4:15, which is coming up soon, we have to determine how many people actually voted here according to the list, and then fill out the E14 form, which is a form that they give us to tabulate how many votes go per candidate.
How many people have you had vote at this place today?
¿Y cuántas personas han tenido votar aquí y sufragar el día de hoy?
Más del 70%.
So more than 70% approximately.
How many ballots did you have when you started off?
¿Y cuántos tarjetones, con cuántos tarjetones empezaron el día?
¿Cuántos? 400.
So 400. So you should have about 100 ballots left over, maybe. See? 100 ballots.
Más o menos 100 les quedan, ¿sí?
Okay. So where is the E14 right now?
¿Dónde tienen el E14 actualmente?
So how is this filled out?
¿Cómo es que se llena este formulario?
Se hace el conteo de votos, la separación de los votos y se diligencia de forma horizontal y luego se suma y se firma por todos los jurados al final.
How does then the transmission process work?
¿Y cómo es el proceso de transmisión de datos?
Ya pasan por las mesas y a nosotros nos van pidiendo la información y se entrega uno en los paquetes junto con los votos y otro se entrega a la registraduría y el otro al de conteos.
So there's 3 different copies of the E14. One stays with the votes. That's going to go eventually to the scrutiny process. One is given to the registraduría or the National Registry, which reports the votes. Uno al escrutinio, uno con los votos, que es el de los votos, uno a la registraduría y el otro va a la bolsa. And one more stays. Medios. And then the last one is for transmission to the media.
And there are 6 jurors today. Did any of you know each other?
Hay 6 jurados. ¿Ustedes se conocían antes? Okay.
No. Okay, I believe you and stuff like that. And everybody, every 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people sign the E14. See?
Yes, so they have to sign right after and they tabulate the votes.
How do you think things went today?
¿Cómo creen que les ha ido hoy día en este comicio electoral?
Pues digamos que ha habido una participación muy amplia de los votantes y creo que eso es histórico para Colombia porque pues en las noticias todo el tiempo están como, sí, o sea, diciendo que es una de las mayores votaciones pues de la historia de Colombia.
I'm sorry.
They think that this is one of the most historic elections in Colombia and also the most historic voter turnout in Colombia.
We have another voter, so we're going to get out of your way. Gracias. Thank you so much. We'll be over here watching from afar. Gracias. So let's go back un poquito más. All right. So you can see that's everything that's going on right there. It's perfecto right here. In a little bit, they're going to close down. We're going to watch the whole process and see what happens. So hopefully you'll be with us. If you go somewhere else, come on back. Thank you so much.
No, I wanted to do that.
Okay, we're ready to go to Daniela, correct? We're going to get a report from Daniela in Cucuta, and wow, there's been a lot going on there all day long. They started off with their guide, their host was detained for 20 minutes, being asked for credentials, that illegally asked for credentials or identification and information about our organization that they're not supposed to be allowed to ask. And we talked to Daniela earlier, and she was saying that there was a lot of that they weren't used to seeing international observers there. So let me just check in. I believe we don't have Daniela yet, and she'll be there in 2 minutes. So let's just recap a little bit through the day. I think for the most part, it's hard to say, because one thing I'll say about the reports that are coming in about the votes is that the reports, including most of our reports, are coming in from urban places. But of course, in Colombia, the heart of the struggles are really concentrated in rural areas, and even in the cities, even with the struggles in the cities, these are very much motivated and moved forward and built on struggles in the rural lands or rural areas, because the central issue in Colombian society is the issue of land that has been expropriated from the indigenous people, the original people, and land that has been expropriated again and again from campesino families, from Afro-Colombian families and communities. And the peace process was supposed to put in motion a plan that would return displaced people to their land. But instead, that has not really happened. The Colombian government up to now has not fulfilled its commitments. It also had made commitments to develop roads in the rural areas so that farmers could get crops to market, and to develop substitution programs so that they could grow something besides illicit crops. But the Colombian government did not fulfill those agreements. And what happened is that through this conflict, through the disposition of land, millions of Colombians have been displaced to the urban areas, and Colombia has the largest population of internal refugees in the world. So everything has to do with land, urban and rural, but we're not really getting reports about what is happening in the rural areas right now because of their isolation. But so far, I'd say we have mostly heard reports about a mostly smooth process today, but that has taken place within a context of fear and intimidation. And again, it's too early to say, but all of our teams, or almost all of our teams, we've heard throughout the day reports of irregularities that we have witnessed or that close contacts of ours have witnessed. So on the one hand, seeing things going smoothly according to what we've heard, but we have also witnessed firsthand or heard firsthand about irregularities, and we know that this vote is taking place within a context of intimidation and threats at levels that we haven't seen for a long time. So that's what's happening now. As polls are closing right this minute, in 2 minutes, polls are closing. So let's talk to Daniela Gonzalez as the polls close in Cúcuta. Buenos días, Daniela. ¿Cómo estás?
Buenas tardes, James. Estoy aquí con la compañera Nina de Dinamarca del Partido Rojiverde.
Buenos días, Nina.
Buenos días.
Or no días, buenas noches, buenas tardes. Qué gringo. Okay.
Entonces, si quieres, James, si necesitas que Nina interprete, o tú vas a interpretar.
Por favor, estaría muy feliz con esto. Do you want to give us a little wrap up of the chit chat we just had before we go forward?
Yeah, we just say hi here from Cúcuta. We are Daniela from Mexico, from the Human Rights Observatory of the People, and Nina Lendon from the Red Green Alliance from Denmark.
Okay, ustedes pueden oírme, ¿sí? Okay, escucharme, ¿sí? Okay. Daniela y Nina, los dos de ustedes, ¿qué están mirando ahora mientras que están con la clausura de las encuestas ahorita? ¿Qué es el ambiente? ¿Qué están viendo y qué han mirado o visto por el día?
Pues fíjate que nos llega también la información por parte de las y los compañeros de CPDH que se contrataron sobre todo a jóvenes
para estar en los puestos de lo que tiene que ver con la biometría digital y que pues se les está prohibiendo que salgan a ejercer su derecho al voto, lo cual es una forma también de estar inhibiendo la votación como un derecho ciudadano aquí en Cúcuta.
What we are getting information from the Permanent Human Rights Committee is that people are contracting young people to be in the part where they verify the identity of the people with their identity cards, and it seems that these people who are contracted by politicians with a lot of power, they don't permit people to vote. They restrict their right to vote, and that's a problem.
Y bueno, otra situación también que, bueno, nos hemos percatado a través de la observancia en conjunto con nuestras compañeras y compañeros de CPDH es que también en una mesa, una de las jurados tenía puesta una camiseta de Federico Gutiérrez, y pues estaba ella realmente ahí, digamos, como funcionaria que está participando en una mesa electoral, pues no se le debe permitir por parte de la policía. Eso es a nivel de normatividad electoral aquí de Colombia. Ninguna persona en el momento de ingresar a un recinto electoral puede portar ninguna camiseta ni ningún distintivo, ningún partido político. Sin embargo, este es otro aspecto de las irregularidades aquí en el proceso electoral en Cúcuta.
Another thing that the friends from the Permanent Committee is informing us is that in one of the voting pools, a jury wore a T-shirt with propaganda of Federico Gutiérrez. That's not allowed according to the Colombian law. The police should avoid that, but they don't. So that's another irregularity that we have observed here.
Así es, y bueno, esta situación también, como ya lo habíamos comentado hace rato contigo, James, lo mismo hicimos en la mesa.
We're still hearing from happening in Cúcuta, where there's been several irregularities. Thank you.
Ok. Lo mismo sucedió en la mesa número 5 aquí en Cúcuta cuando fuimos el llamado a la responsable de ahí del recinto, a la coordinadora, y también pues le dijimos que un señor traía puesta una camiseta y gorra de Federico Gutiérrez, y entonces también hicimos el llamado a la Policía Nacional, al comandante que tiene y que está a cargo de ese recinto, porque no le deben permitir el acceso a ciudadanas y ciudadanos con ninguna, digamos, propaganda de ningún partido político. Y eso, bueno, ahí quedó también ya nuestra denuncia hecha.
Also, we observed with our own eyes in pool number 5 in Cúcuta, in the city of Cúcuta, a person with T-shirt and a cap, also with propaganda of Fico Gutiérrez. It's not allowed to wear propaganda of any of the parties at the voting polls, but the authorities are allowing it. We reported this to the electoral authorities, and there they have our call to about that.
Y bueno, finalmente también algo que es muy grave es lo que pues ha venido ocurriendo en la frontera de Colombia con Venezuela, en donde nos reportan allá nuestras compañeras y compañeros que están haciendo la observancia, es que alrededor entre 400 y 500 personas, ciudadanas y ciudadanos colombianos, pues se les cerraron el paso sobre los puentes, no pueden accesar para ejercer su derecho al voto. Y bueno, aquí lo más riesgoso es que nos comentan que ahora todas estas personas van a buscar pues su derecho para votar y se van a ir por la trocha, pues situación que pone mucho en riesgo la vida de estas personas que se les quiere pues negar su derecho al voto, y en este sentido también es una gran preocupación porque bien sabemos que pues en esos territorios existen los grupos paramilitares o grupos irregulares armados que pues pueden ejecutar cualquier tipo de violencia en contra de estos ciudadanos y ciudadanas de Colombia.
Yeah, another very preoccupying situation is in the frontier, very close to Cucuta. Our other observation team have been there all the morning. They found around 400, 500 persons who are not getting allowed to cross the bridge there to do their right to vote. That's a really big problem. We have information that many of these people in the morning, they're willing to go with the informal path, crossing the mountains, and we know that's really dangerous. We know there's a paramilitary troops there, so it's a very dangerous and preoccupying situation for these Colombians who want to vote, who want to exercise their right to vote.
Daniela, espero que podamos hablar con usted y con Nina pronto, pero ahorita queremos ir a Bogotá, donde están grabando la clausura de la votación, y tal vez podemos volver a ustedes en un rato. Ahora,
Muy
muchas
bien,
gracias.
gracias.
Es muy interesante. Estamos y vamos a dar una recorte de todo esto luego, pero ahora now we're going to go to Convo Couch, and where they are witnessing the close of the polls right now in Bogotá. Thank you, Convo Couch.
Hey guys, as you can see real quick, this is an actual witnessing. I'm going to put this microphone in. I won't be able to hear you guys, but you'll hear. This is an actual witnessing. Ven acá aquí. This is a citizen right here, and he's here to witness everything. So, see. So we have a citizen witnesses, we have regular witnesses, and about to start this process. You can see, gracias. They're opening up the box. They're taking out all the votes right there. They're going to count it. There's some people. This is the boom mic. We have the boom mic on. So I'm going to plug in the regular microphone right now. Give me 2 seconds, but I want to hear when they start calling out the names and stuff. That's why. Yeah, we'll just leave the boom mic for now. This is something you don't see in America. We don't have public counting. Instead, our ballots are taken back to a room with a tabulation machine and just counted with proprietary software. This is exciting stuff. Yeah, of course. Do you want to stand in front of it?
No, because I want them to see this. So we didn't really see too much in Bogotá, but we saw a little bit more in the rural areas, the northern part of the country, the southern part of the country, that they were running into difficulties. The primary things that were an issue here were people not being in the register or wearing inappropriate clothing that promoted a political party, not being able to find their mesa, very typical things. I thought the process was actually pretty streamlined for what it is, and this is the beginning right now. This is like the immediate process. Usually Colombians get the results right away. We were told that that may not happen this time. So I'm anxiously awaiting the part of El Escrutinio, which is the scrutiny part where there's going to be a lot of opportunity for things to happen. So it's not over yet, but polls have officially closed, and this is a very cool thing that we get to see here. We do not get to see this in the United States, as Craig mentioned.
Well, the other thing too is that there is the preconteo process or the pre-count. So one of the things is that it's important to note, this is, as Mirella mentioned, the scrutiny process comes after the pre-count process, which is unofficially recorded the results, and that's transmitted publicly. But the scrutiny process is actually a process that goes in front of magistrates of the Colombian court system.
So you can see they almost have the whole box empty. A decent amount of votes. They said they had close to 70% of their list of close to 400 people who voted. So they should have around 100 extra ballots left over and close to 300 votes. It's going to be exciting to see who wins Mesa Tres. This is what their ballot looked like. You can see, very much so, except the color one. And then this was the process, the E11 right here, making sure everybody got signed up and whatnot, their thumbprints if the biometrics didn't work. But this here, that's the E14, right? That's the E14. It has all the candidates there. Sorry, all the candidates there. Perfect. And they're going to mark down all the candidates, and all the jurors will sign down below. It's going to be exciting.
So, and just to clarify, that was a copy. That's not an official copy.
Brazil, man. Let's do it.
So right now they finished taking everything out of the box. He's showing that they have everything's completely empty, and now they can start the actual count. So they will start reading. These are the 6 people that we're seeing here are the 6 electoral jurors that were chosen from different parts of the country. They could be public functionaries, or like teachers, or university students. They could also be employed. We saw, we heard from Bus earlier in these past couple of days here, that there were also people in this election that have served as jurors from private enterprise and from private companies more than in any other election. But in this particular case, nobody knows anybody of the jurors. No one's supposed to know each other. And now what we see is that they are separating out the votes. The votes will be tabulated and separated out per candidate, and then they will confirm based on the list of all of the IDs that they have as well.
See how there's 4 people there? They split up the ballots and they're counting them. Did you mention that? I'm sorry. So pretty soon we're going to get an accurate count.
Okay, are we here? Or can you hear me? Okay, great. So I'm going to pass the microphone over to David Escobar here, who is he shared a photo from Sucre, right? This is an actual polling place that is flooded. So I'm going to let him comment on this for just a minute. Do you want earphones or? Okay.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. David Escobar.
Use this because of the background noise.
I just posted this picture that was previously posted by Dr. Nicolas, who is a doctor that has a Twitter account. In his Twitter account, he posted it. This photo has been taken at La Mojana, Sucre, and is a voting poll. As you can see, the conditions that the place has, it is all flooded, and well, it reflects the conditions of the schools in Colombia. As you can see, the shares of the schools that are in the roof, hanging in the roof. So that's the conditions that many places, many towns in Colombia live. So I wanted to share this to you. I have more questions about this image as it wasn't taken by me, but I'd like to know more about what other conditions are in the north of Colombia right now. As if you remember, the last in 2018, the north of Colombia was all flooded by a tropical storm, and many people couldn't go to vote. So, um, under these conditions, I see that it's very difficult for people that goes in a share, like, or that has any disability to get there by themselves. So that's what I have to tell about this picture. That's what I got for the moment.
Okay, so now they've just finished counting, they've finished tabulating or separating out the ballots per candidate. Okay, so they have the same count in the list is the same count that they have in the votes. Yes. So we see them separating it out by candidate and the tabulating. They're going to tabulate right after this.
Okay, thank you. As you can see, we're continuing to watch the polling, and we will, of course, be live as the results come in later on today. What is our upcoming schedule right now? Let's take a quick look at this. I mean, I think it bears some value for us to consider what the different possible outcomes we were looking at. I mean, this is Colombia, and it's really hard to say what tonight or what tomorrow is going to look like. Later on, when we do our 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Time, Colombia time wrap up, that's 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern, we will be hearing from David and Tanya, who will be live at a Petro headquarters and also out on the streets, and perhaps from other people having a roundup. But it's hard to know exactly what to expect because this is Colombia. We know all the polls have indicated a victory for Petro and for Gustavo Petro and Francia Marquez. But polls are questionable entities in Colombia for several reasons, and also fraud is something that is a regular feature, has been a regular feature of past elections. And of course, this election again is taking place within an atmosphere of threats and violence against the left. We started off this morning hearing from our friend Hector Moreno Carabali, who had just been threatened a few days before the election, and hearing about some of the irregularities that our people have witnessed Is I'm sorry, I'm hearing some music in the background. But we've heard those kinds of irregularities and everything. But sorry, I lost my train of thought there just for a minute. But we have been hearing about this taking place within a context of irregularities and threats. But still, there seems to be a large majority of people that we have seen in the streets anecdotally and according to polls that would indicate a probable majority for Pedro Marquez. But will they win in the first round? We don't know. And as David pointed out earlier when we were talking, that a second round campaign would be much harder to win because of the coalitions of the different groups around one candidate against Petro. No, I'm sorry. But I think we should look at what some of the scenarios that we could be seeing tomorrow and the next day. I would say that if Gustavo Petro wins conclusively and wins on the first round, there is going to be a probable backlash against the popular movements, against the coalition that was behind him, against social leaders. We've already again seen this plethora of threats that have specifically, for instance, the one we read today that specifically mentioned environmentalists, human rights defenders, and Black leaders. And I think that if there is a Petro victory, that we can expect that there to be a backlash on the part of some of the most nefarious and violent aspects of the right wing in Colombia. However, we have also seen that a government that actually cares about the peace process and that actually protects people can be an effective stop against the worst of that violence. And this is, in the past 4 years, there has been really no stop, no brakes put to this violence. If anything, it's been encouraged, as the Colombian Armed Forces, ESMAD, the National Police, have, I forget the exact numbers right now, but multiple massacres over the past year. So there is a hope that with a victory, even with a backlash, that this violence can start to cut and that we can start to see a reversal of the humanitarian crisis. I would say, though, that if Fico wins, if Federico Gutierrez wins, we're probably going to be seeing a deepening of the Uribismo and the legacy of Duque, which at this point has left us at a situation where one social movement leader, one signer of the peace accords, one protester is being killed in political violence every day at a rate of every day. So that is what's at stake. This is a referendum on the peace process, and that is the atmosphere in which this election is taking place. This is an election that is about the flow of blood and about whether that blood will keep flowing or whether it can be stopped with a serious commitment to the peace process. So we will be seeing, and I suspect that in the next days, no matter what happens, we'll see a lot of activity in the streets and a lot of reaction. We will now cut to the Congo House.
Okay, cutting to you.
Perfect. Let's plug that in. Hold it in.
Yeah.
All right, guys, here we are. Right now, they just checked all the ballots. They put them in their respective piles, and they handed them to each other to make sure the votes are right. You can see she's looking at them to make sure that the right vote, and now they're going to look at each one and count the piles. It looks like there were 2 candidates that had a lot of ballots, and we'll figure out who those are. 3 had a decent amount. There was a few straggling here and there, but it's going to be interesting to see what's going on. We have a couple of results from a couple of tables over here too as well. So far, like at 3 of the tables that have already finished the counting or close to finish their counting, have Petro ahead. So we'll see.
All right, James. So we're here. Natalie's I'm here.
Hi, Natalie. How are things going there?
So as Pasta has been saying.
And can you speak a little more into the mic? I'm not hearing you well.
Sure. Can you hear me now? Is that better? So in Bogota today, we actually visited the PMI Central Command, where there has been, they were able to show us all the different irregularities that have come about in Bogota. But we've been told over and over that really in Bogota, it's been like this island of democracy, this space where institutional, they learned from the past like March elections for the congressional elections where there were so many irregularities that civil society came together with also members of the actual like regional government and the political parties to really ensure a robust system that has been really effective today in Bogota. There were some issues, with flooding. There was an issue with a community of displaced indigenous peoples that couldn't actually vote. In one of the voting centers, they had been, redirected back to their original place of where they had been displaced from. So these are some of the things that we've seen and that we've heard from officials here. But overall, it's been actually this eerie sense of calm, and we're hopeful that we've been talking to people and people have said, it seems very calm, much more calm than we usually expect. It's also been a rainy, cold day here in Bogota. We are in the middle of rain season and it rains every afternoon. And, people don't think that that's necessarily affected the turnout for elections. From what we've heard too, and we've spoken to some of the jurors here at the different tables, they do feel like there's been about 70% of voter turnout at the tables from what they expected. So good political participation is one of the things that we've seen. Everyone, whether irrespective of political slant or political ideology, has expressed how historic and important this election is, and also how important it is to participate in these elections. We're hearing right now from one of the citizen witnesses that's also here as an observer that so far in this precinct, there's all of the tables so far that have finished counting. Petro has been in the lead and has won in those tables. So we're waiting on this table 3 that we've been watching. They're finalizing their count now, and that's where we're at. But it's been an exciting day here in Bogota. I think, everyone has been talking about. Yesterday we heard from the magistrate, one of the magistrates at the Consejo Nacional Electoral, the National Electoral Council, Luis Guillermo Perez, who was talking about how this is, a party for democracy, una fiesta para la democracia. So it's a really important historic time.
Natalie, I wanted to ask you a couple questions because you and I have traveled in Colombia before together, and we work on Colombia together in AFTJ and other ways. We have we know what each other has been up to a large extent and have a history together. But I know that you have had experience in the rural areas as well as the urban areas. And one of the points I was making earlier is that, for instance, what we see in downtown is usually going to be more transparent and going to smoothly in downtown Bogota than as the farther away you get, and especially in the rural areas. And what we're hearing from Bogota and also from rural areas that we're in contact with in Corriento is we've heard about several actions of intimidation and irregularities, including that one of our team leaders was detained briefly. But I know that you can talk a little bit about the differences between the urban and the rural settings. And do you have any kind of sense of what might be happening based on your experience of talking to people, how what we're seeing in Bogota might compare to, say, in a YU territory where votes are going on, or in Cauca where people are being threatened every day? Do you think it's a similar situation, the same, or is it different, or what would the contrast you expect to see?
Great, thanks, James. Yes, it's a completely different circumstance here in Bogota. You know, people have told us, including the electoral witnesses that we've talked to, you know, they understand and they say here, you know, in the cities or in this city in particular, there's a strong sense of institutionality, and the institutions are much stronger, particularly having learned hard lessons from the March 13th elections where over 500,000 votes had been lost for the Pacto Histórico. So now what we're seeing, though, in different regions, and this was reaffirmed by people that were here, that we spoke to today in Bogota, that in the regions you see, you know, constant threatening amedrentamiento, right? You see also the buying of votes. There was one instance, just one that we were aware of buying votes here in Bogota, which was, you know, an anomaly, but in the regions it's much more common. We have seen presence of like armed, you know, the military is out with their rifles and their, you know, we've seen a lot of police movement. There's 10,500 police have been mobilized today, as well as, I believe, over 2,000 members of the Ejército Nacional, the military. But that aside, in the rural areas in particular, that's where we see, you know, the buying of votes, the threatening. Also, in the week leading up to the elections, as we heard from folks at Indepaz, they're also the criminal gangs and criminal, you know, kind of systems are into that part of the machinery, political machinery, will often take away the IDs of people, you know, to keep them from voting on the day of. So these are just some of the challenges that people in rural communities face, you know, that we don't face here in the cities, that folks here in the cities don't necessarily face. So here they've finished voting. ¿Y cuál fue el resultado en esta mesa?
Okay, thanks a lot.
In this,
go ahead.
on this table, we've they won with Petro has won with 157 votes.
Yeah.
And they are now done, and they're gonna fill out the E14 form. ¿Cuántos votos? 287 total votes.
And he got 151.
And Petro received 157 votes. So he won with 54% at this table.
Who finished second most?
And second at this table was Rodolfo.
Excuse me, while we're talking, I can't hear you very well. Natalie, are you still talking?
I was, yes. I was just saying that.
Please, Kim, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying at this. The vote was won by Petro, 157 out of 253 votes at this table, Mesa 3 in Bogota. So Petro has won on this with the 54% of the vote.
I'm just seeing this is coming across on our live feed for the breaking news. I had not read it yet, and I just happened to glance down. It's a pretty important piece of information here, so everybody can see it. But we're just seeing that the Senator Gloria Flores has said that at least 8,000 of the 8,000 voters for the Pacto Histórico, I've heard testigos, witnesses for their party have been denied the right to vote. That they've been disappeared from the rolls, I believe, and that's pretty significant. 8,000 witnesses, you know, denied the right to vote. And I'm just, but you're not seeing anything like that in downtown Bogota right now, correct? Either one of you, Costa or B or Natalie. She also said, by the way, that the National Register has not allowed international observation of their software. So is something going on we don't know about? Have you seen any of that there in Bogota? And in just a minute, we're going to cut away to Danielle. Wait, we have Raquel from La Guajira and Danielle from Cucuta who are standing by. Okay, we're here with Daniela. Hola, Daniela, ¿cómo estás de nuevo?
Hola, hola, James. Hola James, sí, estamos aquí, mira, con un compañero también del CPDH. Él se llama Manuel y pues también queremos dar la apreciación. Estamos aquí en una casilla en donde ya se cerraron las mesas de votación y bueno, él va a dar también una valoración, ¿te parece?
¿Tiene traducción ya ahorita?
Vamos a preguntar a Milan, es que Milan también está acá, pero está haciendo pues algunas verificaciones. Perdón, esta Nina no está, no tenemos interpretación. ¿Tú puedes interpretar?
Yo puedo,
Okay.
pero
Vale.
estaba recibiendo otras noticias con respecto a la elección y estaba distraído un momento. Si puede empezar de nuevo.
Sí, voy a pasar al micrófono al compañero Manuel, ¿vale? Del CPDH.
Hola.
Okay. Y Manuel, usted es de CPDH, ¿sí?
Sí, mucho gusto.
Ok, sí, pues, si puede presentarse brevemente. Manuel is from CPDH,
Bueno,
and I asked him to give a little more detail.
Mi nombre es Manuel Velázquez, yo soy el vicepresidente del CPDH Capítulo Norte de Santander. Pues soy hace unos años quien está acompañando el proceso de la vicepresidencia y pues en algunas veedurías electorales acá en la región.
Ok, muchas gracias. Vamos a continuar en español para ahora, entonces volveremos al inglés en un momento. Pero, ¿qué tienes para reportar de lo que están viendo mientras que están para la clausura de la votación ahora?
Ok, digamos, en este momento ya están cerrando, ya se cerraron las votaciones, muchas personas se quedaron sin votar, también por temas de tiempo, de que los trabajos pues, no les permitieron salir a tiempo para llegar a la hora antes del cierre, pero lo que más nos genera, digamos, un recelo es que hay los chicos, acá el proceso de votación electoral va acompañado de unas personas que tienen funciones como lo son los autenticadores biométricos, los recolectores de información y los emisores. Y en este momento recibimos información de que todos los autenticadores biométricos que trabajaron en la ciudad de Cúcuta en todos los puestos de votación no pudieron salir a votar porque el proceso de planeación y estructuración de las elecciones en Cúcuta no permitió que ellos salieran a votar. Entonces, los chicos que estaban trabajando autenticadores biométricos, que asumo que, pues para que sepan qué es, son quienes certifican que tu huella esté relacionada con tu cédula y que seas tú la persona que ostenta esa identidad. Entonces, los citaron a todos al mismo tiempo y les dijeron que si salían antes de las 4 de la tarde, que es el cierre de las votaciones, no les pagaban el día, pero no todos los que estaban, o la mayoría de los que estaban trabajando en esas mesas, estaban asignados a votar en ese lugar y no les dio tiempo de salir y movilizarse. En cada puesto de votación, digamos, si hay 30 mesas, en las 30 mesas hay un autenticador, y si hay algunas, más o menos, 800 puestos por 40 mesas, son más de 3.000 personas, chicos jóvenes mayoritariamente, que no pudieron salir a votar por el tema de la autenticación biométrica, que es lo que nos genera preocupación.
Ok, de nuevo, esto de los muchachos y la situación. Ok, mira, vamos a terminar un momento para pasar a la Guajira. Tenemos tenemos problemas con la conexión y entonces volveremos a usted.
Ok.
Vale.
Hi, Raquel, how are you doing? Hello, can we hear you?
It's kind of bad. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, here we go. Hey, no, pretty exciting. We're in Fonseca. We decided to stay here because we were cutting it close to get to Valledupar in time for the closing. So we were here when the bells rang. And, I guess we're on now. Okay. Hey, So here we are we stayed in Fonseca because we were getting too close to the time to leave for Valledupar. So we're here in the urnas that everybody's kind of closing up. They're almost done. There's one table that's got some kind of little minor miscount going on. They're trying to recount, but it's pretty amazing here. All the people have just, been very excited about finishing up, and things are looking good here in Fonseca. Really, we're excited to finish up. Everybody's been very kind, and we're going to be heading back to Valledupar to see how it's going there. And maybe there's going to be some celebrations to be had. But do we get to share what the vote is looking like here? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's just what you're seeing, or if you have information. Of course, we
yeah, we do. We know what it looks like here. I just don't know if we're allowed to share that. Is it cool? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not hearing you.
If it's
Okay.
public information,
Well, right now,
I mean, the
right
polls
now
are
it's looking
closed.
like 2 or 3 to 1 Petro Pacto Histórico in this area. I don't think a single table was not Pacto Histórico that I could see from all the ones that we went to. So pretty amazing. You guys have, ¿tienen otro comentario? A ver, James. Oh yeah, go.
I just stayed.
A moment.
Good. I want to talk to Earl. How's it going, Earl?
James, I just stayed at one table videotaping everything, and the count was 207 total votes and 123 for Petro.
Well, that gives us an idea of how things are going in Fonseca, La Guajira. Earl, I'm interested in your experiences. You are as active as anybody I know as a grassroots campaigner for candidates there in the United States. I know it's something you really believe in, trying to use the electoral system to bring about change. And what are your experiences? Do you have any commentaries on what you've been seeing here, how it compares to your experience in the U.S., that sort of thing?
I've been involved in a little bit of vote counting and then a recount recently when there was a very close election of like 7 votes, and that was a recount. But it's a similar process. I mean, that we hand count the ballots in New York too, and we couldn't do it as quickly as they did it here because we had 2 machines. The time that I went, we had 2 machines that were broken, and then that caused problems because we couldn't get the ballots or whatever. And so then we ended up being there till like 11:30 at night. But luckily, we had a woman that was very experienced that led the table and got us out of the woods.
Yeah, and here right now there's just one table that they're kind of recounting and struggling with. I think it's literally 1 vote, and they said that as long as it's not over, then they're safe. That it doesn't show somebody tried to put in an extra vote. So right now they're just trying to get the numbers down on the 1 table.
The other thing is these ballots are pictures of the candidates, and I think that makes a difference too. I mean, we fill out these little tiny circles with a pen that reminds me of the SAT test or something. And it's sometimes hard to read the ballot that we have. It gets confusing because, anyway, this is like with the picture, it's super clear,
And you just put an X over the one you want, So, yeah, it's a fairly straightforward process. Jason, ¿tiene alguna observación?
No, pues emocionados a la espera de los resultados.
He's very emotional at waiting to see what the final results are.
Y ya eso, estamos como muy contentos, sorprendidos también como por la votación. No esperaba como ese resultado.
Yeah, we're very content, a little surprised. We're really expecting this kind of a windfall, I guess, of the results here.
Y más porque hace un momento entré en un corregimiento que se llama Conejo, muy cerca acá Fonseca, pues estábamos mirando que estaban presentando efecto de votos. Entonces es como muy emocionante ver cómo pues los resultados en este momento.
Que sí han visto bastante allá.
Sí,
en Conejo, in fact, allí es donde van los reincorporados. Sí. So from Pondores, the reincorporated are going to Conejo. They're registered in Conejo, so that's where they've been going to vote. And then of course there's the whole community there as well. So he's saying that there has been quite a bit of evidence of buying votes there in that city. It's not too far from here actually. And so that's really troubling. And probably because of the fact that the reincorporated are there voting, putting their vote in from this area. But you know, we'll see what happens. It looks like it's just a wash, you know, at least here it's just a wash. And it's a really exciting, and everyone's very thrilled just to go through the process here. You know, they're very dedicated people.
Okay, thank you very much. And what we are going to do now, really appreciate that. So we have had several reports about what's going on at the polls as the polls have closed and afterwards. And now we are going to take a much needed 15-minute break, but do be sure and come back, because at 5 o'clock, we're going to have a conversation. We're going to do a Spanish wrap up from 5 to 30 with a conversation with people from the coordinator, the American Coordination for Human Rights, which is a coalition that we participate in, that from 5 to 5:30. And then at 5:30, we're going to have a special presentation from the Convo Couch. And then I will be back again with Yamur Chadpour, an activist, a Colombian U.S. activist who lives in New York, and with Aminta Zea, a Nicaraguan journalist who is also in the U.S. And we will be doing a roundtable along with some very interesting and dynamic live updates that we'll be having from the streets of Cali and from the Petro headquarters there. So 15-minute break now, 5 minutes span, then 5 o'clock, a Spanish wrap up and conversation. And then at 5:30, we'll turn the airwaves over to the Convo Couch. And then we will have a 7 o'clock special showing at Roundtable as the results come in. And perhaps between 7 and 9, or when we finish, we will know what is next. Thank you for being with us today.
militancia y buenos días, estamos acá de nuevo reportando en vivo de Cali, Colombia, sobre las elecciones muy históricas hoy en día. Y tenemos una huésped especial, José Schulman, que es el coordinador de la Coordinadora Americana de los Derechos Humanos de los Pueblos. Buenas tardes, José, o buenas noches en Argentina, ¿no?
Acá desde el sur, muy al sur, un abrazo enorme y las felicitaciones para ustedes que han ido a acompañar al pueblo colombiano en esta, una jornada verdaderamente histórica.
Sí, y para nosotros, José, hemos estado en contacto más o menos, no sé, desde 2011, creo que más o menos acá como fundación para el comenzamiento de la coordinadora. Y por supuesto, tú has tenido una relación para mucho más tiempo con la gente de Colombia y con Fundación La Sostenibilidad y así. Pero quiero decir que nosotros conocemos en persona durante una delegación de la coordinadora acá en Colombia, visitando a prisioneros políticos, esperando estar liberado y reintegrado en la sociedad civil, y también varios de los campos de los firmantes de
de la paz. Y en estos días tuvimos mucha esperanza para la paz de Colombia. ¿Qué ha pasado desde entonces? Qué viaje raro para nosotros. Y aquí estamos hoy en día, otra vez pensando en las esperanzas y los miedos del pueblo colombiano, de América Latina, el hemisferio, todo el mundo. ¿Tienes unos comentarios sobre eso? Esta trayectoria, ¿qué trayectoria?
Sí, sí, sí. Estuvimos juntos en la cárcel de Chiquinquirá y también estuvimos en los espacios de unificación que tenían los guerrilleros desmovilizados, ¿no? Y sí, estábamos con grandes esperanzas esos días. Yo creo que lo que se vive hoy, que es histórico, porque...
José, perdón, interrumpir un momento. ¿Se puede mudarse un poquito más, moverse más cercana al micrófono? No podemos.
¿Ahora?
Okay.
¿Ahora se escucha mejor?
Sí, sí, mucho mejor.
Ahí voy. No, creo que hay que tener una perspectiva histórica, ¿no? Como corresponde, y entender que haber podido llegar a las elecciones con una alianza de izquierda, con un presidente comprometido con el proceso de paz y con los cambios, y que no fuera asesinado en el proceso, es consecuencia de todo un proceso de luchas de muchos años, ¿no? Y creo que a veces la historia, la acumulación política se da de modos muy sorpresivos, de modos que no se pensaban. Y creo que es lo que está ocurriendo ahora, ¿no? De algún modo, bueno, todo el esfuerzo que se puso en el acuerdo de paz, toda la lucha empieza a fructificar, ¿no? Colombia ha sido y sigue siendo como un portaaviones, ¿no? Gigante en América Latina, una enorme base militar con, bueno, más de 7 bases norteamericanas y con miles y miles de soldados colombianos que están adiestrados con la guerra y... ¿Escuchan?
Perdón.
Sigo. No sabía si estaba saliendo bien. Entonces, primera idea que yo tengo es de verlo en un proceso histórico, un gran momento de acumulación, pero también entender que Colombia es un país muy distinto en América Latina. Es el país con mayor poder militar en la región, el ejército más, no solo más numeroso, más preparado, sino también que tiene, digamos, las manos sucias en sangre, ¿no? Ha estado comprometido con las masacres, con los falsos, los casos falsificados de campesinos que le ponían el uniforme militar y los mataban. Y entonces Colombia va a necesitar más que nunca de la solidaridad de los pueblos, ¿no? No solo para defender el resultado electoral, no solo para ganar en la segunda vuelta, sino que el posible gobierno de Petro se enfrentará a un poder militar acaso más reaccionario que el propio poder económico, ¿no? Creo que esa es una particularidad extrema de Colombia que habrá que comprender y tener en cuenta desde todos, ¿no? Creo igual que si pensamos en el escenario de estos días con un Biden convocando a un encuentro pretendiendo discriminar a los gobiernos de Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, y encontrándose con que el que se encuentra aislado es él y no los gobiernos de Cuba o Venezuela. Y si pensamos entonces en este resultado electoral en un mundo que otra vez está girando a la derecha con la guerra en Europa, con la OTAN, creo que es muy, pero muy auspicioso y confirma que en América Latina hay espacios muy importantes para la acumulación.
Pues, ¿qué va a significar? Hemos visto acá en Colombia un gran movimiento del pueblo, de los movimientos populares, uno del otro. Yo recuerdo en 2012 marchando, no marchando, pero observando, acompañando la marcha patriótica en un desfile a la Plaza Bolivar, y más de 300,000 personas exigiendo la paz en 2012. Pero entonces, unos años después, no recuerdo el año exacto, creo que 2015, pero no, pues un referendo o una marcha por la paz en favor de los acuerdos de paz con más de 1,000,000 de personas allá en Colombia, y con los paros nacionales de 19 y de 21, de nuevo millones de personas en las calles exigiendo la paz con justicia y la democracia y los derechos humanos. Y quiero saber tu opinión. Si gana Petro o no, si gana Pico o no, ¿va a continuar ese movimiento popular tan grande en Colombia? ¿O qué es el futuro de este movimiento con los resultados de las elecciones esta noche?
Sí, creo que lo que explica en mucho el resultado electoral que se empieza a vislumbrar o el escenario que se ha construido es que, igual que en Chile o parecido que en Chile, en medio de las penurias enormes, casi inenarrables que trajo la pandemia en América Latina, en una sociedad tan injusta como la colombiana, en una sociedad donde no existe casi la medicina pública, emergieron reacciones populares, movilizaciones, que no alcanzaron a derrotar totalmente al gobierno de Duque, pero generaron las condiciones para que Duque no pudiera impedir las elecciones. Y todo indica que ese proceso de movilizaciones, lejos de haberse apagado o derrotado, está latente, y creo que eso nos genera una gran esperanza de que converjan, confluyan, contacten dos procesos. Un proceso de un gobierno que va la va a tener muy difícil porque no tiene herramientas legales, porque va a tener el poder militar en contra. Seguramente la embajada de los Estados Unidos va a comenzar a conspirar, ya está conspirando seguramente, pero la gran esperanza es que eso pueda confluir con movilizaciones, sobre todo juveniles, estudiantiles, que creo yo que han actuado con inteligencia, apostando a que gane Petro, ¿no? A pesar de los límites que pueda tener la coalición o de lo que se le pueda criticar, ¿no? Y creo que una de las decisiones más inteligentes de Petro en la campaña electoral fue designar a su compañera de fórmula contra tantos consejos de marketing. Él le dio lugar entonces a una luchadora que viene del movimiento de mujeres, del movimiento campesino, del movimiento de los afrodescendientes colombianos, y que creo yo que genera gran confianza en el movimiento juvenil, ¿no? Y creo que eso es muy bueno. No buscó dar confianza a los empresarios, sino que buscó dar confianza a los sectores populares. Es muy difícil imaginar lo que puede ocurrir en Colombia, pero creo que hay condiciones reales para que el proceso avance, para que se genere, bueno, la conquista de una paz que no llega nunca, ¿no? Que tuvo 50 años de conflicto armado y que a pesar del acuerdo, que yo creo que tuvo y tiene su importancia política porque le sacó a la derecha el pretexto que tenía durante 50 años, que era la guerrilla de la FARC, que era la más antigua y la más poderosa. Pero a pesar del acuerdo de paz, los asesinatos han proseguido casi ininterrumpidamente. Yo creo que desde que se firmó el acuerdo de paz mataron un dirigente cada 4 días, ¿no? Un verdadero, una masacre, un genocidio, algo muy difícil de imaginar fuera de Colombia, ¿no? Pero bueno, creo que están las condiciones para avanzar y que creo que la gran dificultad, el gran obstáculo por encima de todo, va a ser ese poder militar, bueno, tan subordinado a los Estados Unidos, pero tan, que seguramente el Comando Sur o otra de esas instituciones ya están elaborando los planes de desestabilización. Pero bueno, creo que el mundo es otro, creo que América Latina es otra y por eso mencionaba el fracaso de Biden con su pretendida exclusión de Venezuela, de Cuba, de Nicaragua, y creo que es una noche para celebrar allá en Colombia, en los Estados Unidos, acá en el sur. Creo que cuando perdemos, perdemos, y hay que asumirlo, y cuando ganamos hay que celebrar. Y yo creo que hoy es una gran victoria de América Latina, de los pueblos, de las organizaciones solidarias, bueno, de lo que hemos estado todo el tiempo convencidos que la paz en Colombia era y sigue siendo central en América Latina, ¿no? En América, ¿no? Esa frase de Pepe Mujica de que la paz en Colombia es una causa latinoamericana, sigue siendo muy justa, ¿no? Y por eso no es para nada casual que la solidaridad con Colombia nos haya permitido encontrarnos, ¿no? Allá, en Chiquinquirá, en Meta Meseta, en las montañas, esas enormes, increíbles montañas verdes colombianas. Creo que la causa colombiana ha ayudado mucho a encontrarnos y bueno, creo que por supuesto que pequeño, relativo, los triunfos nunca son absolutos, siempre son relativos, ¿no? Hemos aprendido que la historia va para adelante y va para atrás, no tiene una sola dirección como creíamos hace 50 años. Pero creo que lo de hoy es un hecho muy importante y creo que hay que reconocer y seguir fortaleciendo a la Fundación Lazo de Dignidad, a los otros compañeros, compañeras de Colombia, que han hecho tanto para sostener el derecho del pueblo a organizarse y a luchar, ¿no? Y el recuerdo hoy de tantas compañeras y compañeros asesinados, martirizados, ¿no? Pero que, bueno, creo que hoy están en el corazón de muchos colombianos y colombianas que se preparan para celebrar y para avanzar en la conquista de un gobierno, bueno, que por primera vez no sea un gobierno títere de la derecha en Colombia. Realmente importante.
Pues esto de la ternura de los pueblos y, como la solidaridad, como la ternura de los pueblos, las palabras famosas de Che, de tu paisano, tu paisano.
Sí,
y un paisano del mundo, es de todos, ¿no?
No solo era argentino, sino que era rosarino, de la ciudad de Rosario, donde nacimos. Pero había una frase que a mí me gustaba mucho de Fidel, en donde él decía que siempre se beneficia más de la solidaridad el que la ejerce que el que la recibe. Y yo creo que nosotros fuimos muy beneficiados por ir en solidaridad a Colombia, ¿no? Porque aprendimos muchísimo de ese pueblo, de sus luchas. Conocimos situaciones absolutamente originales, ¿no? Únicas. En Colombia prácticamente no hubo dictaduras militares durante 50, 60 años, pero los gobiernos democráticos eran más brutales que la peor dictadura fascista de América Latina. Y en esa combinación de una máscara democrática y de una realidad dictatorial, creció un movimiento popular que aprendió a actuar en situaciones muy distintas y que creo que bueno, el ejemplo del movimiento de derechos humanos colombiano en su conjunto, no solo Lazo, sino el colectivo de abogados Restrepo y el comité permanente por la defensa de los derechos humanos y tantos colectivos de militantes que sostuvieron la defensa y sostienen y sostendrán, ¿no? Porque esto no para nada va a terminar hoy, ni mucho menos es posible incluso que en las próximas semanas los atentados y los asesinatos aumenten, porque es el modo que la ultraderecha fascista tiene de opinar, y imagino que Uribe y todos los paracos estarán hoy muy preocupados, ¿no? Y su modo de actuar va a ser el de siempre, brutal, ¿no? Por ello es que, nada, yo creo que la coordinadora tendrá que mantener su compromiso con Colombia, y si pudiéramos lo más rápido posible ir todos a Bogotá y volver a hacer un encuentro solidario, lo haríamos lo más rápido que pudiéramos. Y convencido que lo que pase en Colombia es vital para todos los pueblos de América, ¿no? Incluso obviamente, ¿no? Para los pueblos de Norteamérica, que bueno, que pueden encontrar en el pueblo colombiano un gran amigo y un gran aliado para luchar contra la derecha fascista o la derecha norteamericana, en todas sus variedades, ¿no? Que nosotros desde acá estamos espantados de escuchar que los supremacistas blancos digan que para cuidar a los niños en las escuelas hay que darle armas a los maestros, ¿no? Los deja en una situación de vergüenza, de mostrarlos como son, ¿no? Realmente.
Pues mira, José, muchas gracias por estar con nosotros. En un momento vamos a ir en vivo en las calles de Cali con el periodista independiente acá, David Escobar, Darnay Rodríguez de la Red de Derechos Humanos, Francisco Isaías Cifuentes, y mi camarada y amiga Tania Núñez, que viene de mi ciudad, en Tucson, Arizona. Estoy muy feliz de estar acá con una persona de mi ciudad. Pero José, todavía estás congelado. ¿Aló? Ok, pues mientras que esperemos a reconectar con José o con la reporte en vivo, estamos preparando para un video por la fuente de noticias alternativas con vocal. Pero antes de ir, yo quería comentar brevemente sobre estas elecciones y los que significa no solamente para los colombianos, pero para el mundo, y especialmente quiero hablar como estadounidense. Ahora, cuando yo miro lo que ha pasado desde cuando firmaron el acuerdo de paz el 26 de septiembre de 2016, aunque el país y el mundo luchan para la paz de Colombia, todavía los enemigos de la paz luchan en contra de la justicia cada día. Y hasta el momento, desde la implementación del acuerdo de paz, 1,306 líderes y lideresas y defensores de derechos humanos han perdido sus vidas por asesinatos. 310 manifestantes, líderes sociales, integrantes de comunidades tratando de proteger su integridad, han estado matados en masacres. 320 firmantes del acuerdo de paz muertos.
Y yo personalmente he conocido a algunos de estos víctimas. Yo conocí mi amigo Manuel, el comandante del campo de reincorporación en Miranda, en Mesa Redondo. Fue un amigo. Compartimos cervezas juntos, charlas juntos, buen tiempos, y fue asesinado vilmente por los paras. Esta es la realidad que hemos experimentado acá que personas han experimentado acá en Colombia. Y quiero decir que todo esto es financiado y aconsejado por el gobierno de los Estados Unidos. Es una culpa que llevan en nuestros hombros y necesitamos luchar con el pueblo, no importa los resultados de esta elección, para un fin al imperio y la liberación de Colombia, de los Estados Unidos y todo el mundo. Y ahora vamos a pasar a Tania Núñez, Danay Rodríguez y David Escobar reportando en vivo de las calles de Cali.
A Francia Márquez, a Gustavo Petro, que están haciendo historia en este momento en Colombia. Invitamos al compañero Wilson Arias, que está acercando por acá. Ya, ¿cómo es el resultado? ¿Cómo queda? Con el 96%, poco menos del 4%, estamos sacando nosotros un poco más de lo que sacamos en segunda vuelta hace 4 años, carajo. Lo mismo primera vuelta que sacamos hace 4 años. Pero démonos un momento, invitamos al compañero Wilson Arias. ¿Cómo hago? ¿Será que me hago acá por acá? Bueno, la invitación. ¿Cuál es la matriz de lo que quiere dar? Todos estábamos trabajando durante meses. El triunfo, aquí en el centro porque ahí hace ocupado porque estoy acá. Y entonces, cuando ya va el 96% de los escrutinios y se confirma que tenemos un poco más del 40%, que representaría un poco más de lo que Gustavo Petro pudo sacar hace 4 años en segunda vuelta. Sacamos un poco más de 8 millones, ¿recuerdan? En segunda vuelta. Hoy estamos sacando lo mismo en primera vuelta y eso es objetivamente y cualitativamente superior. Siempre dijeron que no crecíamos, siempre dijeron que Francia Márquez no aportaba, siempre dijeron que Gustavo Petro tenía un techo y hoy está demostrando que lo está superando. Está superando más de 4 millones de votos lo de la primera vuelta hace 4 años. Y eso merece que nosotros lo registremos. Segundo. ¿Qué es lo que nos queda de interpretación? Porque vamos a estar pendientes ahora a la reacción de Gustavo Petro, pero vamos a tratar de dar algunos elementos. Uno. Que la registraduría puede estar inflando a los otros candidatos, no me queda duda. ¿Qué me está pasando? Que el régimen decía que supuestamente la registraduría iba a hacer un fraude que le favoreciera a los que hemos estado enfrentando al régimen, pues pura paja para favorecer siempre esa lógica. Es que el régimen se perpetúa teniendo también un control del régimen electoral y que nosotros amenacemos realmente de poder vencerlos es la gran preocupación de ellos. ¿Qué es lo que nos vienen a decir entonces? Ellos quieren hacer un cálculo matemático inmediato, ¿no? Y querer sumar a Rodolfo y a Fico y que ya ganaron. Quieren que lleguemos a esa conclusión elemental y entonces reflexionemos un poco. Si el país quiere cambio, pero dejamos un momentico, ¿sí? Pero si el país quiere cambio, e incluso si una parte del país votó por Rodolfo Hernández porque parecía que podía ser una expresión de cambio, aceptémoslo, ¿no? Les podía parecer una expresión de cambio y más o menos decían, es que el viejito es capaz de pegarle en la cara a un man disque por actos de corrupción y se volvía viral eso en redes sociales, ¿cierto? Pero no recuerdan que le pegaba en la cara porque le reclamaba de por qué el hijo de Rodolfo Hernández iba incluso a una notaría a reclamar que le cumplieran una cuota por entregarle a una empresa privada el negocio de modernización de basuras en Bucaramanga. ¿Cuál es la lógica que opera en esta población que quiere cambio? Quiere un cambio, pero no hay profundidad hoy en lo que representan las trayectorias de estas personas. Se querían quedar en la acusación que tuvo Petro de más de 200 millones de dólares que le quisieron imponer para decir que era corrupto, pero ¿saben por qué se lo impusieron? Porque le redujo las tarifas de servicios públicos a los bogotanos. Y querían estigmatizar a Gustavo Petro, que eso era ser mal gobernante, disminuirle las tarifas del transporte a los bogotanos. Hoy, ¿qué es lo que está demostrando? Más del 50% de la votación en Bogotá, carajo. Más del 50% de votación en el Valle del Cauca y Cali, carajo. ¡Felicítense, carajo! Eso merece la mayor felicitación. Superamos con más del 50% en Barranquilla, la cuna del clientelismo de los char, y lo superamos con más del 50%. Eso merece el análisis del país. ¿Que no está cambiando Colombia? Pues claro que está cambiando. Pero digámoslo efectivamente. Creemos que las maquinarias se decidieron a última hora y priorizaron, creo ellos, al candidato que podía generar menos ronchas y pasar un poco más disimulado, porque Fico quiso pasar de independiente y de opositor a Duque, ¿se acuerdan? Quería pasar a última hora. Hasta la Cabal, ¿recuerda que volvió opositor a Duque? Pues entonces ellos consideraron que la población en su sabiduría logró identificar a Fico, pero no lograba descifrar a Rodolfo. Y por lo tanto una franja de las maquinarias se va con Rodolfo y tal vez una parte de la registraduría para acomodar. Todavía nos falta por conocer específicamente el escenario en varias partes del país. Saludos, Terry. Bacano que esté aquí. Pero lo que estamos registrando es que en las capitales hay una tendencia superior al 54% en las capitales de votar por el cambio. Y en eso vamos a tener que revisar las cifras en todas las regiones, porque también es verdad que el régimen clientelista aprovecha las zonas donde hay mayor dependencia de las redes de clientelismo para el ejercicio. Yo quiero ofrecer algunos de estos elementos, se han acercado varios compañeros, vamos a esperar que hable Gustavo, pero yo les digo, compañeros, si el pueblo se decide, vamos a ganar en segunda vuelta, si el pueblo se decide. Y si ustedes se comprometen a buscar personas que quieran en real cambio, y vamos a superar todo este montaje, porque el continuismo quiere hacernos convencer de que no hay ninguna posibilidad, y nosotros aquí sabemos, cuando vamos a la calle, que la gente quiere cambio real. Yo le doy la palabra al compañero Wilson Arias y vamos teniendo reacciones, y ahora saludamos a Terry, a Ana, y esperar también la intervención de Gustavo. Dale, Wilson.
Gracias. Bueno, un saludo muy grande, compañeras y compañeras. En estos momentos quisiera tener 1000 brazos, 1000 manos para darles a ustedes un homenaje y ofrecerles un aplauso por esta jornada. Les pido que se aplaudan todos, compañeras y compañeros. Aplaudámonos todos en la ciudad de Cali. Aplaudámonos en la costa. Aplaudámonos por el obrero. Aplaudámonos por la gente del común, humilde, que ha adelantado hasta ahora una campaña la más limpia, la más prístina, la más seria, la más honrada que haya podido tener lugar durante este periodo, tónica en la cual vamos a continuar, porque nosotros vamos a ganar la presidencia sobre la base de la actitud honrada, pública, enhiesta, de representar las principales reivindicaciones de los sectores populares. A esta hora, y es verdad, tenemos más de 8 millones de votos hasta ahora contabilizados, que superan lo que fue la anterior elección. Eso es verdad. Y también hay que considerar, es cierto, no quiero ser irresponsable en tarima, pero quiero dejar dicho, en el trayecto en el cual he saludado a los compañeros que vienen de las mesas, me piden, y creo que con razones, que estemos absolutamente vigilantes de los acontecimientos de la registraduría, y lo vamos a hacer rubro por rubro. No se equivoquen con nosotros. Vamos a estar atentos, vigilantes, y por primera vez, más que en la anterior elección inclusive, por primera vez
en 41 y 16%. Oh, aló, perdón. Estamos reportando las primeras cuentas del voto. Estaba hablando con unos amigos. Parece que el centro, el command central. Wait, I should be speaking in English, shouldn't I? Okay, I'm forgetting. Forgive me, I forget who's watching. So we're reporting here from Command Central at the home of Darnay Rodriguez de Red Peak. I'm here with some comrades from Red Peak. And before we go live, we're going to go live, or not go live, but we're going to show a video from Convo Couch. And we will be taking a little bit of break while we watch the video from Convo Couch. And then we'll come back for from 7 to 9 p.m. for a roundtable and a wrap up. However, we are having the first number of votes come in. So let me give the first count. With about 10% of the total votes counted, Gustavo Petro leads with 41.16% of the vote, followed by Rodolfo Hernandez, a right-wing candidate, 26.90, leading the expected second place, Federico Gutierrez, who has 24.91%. Petro needs over 50% to win outright in the first round. So a very, very interesting night. Very interesting at this point. Petro doesn't have the 50%, but we're only 10% into the count. And surprisingly, Rodolfo Hernandez has surpassed Pico Gutierrez. So there appears to be something of a division in the right wing going on tonight. And we don't see results for Sergio Fajardo or the other candidates. So with that, I'm going to sign off, and we are going to go to a video by Convo Couch. And we will be back at 7 p.m. Central. That's 7 p.m. Colombia time, which is 8 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Mountain, and 5 p.m. Pacific time. We will be back, and we will wrap this up, and very good chance we'll have results before this is over. Thank you for tuning in. And are we ready to go, or shall I speak a little bit more? I tell you what, I'm just going to keep speaking until they cut me off. So I'll be cut off in mid-sentence somewhere here. I don't mind. It's happened before. But
I want to start by remembering a friend that passed away a few years ago, who worked in the Schultz and had a Polish origin and spoke perfect Spanish. In February of 1995, I arrived to Bucheles, and he picked me up, me and my wife and my kids up. I had only spoken with him over the phone and hadn't met him personally. So when we left the airport, he was there waiting for us with a Colombian flag with my name and with a wheelchair because he had no legs. So later we went to the car, and the car was ready to be conducted. And later on, I had many wonderful experiences with him. We went to a syndicate meeting in Lima that ended up in a party. And Yannick was dancing salsa on his wheelchair. And he would move the wheelchair one way and another. And one time Yannick, in one of the syndical meetings Colombia had, he brought his uniform to the Colombian Parliament. And one of the memorable phrases of Yannick, he said, "What I've been able to gather about Colombia, people of the European Union, is that in Colombia it's easier to put together a guerrilla than organize a syndicate." That's the reality of the persecution against syndicate movements. Perhaps there's not that many left because they've already exterminated the vast majority of them. So I give homage to all of those men and women who have been sacrificed for fighting for labor, their rights as laborers and workers.
Electo en el Congreso de la República con 43 votos de los parlamentarios de la oposición. Y me eligieron no porque yo pertenecía
I won the magistrate with 43 votes. And they elected me because I defend human rights. During the moment of voting, President Iván Duque asked us to raise our right hand and to swear to respect the Constitution and the law. I put my left hand up. I thought nobody noticed that I made the swear statement with my left hand. But they noticed, and then they asked me as I was leaving the palace, the government palace, "Why did you raise your left hand?" And I said, well, because it's time that this state learns that there has to be a pluralism here, a political pluralism, that here there must be democracy. And those that have controlled this country for more than 200 years understand that change is coming. That's what I told the media. Well, I obviously had my first disagreements with my colleagues. We are 9 magistrates in the National Election Council. There's also one extra magistrate without a voice and vote, just part of the agreement with the FARC. His name is Pablo Cruz. who had been a part of the Consejo Nacional Electoral, the Supreme Electoral Council. They had treated him as a terrorist. The magistrates had treated him as a terrorist who never gave him the recognition as a magistrate. Whenever he started talking, they would leave the room so they wouldn't have to hear him. And he was a magistrate. And everybody had that title. But for him, they would just call him a delegate. So my first disagreement was men. Pablo Cruz is here because he's got the same title as us. 15 years of experience as a judge. He was also notary public. Why do you not give him the title of magistrate? Well, finally, they gave him the title. But after, they wouldn't recognize him, so he would go able to travel nationally or internationally. He may not have a vote, but he has the same rights as all of us who are sitting here. Well, and then there was an event organized with the Embassy of the United States at the University of Rosario. All the magistrates were invited, except him. So I told them, let's go together. So we went together to the University of Rosario. And they told him he's not on the list of magistrates. So I made him come in, sit next to me. And I told them, the people of the program of cooperation with the government of the United States, that if Pablo Cruz cannot sit here, I also won't sit at this table. Because you are not recognizing what the peace accords implies for Colombia. And finally, they had to accept that the magistrate Pablo Cruz was able to participate in the event at the University of Rosario with the program of cooperation with the United States in Colombia. So then came decisions of the National Electoral Council that were inconceivable. That one of them was denying the jurisdiction to the human people of Colombia. They didn't permit the recognition. It was 8 votes against 1. I told my colleagues, because they laughed, because they were celebrating that anti-democratic decision. I said, life is dialectic. Sooner or later, the Constitutional Court will end up recognizing jurisdiction to the Colombian Human Organization. And every single time they denied this, in particular, the people from the Democratic Center, they could always bring the reasons why they would deny it. But I kept saying that justice was in favor. So ultimately they took forever, but they did eventually recognize the jurisdiction to the Colombia Humana, which is the political party. I remember another discussion in relation to declarations that Juan Guaidó had given in the Palacio of Nariño in a press conference that Iván Duque put together, where Juan Guaidó declared that Gustavo Petro was financed legally in his presidential campaign by the government of Nicolás Maduro. That Iván Duque, in that moment, recognized as president of Venezuela, Juan Guaidó. So what did I do with that information from Mr. Guaido. Well, I asked for an investigation by the Consejo Nacional Electoral that they investigate, that they call Juan Guaido via the Colombian government to declare that he gives us proof that Gustavo Petro received money from the government of Maduro. He submitted and corresponded to another colleague. And of course, the government of Colombia never even made any attempt so Juan Guaido could come to this electoral authority to give us the supposed evidence that he was financed, that Petro was financed from the government of Venezuela. Never, the Colombian government never worked or collaborated to do investigations. But later on, there was another investigation that a narco trafficker, with the help of Nene Hernandez, who was killed in Brazil, had financed the campaign of Iván Duque. And then we found out that declarations from an ex-senator from the Republic, Aida Neblano, who belonged to one of the most clans of the most corrupt clans in the country, El Clan Chan, that they had illegally given aid to Iván Duque's campaign. So I asked that there would be an investigation.
Salieron fotografías.
There were photos.
Iván Duque negaba las relaciones de cercanía con el narcotraficante.
Iván Duque denied the relationship with narco Nene Hernandez.
Invitado de honor a la posesión presidencial del 7 de agosto.
Honorary invite of this event in 2018. And there was more and more photos that kept coming out where Nene Hernandez was photographed with Iván Duque in several meetings. And that narco trafficker was also with other personalities of Iván Duque's government from the Centro Democrático, which is a political party. And of course, when I told my colleagues that they should investigate, do a serious investigation, they elected 3 magistrates from the Central Elección Electoral, this Supreme Electoral Council, so that they could do their own investigations. The woman that I mentioned earlier was in Venezuela. And this seems like a joke because she had been giving declarations from Venezuela to many communications press in Colombia. So I coordinated, asked my colleagues to ask the Maduro government and the constitutional government of Venezuela that they would allow her to have a declaration. And the joke is that they asked the president, they asked, the Colombians asked Juan Guaido, which is funny. Of course, Aida Merlan was never asked what she was doing in her relationship with Nene Hernandez and with their relationship with Iván Duque. And they ended up archiving that entire investigation. So nothing was done in the investigation. So that's my historic vote over what happened and what my colleagues did and didn't do in that investigation. But I also talked about the financing, the supposed financing of from the government of Venezuela to the presidential campaign of Gustavo Petro, because recently there was a magistrate in the Supreme Court of Justice that supposedly had the intention of getting evidence from Venezuela that this guy that is from Venezuela that's seeking refuge in Spain, that he would give proof that the government of Venezuela, that the government of Maduro had financed or is financing the presidential campaign of Gustavo Petro, supposedly. The vast majority of the media in the country, Caracol Television, through a reporter, made a press release from Madrid. Today, before the magistrate XYZ, there is a general blah 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 from Venezuela has denounced that Gustavo Petro did receive money for his presidential campaign from the dictatorial regiment of Nicolas Maduro. More words, more or less, that's what the press release said. And that was seen by millions of Colombians a few weeks ago. What would be the surprise that when the reporter published that, the judicial the declaration hadn't been made? It was made the next day, and then this general the next day actually said nothing was given. He didn't bring out and declare a declaration against Gustavo Petro because he had no evidence. And that television channel then made a retraction, an incomplete retraction, and said that they transmitted incorrect information that was unverified, but they didn't mention Gustavo Petro's name, so it wasn't a full retraction. It didn't repair the damage that was caused among the public opinion. But the woman, Ida Merlano, who said the Consejo Nacional Electoral didn't actually do their due diligence to actually investigate her and talk to her, and she did declare beyond among the Supreme Court, and she corroborated that Iván Duque actually received millions of pesos illegally for his campaign. So as a magistrate of the National Electoral Council, I solicited that there would be an indemnation and an investigation with this new evidence. And Jaime Ruiz, one of the magistrates, ordered diligence, ordered that the declaration of the Ms. Merlano would come out. Of course, our mandate ends now on the 31st of August, and nothing has really been done. But at least I wanted to leave some sort of historic precedent. I also wanted to comment that how we have advanced in this electoral council, National Electoral Council, with the process for electoral guarantees for this election in the 29th of May. All the formal decisions that need to take, distributions of TVs, cameras, resource distribution, guarantees in each department and tribunals. We have been making a series of decisions in relation to violations of resolutions over the excessive number of tables and excessive, publicated in excess over the entire country. There can't be more than 8 per candidate. So they ordered the retirement of the vast majority of these vallas. So I solicited a
una connotación
that they would look
de
into
difamar al candidato presidencial Gustavo Petro
these
para presentarlo como un delincuente,
accusations to present Petro as a terrorist, as a criminal. And the Consejo Nacional Electoral ordered that those would be taken off.
Así que desde ese punto
So,
de vista,
from that point of view,
el Consejo Nacional Electoral
the
ha
Supreme,
venido
the National Electoral
la
Council
función que
has
le corresponde.
continued doing the function that they should be.
Del 13 de marzo,
After the elections on March 13th, where
no funcionaron los software contratados por la registraduría.
the software that was contracted by the registry was not working,
De cédulas
and
prometía
the
muy interesante que cualquier colombiano en cualquier lugar del país o en cualquier lugar del mundo
and every
pudiese
Colombian
inscribirse para votar de manera virtual.
should have been able to register to vote virtually
A través de la biometría,
through the biometric
su identificación.
and indicate their identification. And it was really interesting, but it failed.
Fracasó ese software.
The software failed.
Y más de 800
And more than 800,000
colombianos
Colombians and Colombia's men and women could not vote because the registration failed. And then also, many Colombians, when they went and showed up to vote, did not show up in the registry. They appeared not registered at the table, and so they weren't allowed to vote. In the same day of voting, on the March 13th, the website of the registry, where every citizen could go figure out where to go vote, was not working either for at least 3 hours. And then the most grave thing happened of the entire process when, on the 14th of March, the jurors, or no, the electoral witnesses, announced that at least 30,000 tables had not reported a single vote for el Pacto Histórico, which is not possible. It's not normal that that would happen, that not a single vote would go for the party of Pacto Histórico. And so there was a series of irregularities. There were data transmitted in bad faith, were data that was transmitted, data for the certain parties, but not for the Pacto Histórico. That data never got transmitted. And something that was admitted on the 14th, and that Moy did tell the registry, in the form that consolidates all of the tallies, they left the Pacto Histórico in the very last column that was hard to for the jurors to find. And in the moment of transmitting the last column, many of them didn't see it and didn't transmit it. So maybe I could think, there wasn't bad faith. It could be an error in the design of the tally sheet, but when the director of the MOI was interviewed, how this has happened, that around 300,000 votes for the Pacto Histórico was never reported. If the forms have, departmental indications, and each department has a different form, how did 300,000 votes not appear or were not integrated in the pre-count of the national electorate? So there came the great crisis, because the entire process was put in doubt, the entire electoral process. And the explanation from the National Registry started blaming the jurors and wanted penal investigations on the jurors.
Y luego,
And then
¿qué sucedió?
what happened?
¿Dónde aparecieron esos votos?
Where did those votes appear for the Pacto
Sí
Histórico?
aparecieron.
They appeared.
¿Y cómo aparecieron?
And how did they appear?
Porque hay un proceso de
Because there was a process of scrutiny
de la Registraduría
that is not in charge of the National Registry.
Y
And
es que las
it's
comisiones escrutadoras
the conditions of scrutiny, which are municipal, state, departmental,
y la nacional,
and the national,
el Consejo Nacional Electoral
which is the National Electoral Council,
establecieron
established that
efectivamente el pacto histórico había sacado esos más
the
de
Pacto Histórico
700,000 votos que no se
had actually received 700,000 more votes that had not appeared initially.
pasó a ser la fuerza política más votada.
And that's why it became the most political, highly voted political force in the history of Colombia. In more than 200 years of this republic, for the first time, an alternative party won the legislative elections.
Y viene el gran temor del establecimiento
And then the establishment's greatest fear came true.
y empieza una narrativa
And they started this narrative,
intolerable
this intolerable narrative,
para decir
to say
que había un complot
that there was a plot, that there was a giant fraud committed by the National Registry
con Gustavo Petro,
with Gustavo Petro,
con la firma
with
española, la multinacional,
the Spanish firm, the multinational firm,
que todos esos votos
and that all those votes were fraudulent,
que habían habido 300,000 jurados que habían votado
and that 300,000 jurors had voted twice in the elections of March 13th.
una narrativa
A narrative that
toma el presidente del Congreso
the President of Congress, Juan Diego Gomez,
para sembrar
took to plant a seed of doubt over the electoral process.
Andrés Pastrana,
And the ex-president Andrés Pastrana,
otras elecciones en América Latina,
you guys have seen other elections in Latin America. He goes to all the elections in Latin America like a president or of mission. And this man,
de manera absolutamente irresponsable,
irresponsibly,
es el que proyecta
is the one who projects that narrative at the national and international.
la extrema derecha de este país.
And the extreme right of this country, the right of this country, candidates to the presidency take that narrative to put into doubt the electoral organization.
Paradójicamente,
Paradoxically,
el que tiene que salir a explicarle al
the one who actually has to go out and explain himself to the country that there is no fraud,
posibilidad de fraude en las
that there is no possibility of fraud in this this Sunday is me. I had to go out there and defend the institution, to defend the transparency of the democracy in Colombia, to make sure that people, believe in this before we start a civil war and continue this bloodshed like they want. Well, we are now a few hours from beginning one of the most historic elections for Colombia,
llena de muchos ruidos,
full of a lot of noise,
pero de ruidos muy peligrosos.
but a lot of dangerousness.
Revisar cadenas de WhatsApp,
I have looked at WhatsApp messages from organizations of police and military. There have been accusations of militaries coming together and organizing, among them the commander of the military, naming themselves against Gustavo Petro, saying that the national constitution impedes, but the constitutional forces of Colombia impedes them from actually taking partiality in the presidency. But we have seen this in the messages.
y el presidente de la República,
In the President of the Republic.
vengo advirtiendo desde octubre del año pasado,
I've been saying this since October of last year, and I've been asking the President of the Republic, Sir Ivan Duque, you cannot interfere in the political debate. According to the Constitution, you represent the unity of the nation. You cannot take a side neither in favor nor against any candidacy. He never listened. I reminded them then, the president, that he's committing 2 violations: an illegal partiality to the electorate and an intervention that is prohibited for any political functionary. Of course, he has a special forum. He can only be investigated by the Congress of the Republic. And he has the majority to stop an investigation. But in order to prevent him from doing it, I said, remember that politics is dialectic, that today you're in power, but tomorrow the opposition could be in power. And today they have the control of Congress, but tomorrow that could definitely change. You could lose control of Congress. And the crimes against humanity and the war crimes that have been happening. And I will remind him permanently. And I have reminded him and the Ministry of Defense that when there were manifestations, protests, social protests against the government, where they assassinated several protesters, thousands of protesters, where they systematically shot kids in the face to disfigure their faces and take their eyes out. And they've achieved it. They've mutilated more than hundreds of young people. I've had the opportunity to talk to some of them. Beautiful women who they took out their eyes, one of their eyes. That is a criminal government. I've asked for investigations, and I've asked the National Fiscal and the President of Congress. He put a disciplinary action against me because I was questioning government decisions, and I defended myself. I am a citizen of the Republic. I am a public functionary, public official, and as a citizen of the Republic, and in Article 95 of the Constitution indicates that all citizens of this country must contribute to the defense of human rights. And that constitutional responsibility, Colombia, many years, if we had paid attention to that, we would have defeated this reign of terror. And the penal law says that if a public official knows that there are human rights violations being committed and does not denounce them, he is also responsible. And in my experience as a defender of human rights, I know when there are crimes being committed of that category. And this government has perpetuated those crimes against humanity. And that's why I keep asking, and I continue asking for more investigations, that the fiscals of the court investigate this. And of course, that they bother them very much what I say. Of course. They haven't wanted to see me in any national commission, electoral constituency. And when they have them, they don't invite me. When I arrive, there's no sign with my name. They leave me out. But every single time I arrive, I force them to put it, and they've had to listen to me. So I can say what others don't dare to say in their face. And to talk about the laws. And to use more than 5 billion pesos. These because what they do is they pay 5 billion pesos to people who nobody knows. So they keep putting people who don't have any experience. And somehow they win with 200,000 votes, and they're elected to the Senate with public money, with my taxes, with our taxes. With the things the people of Colombia are paying for. They're electing these people. This regime of corruption must respond sooner or later to all of the crimes that they have committed against the people of Colombia, against the democracy of Colombia. They will have to respond. And of course it bothers them when I tell them this. And they've threatened me. They've intercepted all my communications. And I tell them, each of you, I tell all the functionaries, all of them that works with me, none of them have a private life. None of them. And I've warned them. If you can't face that, if it's too much, leave, because if you're working with me, you run a risk. One of the best professionals of the National Electoral Council this past Thursday, they took his house illegally. They went into his house. When he came home, he found the door completely open. His apartment was ransacked. Yep. It was a sign that they're after us. So the Fiscalia went to the apartment. They hadn't left microphones. They were looking to see if there was any microphones or fingerprints. But they hadn't left anything. It was diligent. And when his wife was there, Dr. Nicolas, they wrote her a threat. She's a mother of 3 babies. This is the cowardice of this regiment of this country. This is the cowardice. Go threaten women, threaten children. Cowards. Cowards. 1,000 times cowards. What else do I have to tell you? It won't happen. We won't take it. A lot, too much blood has been spilled of women, men, and children. Dignified men and women. So much blood has been spilled, and they haven't been able to stop the people of Colombia from moving to defend their human rights. They're not going to do it. They're not going to achieve it. And I will conclude with a personal anecdote. Dealing with all this state, these coups and the militarization, I made my suitcase and I put it in my cabinet with a few bits of clothes to have a plan B. In case there is a coup. In case there's an inevitable victory for the popular vote tomorrow, there's a coup. And I asked my wife to do the same. Why don't you just put your suitcase together, and if we have the possibility of saving our lives, let's try it. We'll try it. We'll try saving our lives if there's a coup. And she told me, No. Let's take your suitcase. If there is a coup here, my love, we go out into the streets. And if it's our turn to die defending our democracy, my love, then we will die in the streets defending our democracy. Thank you very much.
Well, hello. I'm glad. Do we have Yamir on here, by the way? Can we add him in? Oh. Okay. Let's go on break again.
Oh,
Okay. Hold on.
hello.
Hello.
Just give me a second. I'm gonna put my headphones
Okay,
on.
sure thing. Which, I'll go ahead and get started and do a quick wrap up while we're bringing Yamir in. So the results are in. It's been a strange election night. Gustavo Petro has won 40.34% of the vote, and over 98% of the polls results are in. Rodolfo Hernandez is coming second with 28.17, beating out the expected second place of Federico Gutierrez and the far right candidate, 23.88%. And far behind was the projected third place candidate, Sergio Fajardo, with I don't know exactly 4 or 5% of the 10. So it's been a very surprising night in terms of the second place candidate. And I know disappointing for a number of the people in the organization. Francisco Isaias Cifuentes, Human Rights Network, I know many of them were hoping for a victory in the first round for Petro. But I really was needing to learn a little bit more about Hernandez and what he stood for. This was an expected win. I know that there has been some discussion that this is a repudiation of Uribismo and of the right, but perhaps the results are a little bit harder to understand than that. Now, we're still waiting for Yamir to get on here because I think we need a translation. But well, I don't know. Maybe to say a little. Is he ready? We can start. Otherwise, I could say a little bit of what I could. Okay, hola Yamir. Hi Yamir. Yamir,
Hey, what's
right?
up, James? Yamir, yes.
And you're from Anticonquista. Can you give us a brief introduction in English and Spanish for our guest here?
Well, I am. That's another organization, Anticonquista. I'm part of Troika Collective. So my name is Yamir Chabor. I am Colombian, born here in the United States, in New York City. Right behind me, I am in like a get together of other Colombians in the historic neighborhood of Jackson Heights. That's always been a historic Colombian migrant neighborhood. Right now, the feeling in the in this place that I'm in is people are a little bit sad because people expected for Gustavo Petro and Francia Marquez to win the first round. Just due to like the history of the right wing always stealing the elections or doing election frauds, getting away with it during the second round. But I will say it in Spanish. Muchos saludos, me llamo Yamir Chabur, soy un colombo estadounidense, nací en Nueva York y estoy aquí en una comunidad colombiana que es conocido como Jackson Heights Jackson Heights, Queens, en Nueva York. Estoy en un sitio que se llama Terraza 7 con otros colombianos que están ahorita un poco tristes por los resultados de lo que apenas ocurrió en esta primera vuelta, que ahorita ya nosotros tenemos que estar ahí yendo a la segunda vuelta. Y la razón que yo expliqué en inglés es porque ya sabemos la historia y la suciedad que hace la derecha de robar las elecciones durante la segunda vuelta. Entonces sí, estoy emocionado y estoy esperando mucho con este diálogo que lo vamos a tener ahora.
Muchas gracias, Yamir. Y para empezar, Yamir y yo vamos a hablar un poquito con otro huésped, Bambosi Shango, sobre las resultas y un poquito de análisis. También vamos a incluir un reporte en vivo por parte de nuestro amigo David Escobar en el sede de la campaña de Gustavo Petro. So I'm just saying again, thank you to Yamir, and saying that we're going to be joined after this by him to talk also with Bamboshi Shango and give our analysis. And we'll also include a live report from our friend David Escobar from Petro headquarters in Cali. Pero yo estaba sorprendido por las resultas, no lo que había pensado que pasaría. Y por suerte, los amigos, los camaradas de la Red de Derechos Humanos, Francisco Isaías Cifuentes, pasaron por la casa y yo atrapé a Alison Morales porque ella me mostró, me informó de mucho y yo, fingí en que queda acá por lo menos 10 minutos antes de salir en su ruta para dar su reacción a las resultas para esta noche. Así, I'm just going to say that we were hanging out. I was hanging out here, and the people from Red Feet, the human rights networks we're very close to in the Central Pacifico, working with them in the Central Pacifico. They happened to stop by, and I wouldn't let them out of here without getting some feedback from Alison Morales, because she really helped me and gave me a lot of good information. And so we're going to have her here for about 10 minutes, and then we'll continue on, let them be on their way. Okay. Alison, su reacción breve. ¿Qué significa este resultado y quién es el candidato número 2 para la segunda vuelta?
Bueno, pues muy buenas noches a todos y todas. La verdad, como aquí estamos con James, ha sido una sorpresa bastante grande. Teníamos esa esperanza de poder ganar en primera vuelta. Y nos encontramos, creo que muchos aquí con el corazón destrozado, compartiendo también lo que decía Yamir de toda la situación que está pasando. Creemos que es un panorama muy desfavorable para el país y es algo bastante triste que una persona como Rodolfo Hernández, que tiene un discurso misógino, antiimperialista, imperialista y fascista, pues sea la opción más, por así decirlo, dada para ser el presidente de nuestro país. Además de eso, entendiendo la concepción que él tiene sobre las mujeres, donde nos devuelve varios años en la lucha feminista que se ha dado en nuestro país, reconociendo todas.
¿Sabes, Yamir?
Oh, you want me to translate
well, I
that?
mean, yeah, good.
So what the sister, what's her name again? Perdone, ¿cómo se llama?
Alison.
Alison. Okay. What the sister Alison was just expressing was just about how many Colombians are right now very saddened by these results, these election results, because they thought that, and we're talking about the supporters of Gustavo Petro and Francia Marquez, we're going to think they're going to win in the first round. And how could this person who became the second place, Rondolfo Hernández, ¿verdad? Se llama el tipo? Yeah, Rondolfo Hernández, who's a corporatist, that they're referring to him as the Trump of Colombia, was able to win when he's very openly fascist, he's very openly misogynist, and very pro-imperialist. So it's just very interesting about how a person like this got second place. Even I'm very surprised too, because this person came out of a vacuum.
Rodolfo Hernández, en ese sentido, es un político colombiano que solamente se ha desarrollado en el ámbito de la administración local. Fue alcalde de la ciudad de Bucaramanga y en esta alcaldía pues fue ampliamente cuestionado por sus nexos con corrupción y nepotismo, además de malos manejos que se dieron durante su gobierno.
So this second place candidate, Rodolfo Hernandez, is just very known for his local politics. He was known as he was the mayor of Bucaramanga, and he's been confronted with allegations of corruption in his region.
Es un político que también se ha pronunciado a favor del fracking y en contra de todas las dinámicas de protección del medio ambiente en Colombia. Además de eso, en el proceso de criminalización y estigmatización de los movimientos sociales y de los estudiantes y sus protestas a lo largo de los últimos años.
So he's been a big time supporter of fracking, very against any environmentalist rights, and also as a big time supporter in criminalizing any student movements or any social movements within Colombia.
Y se encuentra ampliamente en contra de lo que es la despenalización del aborto, un logro ganado por el movimiento feminista aquí en Colombia, y además de eso, en el tema del derecho a morir dignamente. Ha rechazado ampliamente este tipo de iniciativas y dentro de su gobierno es una de las luchas arduas que va a dar para que se deroguen aquí en el país.
So he's somebody who's been very anti-abortion rights, something that recently was won by the Colombian feminist movement just a couple of months ago. He is somebody who's supporting in reversing that.
En materia internacional ha hablado ampliamente y ha establecido que dará entrada a distintas multinacionales al país, privilegiando los productos externos sobre la producción interna y desconociendo la lucha del campesinado colombiano como un sujeto de derechos.
So he's a big time supporter of multinational corporations coming into Colombia. He is for Colombia having a dependent economy where they're depending more on their imports instead of them depending more on what the country domestically produces, as well as he's somebody who is not for farmer rights or I guess like agricultural redistribution.
Y en materia de educación, vemos con preocupación que desconoce las dinámicas sociales de los territorios y el papel transformador de la educación en Colombia, estableciendo que la educación no es solamente para todos, sino que para unos solos estudiantes que cumplen por así decirlo, un prototipo establecido y que las personas que han salido a las calles a luchar por ese derecho no están en esa capacidad.
So he is for the privatization of education. He thinks that education is only for a few people. He's very against when you have youth that are organize themselves in protest for better education or for more education for the population in Colombia.
Ese es un poco el perfil de este candidato que nos parece que sería la peor opción en este momento para llegar a ser el presidente de nuestro país. ya que retrocederíamos muchísimos años en luchas que hemos venido dando. Y sobre todo, creemos que si venimos de un gobierno altamente represivo con Rodolfo Hernández, tendríamos una fuerte confrontación y además de eso, muchos más muertos en las calles y muchas más vidas que se pondrían en peligro por el estallido social que provocaría su llegada al poder.
So, Rodolfo is a very far-right candidate and a very horrible candidate for him to take the presidency of Colombia versus Gustavo Petro, who is the left-wing frontrunner, who is a left-wing frontrunner and had the most votes in this first round. Gustavo Petro represents, for a lot of people within the popular social movements in Colombia, the hope of a new change in Colombia. And with Rodolfo, a lot of this would be very reversed. And right now, Colombia it has had a government that's been very repressive under Ivan Duque, and with this government, from what the sisters here is expressing, there would be a higher repression and more state-sanctioned violence amongst the Colombian people.
Necesitamos transicionar. Yo creo que todavía estamos esperando una respuesta en vivo de David, no estoy cierto, pero quería pedir una pregunta antes de cambiar. ¿Qué es su porvenir para la segunda vuelta? Y si no gana Petro, ¿cómo va a actuar el proceso de paz en Colombia?
La verdad es algo muy grave, entendiendo que Rodolfo Hernández es alguien que rechaza completamente el proceso de paz. Para él el proceso de paz fue la peor decisión que se pudo haber tomado y en ese sentido ha establecido que no respetará el acuerdo. La vuelta, algo más complejo, entendiendo de que vamos a una pedagogía en las calles para que verdaderamente se entienda el papel que se está jugando. ¿Por qué? Porque venimos de un estallido social, venimos de una lucha por las reivindicaciones sociales y creemos que es necesario transformar este país. Creemos que es el momento del cambio. Pues si no dimos cambios en primera vuelta, pues vamos a dar cambio en segunda vuelta.
So, she feels that uy, perdona, compañera. Usted dijo de Rodolfo Hernández que
no apoya el proceso de paz.
Oh, sí, sobre el proceso de paz. Yes, Rodolfo Hernández is he's a big time opponent of the peace agreements that were signed in Cuba in 2016 between the FARC guerrilla army and the Colombian government of Juan Manuel Santos. And Rodolfo, he rejects these peace agreements. But, you know, we have to also, what the sister's expressing is that we have to be hopeful that we could triumph in these second round elections.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Mira.
Vamos a ver, nosotros en la Alianza por la Justicia Global, ellos van a estar hartos de nosotros porque vamos a estar en esta región para la próxima 2 meses y vamos a estar aquí para la segunda vuelta y monitoreando no solamente lo que está pasando en las urnas, pero también en las calles y en los campos donde de verdad puede el poder de Colombia y eso.
Claro. Nada.
Muchas gracias. Nos vemos pronto.
Okay, thank you for being here. Thank you for doing that, Yamir. I know that wasn't what we asked you to be here for, but I'm really glad you allowed us to impress you into service on that. It really helped a lot, and I think what she had to say was it's great to hear from somebody who's been in the thick of the political campaign here in Cali and their analysis. But let's go on. I believe we should check in with the tech folks. You and I can go on talking, but I believe there's going to be a video that's going to be played soon from Cucuta, where we have gotten a lot of interesting information. And are we also bringing on Banboshi Shango? Is he here to be a part of the discussion? Okay, there he is. It's always great to see Banboshi Shango. And,
how are you doing, James?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Good to meet you, Hamir.
Nice to meet you, Bamboshi, right?
Right.
Bamboshi Shango. Okay.
Well, where to start? What do you think, Amir?
So right now I'm kind of processing this first round because a lot of folks, like in Colombia, were betting on this first round of the elections, just because historically the right wing tends to steal the elections the second time, but because with the first round, if there's such a distant of win, like the gap between like the popular vote is more than the opposition, is too much to call fraud, versus in the second round where they could get away with this. On top of it, I've heard reports too that the right wing could go as far as to try to assassinate or kidnap folks who voted for Petro in Francia. But there's a lot of generational trauma with Colombians when it comes to elections. As you know, Colombia is a country where there've been a lot of presidential candidates that have been assassinated.
And Bamboshi, what do you think is the future for Colombia this time, or right now?
I probably have more questions than answers to that. I'm interested in seeing what directions people think that this 12% that did not vote for Gustavo is leaning in. And obviously that 12% could have carried Gustavo over the top. It's strange that today there are people around the world, especially in South and Central America and the Caribbean, who was hoping for a win. And this is not the end. This is not the end. What is happening now is a good chance to begin to, again, mobilize even more people and bring even more people out, because it's obvious that the left has the potential for taking Colombia, which has not happened in centuries almost. So
I know we're just getting word that Uribista candidate Federico Gutierrez Pico announces his endorsement of right-wing Rodolfo Hernandez after failing to make it to the second round. He finished in third with 23.89% of the vote. So it's going to be a difficult second round, it looks like. We have not heard back from the Moy, and we have not heard back, so we don't really know the extent to which fraud may or may not have occurred. But we do know that what we've been hearing, we do know both from the statistics and from talking to our partners that there was a great deal of threats and violence and killings of social leaders, of electoral violence against campaigns, and that this was a problem that was worse than it had been through 2010. And we talked to our own friends. We started off the morning with an associate from here in Cali, Hector Moreno, who had received death threats against him and his family just a few days before the election. And throughout the days, and we'll be hearing soon from Daniela and the crew in Cucuta, and from the crew in La Guajira, they all witnessed irregularities there, in their missions. We also heard of irregularities from our team in Ciudad Bolivar. We had calls coming in from partners in other parts and hearing about irregularities. So I don't know, Yamir, what do you think? Do you think this was an election that proceeded with integrity, that reflected the will of the people, or do you think there might be other ways to interpret that?
Well, the way I want to answer this is I just find it very interesting. This candidate, Rondolfo Hernandez, that he's known as like a big time CEO, big time corporatist. He's known as the Trump of Colombia. But I was very surprised that he got second round when I really never saw him in any of the debates. Like I was following the debates and I thought that the debates were like the top three candidates was going to be Gustavo Petro, Federico Gutierrez, and Sergio Fajardo, who's like a centrist candidate.
Right.
And I'm hearing from people that Rondolfo just came into the presidential race like 15 days before this election. So it just, to me, I'm guessing that he either paid people off, or it's just very interesting how somebody that never showed up to any of the debates, and here he is in the second round.
It's interesting. Rudolph, I don't know if you all know the writer William Ospino, but he surprised a lot of people by himself by endorsing Rodolfo Hernandez, which I think was a shock to some of us who are fans of his work, which have been written some eloquent pieces against colonialism. But what is going to be the response of the people in Colombia? It seems like every year there's more militancy in the streets. Do you think that this will dampen that militancy or encourage it? Do you think there's a chance that Petro can come out of this, for instance, and go against the grain and win the second round? Because I'd say now it's a much harder struggle for him. Either one of you, Bamboshi or...
Can I just say that when you look at the situation, the primary contradiction in Colombia is the effort of the imperialist powers, what they have to lose, and what they're willing to do to ensure that they don't lose it. I mean, they have untold military bases surrounding Venezuela and other parts of South America. They have brought NATO in as part of Colombia, and they have Plan Colombia Panama, which has been running for decades. They have these interests to ensure that Colombia maintain the role of their primary launching pad to attack any progressive and revolutionary movement in South and Central America and the Caribbean. So, understanding all of that, part of the struggle, yes, must be for the Colombian people to win. But also there's another part of the struggle that is for the progressive forces in the United States to move immediately to support Colombia and to fight against, unbridled, uncontrollable, loose cannon capitalism and imperialism.
Okay, I just want to, first of all, I think that we have some videos or some other reports from live in the here with David Escobar. I want to briefly, I forgot to actually introduce you, Bambosi Shango. Bambosi Shango is with the All African Revolutionary People's Party, GC, and a member of our board at the Alliance for Global Justice. So let's cut to David Escobar. He's there with at Petro headquarters or in the streets. Let's hear from him. I'm very interested to hear. Thank you, David. We can't hear you well, but it looks like people are dancing. Would that be correct?
Yes, people dancing here in the street.
David, we really can't hear you well, but I would really like to hear you well, because if you could find a place where we could hear you better, because what I'm seeing there is a sense of jubilation, and we haven't necessarily been hearing about jubilation there. What's the attitude there at Petro headquarters? What are people saying? Are they confident going into the second round?
Well, James, there is a struggle that has to be done for the second round. People is aware of that. It's not, I don't know, it's not triumphalism, but people is celebrating anyway, because this result somehow is a way to say that the traditional parties have been beaten, at least for this first round. And yes, people is dancing. There is a lot of people in the street, as you can see. Let me show you. There are a lot of flags from different parties, indigenous flags, flags from M19, from Pacto Histórico. There is a lot of optimism here.
Yeah, I can tell there's a lot of music going on. I can't really hear the music, but we can see the party in the street. Do you have, you do have some other some other reports coming in from Cúcuta, La Guajira, and Ciudad Bolivar. But before we make a switch, David, do you have any other words to add?
Not for now, James. This is like a smaller piece of time called happiness.
Okay, thanks a lot, David. And I guess who do we have? Yeah, we'll keep having that happiness, you know. And I hope you guys had fun tonight. I wish I was with you, but I'm stuck here a couple of miles or kilometers away. But with you in spirit, you know. Not, you know, of course we're neutral in the campaign, but I like being around a bunch of happy people dancing. And now we are going to have a report from Daniela Gonzalez, who is with her team in Cúcuta. And Daniela, bienvenidos. Tienes Jeff, qué bueno, tenemos nuestra traductor. Así,
Sí,
¿cómo
sí
van las cosas ya en Cúcuta?
Bueno, pues aquí estamos Milan, Jeff,
Hola,
Nina.
Milan.
Yo, Daniela, aquí estamos.
Hola.
Y bueno, vamos a hablar poquito cada quien, digamos, de la situación, del contexto que vivimos y observamos el día de hoy aquí en Cúcuta. Y Jeff nos va a ayudar de manera muy amable en la interpretación.
Yeah, we're gonna each give a little bit of what we've seen today in Cucuta, and I'm gonna help. I'm Jeff Wardauer. I'm gonna help a little bit with the translation.
Entonces, bueno, primero decir que fueron, digamos, en los diferentes puntos en donde estuvimos, digamos, la dinámica de la participación electoral fue de manera tranquila. Lo que sí pudimos apreciar, y eso es parte de las irregularidades en este proceso electoral en Cúcuta.
It was pretty smooth, but there were a few irregularities in terms of what we observed today.
Fue, digamos, la instalación de retenes policíacos que, digamos, sirven para el amedrentamiento de la ciudadanía en general aquí en la ciudad. Y bueno, un ejemplo de ello, pero que esto tiene que ver ya de manera más direccionado al hostigamiento que sufren las y los defensores de derechos humanos aquí en Cúcuta, fue nuestra compañera Eliana Zafra, quien fue retenida de manera ilegal y arbitraria por parte de la Policía Nacional por la mañana, alrededor de 25 minutos, en donde la estaban chantajeando a ella. Ella, pues, no le querían entregar su carnet, su cédula, y a cambio le estaban diciendo la misma policía que se la entregaba si es que ella le entregaba toda la documentación jurídica de su organización. En este caso estamos hablando del Comité Permanente de Derechos Humanos, en el cual ella es la representante, la presidenta acá en el norte de Santander.
So Eliana Zafra, who is the president of the Permanent Committee in Defense of Human Rights here in the north part of Santander, in the Department of Santander, was detained. So this is the irregularities that we're talking about. Was detained while on foot for 25 minutes by the transit police this morning, as folks were heading out to observe what was happening at the polls, and they played this game with her. Where they said they wouldn't give her back. First they demanded ID, and then they said, we're not going to return your ID unless you give us the papers that authorize you to work at to go observe the polls. Which, of course, she said no, and eventually she was released, and there was, folks came to her defense. But it was that kind of game that human rights defenders have to deal with every day, and especially on elections. And so there's these kinds of things that happen all the time, these little bits of intimidation. She was stopped about a block and a half from the office of the Permanent Committee of Defense of Human Rights. So that's what happened, and that's the kind of stuff that we see, and that's how the day started here in Cúcuta.
Eso por un lado. Y un segundo aspecto que también pudimos identificar es que en algunas mesas también se permitió por parte de la Policía Nacional el ingreso de personas que traían camisetas o gorras, todavía, por ejemplo, haciéndole propaganda política a Federico Gutiérrez, y también encontramos que algunas funcionarias, pues, de casilla, pues, que eran jurado, también ellas mismas portaban playeras haciéndole propaganda a Federico Gutiérrez. Digamos que eso fueron una de las irregularidades y lo dejamos la denuncia. En ese momento llamamos a la representante y ella a su vez llamó al comandante de la Policía Nacional que se encontraba allí, y como parte de la observancia pues dejamos ahí la denuncia hecha. Eso también fue un segundo aspecto que pudimos observar.
So also there were a lot of people who brought their colors, well, particularly for Fico Gutierrez, the right-wing candidate, brought their colors to the polls. So we saw a whole bunch of different things of folks wearing either T-shirts or hats that said Gutierrez, including poll workers who were wearing that. I know Milan and I observed in the consulate in the voting near the border with Venezuela, that someone on a motorcycle, fully decked out in Gutierrez gear, was able to come through and basically intimidate people who were voting. So we saw a number of that from the Gutierrez side. I think that the folks who were observing, who were part of the Human Rights Committee, Permanent Committee on Human Rights, were able to talk to folks working the polls. Police were, and they were able to get the police to ask them to leave. But the police saw this in full view and did nothing while this was going on.
Y otro aspecto fue también que a jóvenes que contrataron para la cuestión de la biometría digital, los contrataron a través de una empresa privada y no les permitieron que pudieran salir a ejercer su derecho a votar, ¿no? Como ciudadanos y ciudadanas colombianas. Digamos, esta fue también otra realidad que se vivió aquí en Cúcuta y que eso, bueno, está violando el derecho a esa juventud de poder ejercer su voto el día de hoy. También esa fue otra irregularidad. Y bueno, yo cedo la palabra a mi compañero Milan y a mi compañero Jeff, porque también ellos les van a hablar de la observación que hicieron en la frontera de Colombia-Venezuela.
So another thing that was really important was the entire election apparatus, the Register of Elections, contracted out the folks who did the biometric scanning. So what you have to do to vote here is you have to give a fingerprint and be verified with your ID. That was contracted out, so people were paid to do that weren't civil servants. Now, in contracting that out, at least what we saw in Cúcuta was that folks had to work the full day. So from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., they didn't get time off to vote, and they weren't allowed to vote. So they were getting paid, but they lost their vote. And in Cúcuta, at least, we can't speak for the rest of the 1,500 people who had to work all day and were not allowed to vote. And that's a serious, serious issue.
Para que ustedes puedan decir.
Hablamos de, we can talk English now, right? Yeah. do we want to say, do we want to talk about the border? James, do we have time? Should we talk about what happened at the border?
Yeah, we would love to hear that. I mean,
okay.
Coming from
do you want to
the
start?
Area, I'm especially interested.
Yeah, I can go start off. I hope my English works out because I haven't spoken English in, I don't know, a couple of months, but I think it's fine. Yeah, Jeff, I and our colleagues from the human rights group here, they actually got to know about like, yeah, some people at the border who couldn't cross in the morning because there was also like announced that there was just a closure of the border in the morning during the day. And so there were a lot of people on the other side of the border, on the Venezuelan side of the border, and they were waiting to cross the border, but they couldn't because the border was already closed from 9 a.m. in the morning. So the issue was basically that the people were, yeah, actually like just wanting to use their right to vote, but they couldn't. And this was because they weren't registered as at one of the sites who were installed before on the Colombian side, but they had their their ID registered in Cúcuta. Yeah, like the police and the migration officers that told them that it's not possible to go there, and it's only possible to cross the border if they are right there registered at the site itself, right behind the bridge, which has to be crossed to get to Colombia. So this was an issue, and I think it was about, like, some people told it was about 500 people who were on the Venezuelan side, and some other people said it was like actually a Venezuelan like what's called like member of parliament. He told us that there were about like 15,000 people. We haven't seen them because we arrived a bit later, so we are not entirely sure which of these numbers are correct. But we do know that the border was closed. We were there, we talked to different people who made it before 9 a.m. in the morning, and they could vote. And yeah, but everyone who arrived later than 9 a.m. in the morning couldn't come to the Colombian side to use their right to vote. So this was an issue we faced there, and was also a lot of like military presence, the presence of ESMAD, the I don't know, the special unit of
the special riot police.
Yeah. So yeah, this was like a bit tense, and there were some conflicts at the side. Maybe you can also talk about the buses and stuff. And Just to broaden it a bit and talk about some issues. We haven't seen it, but on the Venezuelan side, we talked to some people who came from Venezuela, are Colombians coming from Venezuela, and they experience also some particularities.
Yeah, and just to give a little bit more depth to what Milan was saying. What happens is, it's 4 or 5 years since Colombia severed relations with Venezuela. And as a result of that, so Colombians are allowed, you probably covered this already, James and crew, but Colombians throughout the world could vote at their embassy. For example, when we were checking out the polls yesterday, one of the poll workers said, yeah, it's like we have all these polling stations. It's like Ghana. You can vote in Ghana at the Colombian embassy, but there's only like 50 Colombians in Ghana. However, there are thousands and thousands of Colombians in Venezuela. And because they can't vote at their consulate, because the consulate and the embassies are closed, there were different polling stations set up in Cucuta if you were traveling. But you had to have been registered at your consulate 4 or 5 years ago. So if you've moved, if you've traveled within Venezuela, if you're a new arrival to Venezuela as a Colombian, you have a Colombian ID, but you cannot vote because you're not on the list at a consulate. And that was a serious, serious issue. So that meant that there were thousands of Colombians or Colombo Venezuelans, people who have dual citizenship, who were denied the right to vote and weren't denied, in fact, the right to cross after 9 a.m. this morning. So that was a pretty serious issue. And there are other ways to cross the border, but those are checkpoints that paramilitaries control. And so those are very seriously dangerous places to try to cross the border and be able to vote. And just to talk about how the system is problematic. So we talked to someone who's supposed to defend the people or the citizens, and he said he was calling Bogota and they were going to set up a special station to deal with people's IDs and figure it out. And then, of course, he was nowhere to be found later in the day. So it's that kind of thing that happens, that they claim that they're going to do something, but they didn't. And then we watched them instead of go from police with shields blocking the pathway for Colombians to cross, to putting up fencing and sort of increasing, as Milan said, the riot police were there ready to do anything if folks tried to cross. And we heard from people who said, look, my kids are waiting there to vote. I was able to vote because I got here really early, and they were not allowed to cross. And there were thousands, probably thousands of votes lost. We don't know how many. And then from the Venezuelan side, it was also very, very difficult to vote because of the lack of consulates. If, for example, if you lived in Valencia, which is a 10 to 12 hour bus ride, you could go vote in Cucuta, but it's very hard to get there. There's a lot of issues with transportation. I heard a story of someone who said, we piled in a little tiny car, who lived maybe an hour away. We piled in a little tiny car with 7 people to take us to the border in the middle of the night so we could wait and get in to vote. It was very, very hard, and we had to do a lot to exercise our ability to vote because the transportation simply wasn't there and was very challenging to get there. And also, some people did have some problems with some folks on the Venezuelan side, the police. A couple people said that there was a lot of pushing and shoving in the morning when they opened the border, and there was also a little bit of, not a little bit, a lot of force. I think someone was hit pretty hard by some of the Venezuelan border police too. So both sides, not as bad as the Colombians, but there also were incidents with the Venezuelan border police really not being helpful to Colombians who are trying to cross and vote.
Okay, Nina, we'll be happy to. We're waiting to hear from you, Nina, and then we're going to transition to Shanti, but we haven't heard much from you today, so please give us your impressions.
That's so kind. Actually, I just wanted to do a little bit of context here in the end to understand a little bit where we are located for the people who don't know so much about Colombia. We are in this department called Norte de Santander. Cucuta is